Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Sometimes, Edward even suspected that each region had its own dominant criminal organization on purpose, that the Pokémon League intentionally let them exist. After all, where there is light, there is also darkness. Darkness is something incredibly difficult to eliminate completely. If you take down one major group, a dozen small ones will rise to replace it, constantly changing their disguises and methods. So maybe instead of chasing shadows, the League lets one dominant force exist to control the others, maintaining order within the chaos. At least that way, the darkness wouldn't spiral out of control. As long as these organizations didn't cross the League's bottom line, the League wouldn't be in a rush to wipe them out. But considering how Team Magma and Team Aqua nearly brought the Hoenn region to destruction, Edward couldn't be sure his theory held water. If the League was allowing it, then those two organizations had definitely slapped the League right in the face. Still, if that wasn't the case, then how did these massive criminal groups continue to survive under the nose of the ever-expanding Pokémon League? Edward couldn't wrap his head around it. The only explanation was that these groups were extremely good at hiding. Though, honestly, Edward felt that the ideals of Team Magma and Team Aqua were just way too ridiculous. Team Magma wanted to awaken Groudon to expand the landmass so everyone could have a home, while Team Aqua wanted the oceans to rise and reclaim more space. These ideas sounded too insane to attract normal people, yet somehow they still built massive organizations around them and became the largest criminal forces in Hoenn. It was truly absurd. Once we confirm the location of Team Magma and Team Aqua's bases, we need to act quickly and wipe them out completely, Edward muttered, having already made his decision. The Pokémon League couldn't locate them because they couldn't find their hideouts. But Edward had some ideas and now actual leads. As long as they confirmed the locations, he could launch a decisive strike and prevent the Hoenn region from falling into chaos caused by two ancient deities being liberated. Thinking of those two ancient Pokémon made Edward recall Zinnia, an odd woman who was deeply connected to Rayquaza. And once Rayquaza entered the picture, just thinking about that storyline gave Edward a headache. Hoenn was truly a disaster-prone region. First came the chaos from the two legendaries, then the meteor crisis. What baffled Edward most was how, in the game story, no other regional champions came to help, even though a falling meteor should be a global threat. There's no way the Pokémon League would just sit and watch something like that happen. Edward figured they must have some hidden trump cards. He took out his phone, opened a website, and started playing an educational video about Pokémon history. As we all know, the Pokémon League was founded around 150 years ago. Since then, it has rapidly expanded and taken control of the vast majority of regional governments. The video played over various images, and Edward clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that such a colossal organization had only existed for about 150 years and had grown this powerful in such a short time? How many ancient kingdoms and regimes were swept aside during that time? What kind of terrifying power did the founders of the Pokémon League hold? Despite the League projecting this image of harmonious and rule-based battles, let's all get along and battle peacefully, huh? Edward knew better. The League wasn't as clean as it seemed. League-sanctioned battles were orderly and safe. But battles involving the criminal underworld? Those were dirty ambushes, ganging up on opponents, even direct attacks on trainers. It was chaos. The League must have some hidden weapons up their sleeves. Edward narrowed his eyes. How else could they rise so quickly, dominate every region, and stay this stable for so long? There had to be some powerful force backing it all. In the games and anime, ancient history was only mentioned in passing. But in the real world, Edward had learned that many regions under the Pokémon League used to be ruled by monarchies, complete with noble classes. Even now, some people still fancied themselves nobility, despite the League having officially done away with that concept. These self-proclaimed aristocrats were swept into the trash heap of history. Clearly, the League had used overwhelming force to make that happen. After finishing the video, Edward put his phone away. It was just about time to clock out. His script for A Wicked Ghost was finished. To enhance the horror atmosphere, Edward revised some scenes, making the first victim's death even more terrifying. He also added a creepy detail, a fleeting shot of the corpse's exaggerated mouth and eyes appearing in a mirror during the intro, only visible if viewers watched closely. When he got home, the old butler had already prepared dinner. Perfect timing. "Grandpa Robert, is Dad home tonight?" Edward asked, noticing his father's seat hadn't been set. "Master Joseph is dining out tonight. He has a meeting with Chairman Cyrus from the Sinnoh region," the butler replied with a gentle smile. Edward froze for a second. Cyrus? The leader of Team Galactic? On the surface, Cyrus was a wealthy businessman from Sinnoh. But in secret, he was the cold and calculating mastermind behind Team Galactic. To him, emotions were the most useless thing in the world. Then Edward remembered something else. Officer Jenny Grace had previously done a background check on him, mentioning that his childhood friend, Shizuka, had joined Team Galactic as a high-ranking officer. Thank goodness the League hadn't discovered Cyrus's true identity yet. Otherwise, Edward would probably be dragged into another background check tomorrow. Shaking the thought off, Edward began eating. Still, he quietly made a mental note about Team Galactic. Maybe once, in ancient times, they had noble goals. But now? They were clearly a dangerous and shadowy organization. Originally, Edward hadn't paid them much attention. After all, it was Sinnoh's problem to deal with. Surely someone over there would handle it. But now that Cyrus was cooperating with his own father, Edward knew he'd better keep a closer eye on them. That's some production value. Kalos champion Diantha smacked her lips as she watched the massive explosion on the giant TV screen, along with the injured people and Pokémon caught in the aftermath. Today was the premiere of the second episode of Sherlock Holmes, and Diantha had been waiting in front of her television well ahead of time. Naturally, she also had the live stream open. Though the TV experience was better, some people just enjoyed watching others react to the same content they were watching. It had to be said, people's hobbies nowadays were pretty peculiar. So this episode is just explosion after explosion. Art is an explosion. That building over there, doesn't it look like the one the champion just gave a victory speech in? But what I find more interesting, Diantha murmured, curling her long legs beneath her and lounging lazily on the plush sofa, is the ancient culture setting added by director Edward. It's quite exotic. Agreed. These symbols and characters are really fascinating. Feels mysterious. Kind of reminds me of the culture from Kanto. Some viewers noticed the unique details embedded in this episode. For the second episode of Holmes, Edward had retained the core of Season 1, Episode 2 from Sherlock Holmes, but made several tweaks to the setting. One of the most notable was the subtle introduction of a Huaxia-inspired culture, Huaxia being an analog to ancient Chinese civilization. Although there was no official Huaxia region in the Pokémon world, there were occasional traces of it, like the existence of traditional herbal medicine. In the games, herbal medicine was cheap and effective but extremely bitter, and overuse would lower a Pokémon's affection. Edward planned to build out a whole Huaxia universe. So in this second episode, he adjusted several aesthetic elements based on Huaxia's traditional design. The original version of this story arc had some stereotypical portrayals that he chose to revise, introducing elements like traditional opera as early world building. Actually, Diantha paused and pursed her lips, but ultimately didn't finish the thought. She rested her chin on her palm and kept watching. As a champion, Diantha was privy to certain secrets. The League had recently begun negotiations with a previously uncontacted region, vast, ancient, and filled with Pokémon. Details were scarce, and she had only learned of it by accident. Otherwise, even she wouldn't know. With the broadcast of the second episode concluded, Sherlock Holmes once again surged in popularity online. More viewers joined the discussion, some even breaking down the episode frame by frame, analyzing everything from visual composition to dialogue. At this point, many were treating it as a cinematic production rather than a TV series. And to be fair, they weren't wrong. Edward had filmed each episode like a feature-length mystery, with full runtime and a complete case each time. One trending topic on a certain story-sharing app topped the hot search list. How do you interpret the shadowy figure at the end of Sherlock Holmes episode 2? Long story short, I'm in Gaylor, just got off the plane. No vested interests here. Not going anonymous. Everyone's watched episode 2 of Sherlock Holmes and once again praised the great detective and our adorable Watson. But at the very end, a mysterious silhouette appeared, casually dismissed the villain of the episode, and donated all the money from a rogue gang's account. Some key details here. 1. That gang wasn't obeying the figure in the shadows. You can see this from frames. JPG.16. 2. I looked up the charity the shadowy figure donated to. It actually exists. 3. Here's a screenshot of the site. JPG.7. And guess what? The charity was founded by none other than director Edward. It's registered under Ghost Film Pictures. Talk about an ingenious bit of product placement. Not only did he advertise his own foundation, but he also used the moment to build up this shadowy figure's character, hyping up the mystery to max level. I mean, seriously, who is this person who can just casually donate over $20 million to charity? What kind of power and resources does he command? And as for the legality? Please, before he hit the donate key, there was clearly a business card next to the laptop. It belonged to a known money laundering firm. So yeah, illegal money became legal after laundering. But let me be clear, this is fiction. In real life, money laundering is a crime. Don't break the law. Also, that shadowy figure is clearly a major behind-the-scenes boss. They've set his character up beautifully, hope they don't drop the ball later. The number of likes on that comment kept skyrocketing. Meanwhile, in his office, Code was sorting through a list of financial aid requests sent in from various hospitals. The phone outside his office was ringing nonstop, and the donation numbers on the foundation's account were steadily climbing. Yes, the embedded charity advertisement was drawing some controversy, but any public figure would generate controversy. Discussion was better than obscurity. At the very least, people were now aware of the foundation and were starting to donate. Even if each person only gave a small amount, it would add up, grain by grain, a mountain is formed. And with that, more people could be helped. Chairman, we may need to start hiring. A young woman burst into the office, a stack of documents clutched in her hands. With the foundation's sudden rise in visibility, the number of aid requests had skyrocketed. Code looked at the ever-growing pile of files and the constantly churning fax machine and turned pale. We'll have to be careful with recruitment, he muttered, tucking the spoon in his hand back into his pocket. He didn't even have time to play with spoons anymore. Tragic. And that was saying something for an Alakazam. Playing with spoons was practically his favorite pastime. Boss, the foundation needs people and money. Early the next morning, just as Edward stepped into his office, he saw Code already standing there. Zoroark was off to the side, watching Code with a helpless expression. Edward paused for a moment, but then quickly realized what this was about. After all, he was well aware of how explosively popular the second episode of Sherlock Holmes had become the night before. The ratings had climbed yet again, and the League's TV station was thrilled, so much so that they had contacted him last night to offer congratulations and subtly bring up the topic of a second season. Edward had simply laughed it off and sidestepped the issue. He hadn't even started thinking about Season 2's plot yet. While he could probably just adapt another story from the Sherlock Holmes collection, reworking the material was another matter entirely. Some of the plots from Sherlock's second season weren't exactly fit for adaptation either. Script adaptation was no easy task. Still, the massive success of Episode 2 had drawn attention to the charity foundation he'd established. It was no longer a complete unknown, and with the growing recognition, it was only natural for Code to come asking for more resources. I can give you money, Edward said, cutting to the point, but the salaries won't be high, only around the average league rate. As for hiring employees, that's your job. He set the tone clearly. So far, the foundation had been running with volunteers, people doing charitable work without expecting payment, just needing travel expenses covered. But if the foundation wanted to expand, full-time staff were becoming necessary. Sure, There were many kind-hearted volunteers in the Pokémon world, but those who could dedicate their full time to this kind of work were still rare. And Edward had no intention of relying on unpaid labor forever. "That's fair," Code muttered, looking a little troubled. It was the first time Edward had seen Alakazam look so conflicted. "Salary isn't the real issue. It's the employees." Code hesitated. "Boss, from last night to this morning, Code's received a flood of calls from people wanting to apply, some even offering to volunteer." Zoroark cut in, handing over a file as he spoke. "But these applicants." Edward glanced at the file and hesitated. He didn't really want to take it. "Look, hiring isn't my problem," he said, taking the file anyway. He didn't bother opening it. The sheer weight of it was enough to give him a headache. He could already guess. The applicants were going to be a mixed bag. Sure, there would be some good-hearted people, but there would also be those with ulterior motives. There are those who do charity work for the sake of kindness and others who treat it like a business. Code's mustache drooped slightly in dismay, but he knew Edward had already done what he could. The charitable nature of the Foundation's work meant Edward agreeing to cover salaries was already a big win. It would help maintain the Foundation's integrity. But how many people were truly willing to work full-time for modest pay, or no pay, just to keep the mission alive? The Foundation couldn't rely on unpaid volunteers forever. Code left with a heavy heart, and Zoroark followed. Once they were outside the office, Zoroark nudged his old friend on the shoulder. "Don't your kind Kadabra and Alakazam have a private communication group? Try posting there." Zoroark offered. Most Pokémon tend to be more genuine than humans, and there are some psychic types especially drawn to charity work. Plus, psychic Pokémon were highly capable. One could do the work of several humans, definitely worth it. "I'll give it a try," Code said, his expression unreadable. Even among Pokémon, there were those with difficult personalities. He'd still have to screen them. But now that he was chairman of the Foundation, and after seeing the grateful expressions of those they'd helped in hospitals, Code had no intention of backing down. Compared to his previous job at the Pokémon Resource Bureau, leisurely, but also a bit dull, this mission felt like something truly worth dedicating his life to. "Boss." A knock came at the door, and Monica poked her head inside. Edward raised a brow at her. Of course, he remembered the new hire at his company. The script she'd submitted had impressed him. He was quite optimistic about her talent. "It's about the directing issue," Monica said as she stepped in, her face slightly flushed. At the moment, Ghost Film Pictures didn't have many active filming projects besides Ada's Tom and Jerry. They had room in the schedule. After hearing her out, Edward understood what she meant. "So, what you're saying is you're not really used to directing and you don't want to do it anymore?" Edward asked, looking at her. Monica immediately nodded. "They say amateurs watch for fun, professionals look at the craft." Monica had written scripts and spent some time around film crews before, but once she actually sat in the director's chair, she quickly realized the job wasn't as glamorous or easy as she'd imagined. Dollhouse hadn't even started filming yet, and she already felt overwhelmed. "Then I'll have you stay on as the scriptwriter, and I'll find someone else to direct," Edward said without much concern. Work was all about trying things out to see if they fit. Since Monica felt she wasn't up to directing, the best approach was simply to swap her out. Saves time, money, and effort. Unlike in anime or novels, where protagonists are always forced into roles they're not suited for and become so-called pushover knights, real companies don't work like that. Not everyone is cut out for every job, and forcing someone into the wrong role just leads to poor results. Monica was clearly a talented writer, but that didn't mean she'd make a great director. "Thank you, that's such a relief." Monica let out a breath and left, clearly in a much better mood. Edward didn't think much of it. Still, he mentally added "find director for Dollhouse" to his to-do list. Finding a director wasn't that difficult these days. After all, directors didn't always have steady work. If someone approached them with a project, they'd take it. If no one came calling, they'd either stay home or network around to find their next gig. Unless you were a famous director, most others had to make ends meet by working as assistant directors, production assistants, or taking whatever jobs came their way. But for a script like Dollhouse, Edward mused. He would need someone truly capable. Wasting a good script would be a real shame. These days, three-legged Pokémon might be hard to find, but two-legged humans were still in no short supply. The directing profession sounded lofty and glamorous, but once Edward started digging into it, he quickly realized that, even just in the Hoenn region, there were tens of thousands of registered directors, some famous, some not. And quite a few who had made a short film and immediately declared themselves directors. Over 30,000 directors. And that was just Hoenn. If you included the entire Pokémon League world, the number would be astronomical. Boss, here's a list of directors with availability and a bit of a name. Zoroark handed Edward a thick stack of resumes. These were all directors currently between projects and open to taking on a new film. Edward casually flipped through the list. Sure enough, he didn't recognize a single one of these so-called famous directors. But that wasn't surprising. Even among 30,000, the famous ones were still only relatively well-known. Some specialized in commercials, some in documentaries, and Edward even saw a few who had worked in wedding videography. Wedding directors. Who knew weddings had their own directors now? The way modern job categories were structured was seriously strange. Midway through the list, Edward finally saw a name he vaguely recognized. This particular director had made 2 feature-length films that had earned average box office results. His directing style was considered unusual, and the industry's consensus was that he should be making art house films. Edward only remembered him because his style was so odd and distinctive, very postmodern, with a strong art-for-art sake flavor. The kind of film no one really understood. Can we find any of his previous work? Edward asked, pointing at the name. Zoroark glanced at the list, made a curious face, and quickly pulled up one of the director's works on a video platform. The Bridges of Madison County. Edward slowly typed out a question mark in his mind. Is this guy another transmigrator? But once he actually watched the film nervously, bracing for something uncanny, he realized he was mistaken. Though it shared the same title as the famous movie from his previous life, this version had a completely different plot. The inclusion of Pokémon made the story even harder to understand. Edward watched the whole thing at double speed. When it ended, he finally understood why the industry kept trying to push this guy into the art house corner. The man clearly had ideas. His use of cinematic language was distinctive, filled with metaphors and satire. A straightforward romance movie had somehow become a biting, darkly funny piece of social commentary. At least it wasn't what I thought it was. Edward let out a breath of relief. That title, The Bridges of Madison County, had truly startled him. Back in his original world, that film had sparked a huge controversy. It was one of those movies that could fuel forum arguments for hundreds of pages. The story wasn't complicated. To summarize, a married woman in America cheats with a man, is torn between love and family, ultimately chooses her family, but regrets it in her later years. In her will, she even asks her children to scatter her ashes at the place where she first fell in love, not with her husband, but with her lover. When the movie was released, it caused a major cultural stir. And while it was America, it wasn't yet the chaotic mess it would become later. Many people still held traditional views on marriage. Cheating and betraying one's family were heavily condemned. Of course, others considered the film a masterpiece. Regardless, it was a film that drew extreme opinions from both sides. The real-world Bridges of Madison County had also sparked a wave of divorces. Countless viewers were inspired to chase their true love after watching the film. Whether those choices led to happiness, no one could say. That's why Edward had been so shocked when he saw the title. But I'll admit, the song was nice. He rubbed his chin. He didn't particularly like the story, but the theme song from the original Bridges of Madison County was, to him, an eternal classic, hauntingly beautiful and timeless. That said, the director's style absolutely didn't fit Dollhouse. His approach to storytelling would clash hard with Dollhouse's themes, resulting in a 1 + 1 = 1 situation instead of synergy. Still, Edward began to see this director in a new light. Maybe this guy should make a movie like The Bridges of Madison County, a proper deep-cut drama. And even though Edward thought that story was strange, it had been a hit. It earned over $100 million at the box office. And that was in 1995. That was no small feat. Still, due to the controversy surrounding the story, Edward didn't plan to pitch it right now. Instead, he had a different project in mind for the director. Manchester by the Sea. That film, Edward believed, was better suited to this guy's sensibilities. Ghost Film Pictures had already made a big name for itself in the horror genre, but if it wanted to establish itself in the broader film industry, it needed to branch out into other genres too. Edward didn't have the time to personally direct all those different projects, so it was time to expand his roster of directors. That way, the classic films from his past life could shine anew in this world. Manchester by the Sea would be the stepping stone. Contact this director, Edward said, pulling that name from the pile and setting it aside. Ask if he's willing to join our company. Zoroark nodded and jotted it down. Next, Edward continued flipping through the stack and quickly found another director, one with experience in horror films and a strong grasp of narrative tension and atmosphere. Edward thought this person might be a good fit for Dollhouse. Of course, he'd still need to reach out and see if they were interested. Just as Zoroark was about to leave the room, he paused and glanced at his phone. A second later, his expression changed. He quickly stepped forward. Boss, we just got a message from the detective we hired. They've found one of the entrance points to Team Magma's base. Zoroark's voice was urgent. Edward's eyes lit up. So they'd finally located the entrance to Team Magma's hideout? That meant it was time to deal with them once and for all. But that detective said he wants additional compensation before he's willing to reveal the entrance location to the base, Zoroark said with a troubled expression. It hadn't expected the man to suddenly raise the price at the last moment. How much? Edward frowned slightly, but didn't get angry. As far as he was concerned, if something could be solved with money, then it wasn't really a problem at all. Besides, once they found the location of Team Magma's base, they could prevent an impending disaster in Hoenn's future. He could always ask the Hoenn League for a reward afterward, fairly so. After all, even though in the games, Team Magma's base was located around Mt. Chimney near Lavaridge Town, the real-world Mt. Chimney was an enormous mountain range, vast to the point of despair. Humanity's smallness in the face of nature was painfully clear here. He's asking for an extra $1 million. Zoroark glanced at the phone. Edward agreed instantly. $1 million really wasn't that much. If it meant getting the location of Team Magma's base, it was absolutely worth it. And once Edward gave the green light, the detective seemed satisfied with his credibility and promptly sent over the location coordinates, along with his bank account number. Without hesitation, Edward had Zoroark transfer the payment, then input the coordinates into the computer to check them. Even though the Pokémon world didn't have satellites, it did have detailed coordinate maps and its own positioning systems. Edward quickly confirmed the location was in the middle section of the Mt. Chimney mountain range. Team Magma's base, huh? Edward narrowed his eyes. The coordinates looked promising, but he needed to verify the location before taking further action. Of course, he wasn't going to go check it out himself. That kind of recon work was best left to professionals. With that, Edward picked up his phone and called an old friend, Officer Jenny Grace. Yo, Edward! What's up calling me at this hour? The call was picked up after just 2 rings, Jenny Grace's teasing tone coming through loud and clear. Edward didn't waste time on small talk. He quickly explained the situation with Team Magma's base. As soon as she heard that, Jenny Grace's tone shifted. Team Magma's base? In Mt. Chimney? Got it. Hold on a second. The call didn't disconnect, but there was the sound of rustling fabric on the other end. Moments later, a calm, authoritative female voice replaced hers. Edward, this is Jenny Isolde. Tell me everything you know about the Mt. Chimney situation. Edward was stunned for a moment. Jenny Isolde? She was the head of the Jenny clan in the Hoenn region, and also the chief of the League's enforcement division, the woman who could ride around with the license plate 00001. Now, that was a true big shot. Edward quickly explained that he had hired a detective to investigate the matter. Jenny Isolde didn't pry any further. Once she received the location, she simply said, "Wait for further updates," and hung up. She's pretty direct, huh? Edward muttered to himself, staring at his phone. He remembered his older brother once told him that Jenny Isolde was known to be rather quiet. But when it came to her duties, she sure didn't waste time. Either way, Edward was hopeful now. If they could take care of Team Magma, then dealing with Team Aqua wouldn't be as difficult. After all, the two criminal organizations needed to work together to get their hands on the red and blue orbs. Without that cooperation, it would be difficult for either side to succeed alone. His only remaining concern was whether Groudon was actually present in the MT Chimney base. The Hoenn League, such a massive organization, wasn't built on ideals like truth or justice. It wasn't held up by some lofty code of morality. No, it survived on pure force. Soon, under Jenny Isolde's orders, a 20-person elite intel unit was deployed. Flying on Altaria, they soared above the target area. Altaria had been chosen for its unique body coloration, which allowed it to blend seamlessly into the sky. Specially trained Altaria could even fly silently, perfect for stealth operations. The unit said nothing, communicating entirely through hand signals. They swiftly descended, forming a circular encirclement around the target zone and slowly closed in. When they reached the designated coordinates, they found only rocky cliffs. Everything seemed peaceful and normal. Hidden in the forest, camouflaged from view, the unit waited. The squad leader pulled out a Pokeball and released a Venusaur. This Venusaur was clearly battle-worn, its body scarred and one eye blind. The man gently patted his partner, and the Venusaur affectionately rubbed against him before releasing a very fine, spore-like mist. Carried by the wind, the spores drifted over the rocky cliffside and clung to it. Then the man pulled out a specialized instrument and tapped a few buttons. Moments later, he signaled with a thumbs up. Another woman in the unit brought out her Pokémon, a Alakazam, which used its psychic power to twist a small paper note out of existence and send it away instantly. The team fell silent once more, watching the suspected base entrance with tense anticipation. Forward team has confirmed the target location has a concealed door. Isolde received the report and her eyes gleamed coldly with a hint of satisfaction. Team Magma, like sewer-living Rattata, had been slipping through their fingers for far too long. No one could ever pin down their exact whereabouts. But now, thanks to Edward's tip-off, they finally had something concrete. And the fact that they dared to mess with MT Chimney? That was serious. Isolde knew full well what lay within MT Chimney. Contact the champion. Mobilize our combat units. Surround the entire target zone, she ordered without hesitation. Team Magma had overstepped their bounds. Their very existence could no longer be tolerated. With her command, the full force of the League began to move. Countless specialists carrying state-of-the-art gear descended upon MT Chimney. They would map the entirety of the base, determine whether other hidden entrances existed, and ultimately raise the entire facility. Hoenn's newly crowned champion, Stephen Stone, had already received direct orders. With his team of Pokémon, he raced toward MT Chimney. Riding atop a Dragonite, Isolde looked down at the mountain range below. Team Magma, your ambitions end here. By the time Edward saw the news about Team Magma again, it was already the next day. Hoenn League strikes with an iron fist, Team Magma's secret base destroyed, 3 high-ranking executives captured. Team Magma boss's identity no longer a secret. Various headlines dominated the front pages across the Hoenn region. As soon as Edward opened his phone, he was greeted with such explosive news articles. At that point, he finally pieced together what had happened the day before. After receiving the report from Edward, the League dispatched a professional combat unit directly to the target location. They not only dismantled the base that Team Magma had constructed in MT Chimney, but also managed to capture 3 of Team Magma's high-ranking executives in one fell swoop. Only their boss, Maxie, was not present, so they couldn't arrest him. Still, no matter how you looked at it, this battle dealt a heavy blow to Team Magma. In a dark organization, just below the leader were the high-ranking executives. To become an executive in such an organization, one had to have made significant contributions to the group and also be exceptionally powerful. Capturing 3 such individuals at once meant a severe loss of operational power. Team Magma had suffered not only in manpower, but potentially also lost vital assets or resources. "I wonder when brother will be done," Edward yawned as he lay in bed. He rolled over and hugged Q, rubbing the sleepy Pokémon gently. It was the weekend, and since he didn't have to work today, Edward was enjoying a rare chance to sleep in for a while. His brother had already become unreachable since last night, and Edward could only assume that he'd been summoned to participate in the League's raid operation. After all, given the scale of such operations, it was entirely normal for the League to place restrictions on communications for those involved. This was part of their usual protocol, and even someone like Stephen Stone had to follow the rules. With Team Magma's issue now resolved, Edward could finally breathe a little easier. It was indeed unfortunate that they didn't manage to capture Maxie himself, but at the very least, Team Magma's active strength had been significantly crippled. In the future, any plans they had to stir up trouble would need to go underground for a very long time. And without Team Magma's assistance, Team Aqua's path to acquiring the red and blue orbs would become significantly more difficult. Of course, there was still the possibility that Maxie and Archie might collaborate behind the scenes, but at least the immediate threat had been reduced. And when it came to a massive operation like the one Edward had helped uncover, you can be sure someone else was also thinking about him. So, let's talk about the informant in this case. How should we reward him? It was the familiar League meeting room, and the familiar Hoenn League chairwoman presided. This time, though, the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. Even the finance minister, who was normally seen with a perpetually sour face at meetings, as if everyone owed him a fortune, was leisurely sipping tea today, looking like he was enjoying a stress-free retirement. Thanks to Edward's contest, the League had achieved an astronomical viewership and profit. As the main host of the event, the Hoenn League had earned a small fortune. The sudden windfall had helped resolve many of the finance department's long-standing headaches. But why did Edward investigate this matter in the first place? And according to our questioning yesterday, the detective he hired only received the commission recently and was instructed specifically to investigate near Mt. Chimney, said the head of Hoenn's Secret Intelligence Division. He frowned slightly, confused by the situation. Stephen Stone cast a cold glance at the man. "What? Now my little brother needs to report to the League before doing anything? And if my brother hadn't hired that man, and Groudon had awakened, who would have taken responsibility then?" Stephen said with obvious displeasure. He clearly wasn't in the mood for games. When they stormed the base yesterday, they had discovered the legendary Pokémon Groudon submerged in lava at the deepest part of the base. At that moment, everyone present, even Stephen, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Thankfully, Groudon had not awakened and was still in deep slumber. But even so, what they saw had made them even more determined to dismantle the base with extreme force. These lunatics, did they even understand what would happen if Groudon were to awaken? "I'm just saying I don't quite understand his motives," said the intelligence director calmly. He understood Stephen's reaction, but his professional instincts made it impossible for him not to question suspicious coincidences. After all, he had seen too many disguises, too many betrayals. His job made him naturally distrustful. Stephen's eyebrows arched as he prepared to stand. Edward was his younger brother, and now someone was casting doubt on his motives after everything he had done? Ahem. "Stephen, please calm down. Minister Dolan is just acting out of professional caution," said the League chairwoman, coughing lightly to defuse the tension in the room. Truth be told, she had also entertained similar suspicions. After all, Edward was the second son of the prestigious Stone family, born into luxury and rarely involved in matters concerning Team Magma. Why, then, did he suddenly become interested in this case? But they had no evidence of any wrongdoing, and Edward's status within the League made it impossible for them to launch an investigation without cause. Not to mention, it was Edward who had provided the intel that led to the destruction of Team Magma's base. He had clearly rendered a great service to the League, and if they failed to reward such merit, who would ever step up to help them again? Let's not forget Stephen Stone, his brother as champion himself, was sitting right there. The other department heads quickly chimed in to calm Stephen down as well. The truth was, Edward's actions had indeed raised some eyebrows. The way he precisely directed a detective to investigate empty chimney was suspiciously specific, almost too coincidental. If the League no longer trusts the Stone family, then I see no reason to continue being champion, Stephen said coldly. He was clearly still furious. To Stephen, nothing mattered more than his family, followed by his rocks and his Pokémon. And now his brother had done a good deed, only to be questioned and accused of having ulterior motives. If it weren't for the League chairwoman's presence, Stephen would have already walked out. Did they really think he was some kind of pushover? No, absolutely not. There's no such issue. The Stone family's contributions to the League are recognized by all of us, the chairwoman immediately declared. Yes, she had once questioned Edward's motivations. But if this escalated to the point of driving a wedge between the League and the Stone family, or worse, if the Stone family grew disillusioned with the League, it would be catastrophic. That was a line they couldn't afford to cross. She glanced helplessly at Dolan. The guy had worked in intelligence too long. He doubted everything and saw conspiracies around every corner. But it was also that very suspicion that had helped Dolan capture many criminals and uncover deeply buried members of dark organizations. He had contributed much to the League. This left the chairwoman with a headache. On one side, the champion. On the other, one of her most loyal and effective subordinates. A classic no-win situation. After a long moment of silence and contemplation, the chairwoman made her decision. Enough. No more arguing. I'm making the executive call on this matter, she said firmly. Given that Edward Stone provided the intelligence that led to the destruction of a major Team Magma base and the capture of 3 high-ranking executives. In recognition of Edward Stone's contribution in providing intelligence that led to the destruction of one of Team Magma's bases, the capture of 3 high-ranking executives, and the thwarting of Team Magma's evil plans, the Pokémon League hereby awards him a one-time Pokémon selection opportunity and a gold medal of merit. Staring at his older brother in front of him, Edward was momentarily dazed. What the heck? What did they mean by a Pokémon selection opportunity? And a medal? Stephen looked at his little brother, amusement in his eyes, and patted Edward's shoulder. The question of how to reward Edward had truly stumped the Hoenn League chairwoman. After all, Edward was a member of the prestigious Stone family. Offering money as a reward was out of the question. The heir to the Devon Corporation lacking money? That would be a global joke. So, deciding what to give as a reward had become a massive headache. Most material things, Edward could easily purchase himself. Rewarding him with equipment or items didn't make sense either, since he lacked for nothing. The Hoenn League chairwoman had racked her brain over this. This Pokémon selection opportunity allows you to choose one Pokémon from the League's cultivated pool and take it home as your own. Not a bad deal, huh? Stephen said with a light chuckle. This reward wasn't half bad. The Pokémon nurtured by the official Pokémon League were all elite among their species. Some were even pseudo-legendary tier Pokémon. There were also options from the Dragon-type family. Dragon-type Pokémon were rare to begin with, and those cultivated by the League were top-tier individuals within their kind. If lucky, one might even encounter the offspring of an apex Pokémon. Most importantly, it was all perfectly legal and properly registered. Q leapt onto Edward's head, its tiny eyes fixating on Stephen, visibly excited. Its little tail swayed eagerly. After spending so much time with Edward, who wasn't exactly the battling type, Q had barely gotten any opportunities to engage in fights. In its eyes, Stephen was one of the few people it could have a proper spar with just for fun. So, what's the deal with the gold medal of merit? Edward asked. He wasn't too invested in the reward. His affinity for ghost types made him particularly suited to raising them, making the process easier and more efficient. For now, he had no plans to raise other types of Pokémon. He already had Q and Fortune. As for which ghost type to choose next, Edward hadn't decided yet. The gold medal of merit doesn't really do anything special, Stephen said casually. It just grants you some perks, like priority access to the league's premium medical services, discounts on tickets and public events, that sort of thing. It was mostly a symbol of honor. Edward nodded. So, this was the reward. The Pokémon selection was likely the most valuable part. The gold medal was more like a token of appreciation. Still, that was fair enough. The league didn't have much else to offer someone like him anyway. Hey, little brother, Steven said suddenly, why did you decide to send someone to investigate MT Chimney in the first place? He wasn't questioning his brother's motives, he was just curious. Steven knew his younger brother reasonably well. To him, Edward was the quintessential homebody, someone who didn't like going out, was laid back to the point of being lazy, and rarely get worked up about anything. A proper easygoing slacker. I encountered the apex Volcarona over near MT Chimney once, Edward explained. From it, I learned there were signs of human activity in that area. He wasn't lying. The Volcarona had indeed given him some information. Though, to be fair, it hadn't said the culprits were from Team Magma, only that there were strange people moving about. Steven nodded. The apex Volcarona, huh? He was familiar with that one. It was a well-known apex Pokémon near MT Chimney. Volcarona was already powerful on its own, and its fire/bug typing made its offense and resistances well-rounded. That particular apex was even stronger, but fortunately, had a mild temperament. That did explain why his brother had someone investigate the area. I've also sent another detective to look into Team Aqua, Edward said, giving Steven a heads up in advance. Team Aqua's base, if his hunch was right, should be somewhere near Slateport City. If they found it, great. If not, it didn't matter. After all, with Team Magma now crippled, Team Aqua would likely go into hiding for a while. Team Aqua. Steven blinked in surprise. Why are you investigating them now? Thankfully, Edward had a well-prepared answer. Zinnia. The woman who had ties to both Team Magma and Team Aqua and held a personal grudge against the Stone family. Given that, Edward's decision to investigate both organizations made perfect sense. Sure enough, once Steven heard that name, he didn't press further. By the way, brother, what exactly is inside MT Chimney? I've heard rumors. Edward asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. After all, we were talking about Groudon. The legends are true. But beyond that, I can't say anything. Just keep it to yourself, Steven replied flatly, shooting a sidelong glance at Edward. Edward nodded. So, the League had really found Groudon sleeping inside the base. Awakening Groudon would require the power of the orb. Without it, Groudon wouldn't stir. Still, it was a little disappointing not to have seen Groudon with his own eyes. After all, we're talking about a legendary Pokémon. And speaking of legendary Pokémon, Edward's thoughts wandered to the strange stone sitting in his room. That mysterious rock had appeared out of nowhere. Edward had it examined, but nothing unusual was detected. It seemed like a normal stone. The fact that it glowed was likely due to its mineral composition, and thankfully, it was deemed harmless. So, Edward simply kept it in his room. He still didn't know what it was for, but there was no harm in keeping it. Do you have any particular Pokémon you want? Steven asked suddenly. While their father could technically purchase Pokémon, that kind of practice fell into a legal gray area. Back when they acquired Q, their father had gone to great lengths to obtain one through proper channels, completely above board. Now that the League was formally offering a reward, Edward could ask for anything he wanted, fully and legally. I noticed you seem to like ghost types. How about a Dreepy? Steven said, glancing at Edward's Pokémon. A ghost/steel-type Doublade, and a ghost/fairy-type Mimikyu, all of them ghost types. Dreepy, huh? Edward rubbed his chin. That species started out very weak, but became incredibly strong after evolving, your typical dragon-type growth curve. Most dragon types started off frail and unimpressive, only to shine in their final evolution stage. Late bloomers, through and through. However, Edward still hadn't made his Pokémon selection right away. For someone like him, he preferred to let fate decide which Pokémon he would bond with. After all, with his status and position, there was no urgency or desperation to acquire any particular Pokémon. Besides, Edward never really had plans to become a professional Pokémon trainer, so naturally, he wasn't in any rush to make his selection. Stephen had no objections to his younger brother's thinking. He simply reminded Edward to be cautious. If he managed to locate Team Aqua's hideout, he must not act alone and should instead inform the League to handle the matter properly. Edward naturally had no objections to that. In fact, even if Stephen hadn't said anything, Edward had already planned to do exactly that. Though Team Magma and Team Aqua were like chronic skin conditions in the Hoenn region, Edward figured that treating such conditions was best left to the professionals. "Oh, right. Roger, have you ever seen a stone like this before?" Edward asked, just as Stephen was about to head back to rest. The thought suddenly struck him, and he rushed back to his room to retrieve the mysterious stone he had picked up before. Stephen's eyes went wide the moment he saw it. He stared intently at the stone in Edward's arms. As the eldest son of the Stone family, Stephen had inherited their father Joseph's obsession with rocks in its entirety, if not taken it to even greater heights. When not busy, Stephen could spend an entire day in caves and rocky tunnels searching for rare stones. He had seen plenty of unique stones in his lifetime, but the one his little brother was holding now was truly something else. Stephen leaned in, examining the strange glow and intricate, almost otherworldly shape of the stone. It had an unusual aesthetic, an exotic beauty that drew the eye and seemed to enchant the mind. "Where did you find this?" Stephen asked, visibly envious. He'd scoured so many places in search of remarkable stones, and yet this one, in his opinion, easily ranked in the top 3 of any he'd ever encountered. "I don't know. I just picked it up randomly in a forest," Edward said with a scratch of his head. He never had any plans to collect stones, seemed a bit too niche of a hobby for him. Still, he had no idea what the stone was for, but figured there was no harm in keeping it around. "You picked it up?" Stephen looked like he was about to faint. His expression turned complicated as he glanced at Edward, then focused again on the stone. As a seasoned stone enthusiast, Stephen could say with confidence that this one was unlike anything he'd ever seen. He even took out a professional device to examine it and found that it emitted no radioactivity. That only made the situation more puzzling. How could a stone that emitted no radiation still glow? "I don't know either. You could bring it to Dad's company. I remember he has a special lab just for analyzing stones," Stephen said, shaking his head. As much as he wanted the stone for himself, he wouldn't dream of taking it from his little brother. But just as he was about to hand it back, whether due to Stephen spacing out and letting go too early or Edward not paying enough attention, the stone slipped and fell to the floor. Edward and Stephen stared at each other in silence. "Good thing Dad got those ridiculously thick carpets," Edward said, unbothered. The Stone family estate might be lacking in many things, but plush carpets weren't one of them. Their father had specifically commissioned custom-made ones thick enough to be mistaken for mattresses, just to prevent situations like this where a stone might fall and break. Stephen, on the other hand, looked a bit pained. But before he could say anything, Edward bent down to pick up the stone. Just as he did, something unexpectedly pricked his finger. Blood trickled from the wound and dripped onto the stone. HSS, Edward instinctively withdrew his hand. But then, something strange happened. The stone began to transform. It started shedding layers, except for the area where Edward's blood had touched. That spot remained unchanged. Before their astonished eyes, the stone rapidly morphed into an unusual shape. "Is that?" Edward's pupils shrank. Stephen stared in disbelief. What they saw was unmistakable, a miniature version of Groudon. And Edward's blood had landed directly on the statue's eyes, making them appear as though they were alive. A stone had fallen to the ground, pricked Edward's hand, and then transformed into a statue of Groudon? What's more, the glow it emitted shifted from a white light to a red one. The entire scene was unnerving. Without another word, Stephen grabbed Edward and rushed him to the Rustboro Center Hospital, where he underwent a full medical evaluation. The costs were astronomical, especially since they included genetic sequencing to make sure Edward's DNA hadn't been altered. Their father, Joseph, upon receiving Stephen's call, immediately dropped everything at the company and raced to the hospital. He arrived to see his youngest son looking helpless as he endured one test after another, and his eldest son carrying a sealed box protectively. Inside the box, Joseph laid eyes on the stone that had caused all this chaos. Now it looked almost exactly like a miniature version of Groudon. If it weren't for the clearly unnatural material, Joseph might have assumed it was a luxury figurine handcrafted by Augustine, the high-end collectibles brand. "What's going on with this stone?" Joseph asked, shooting a worried glance at Edward before turning to Stephen. "Dad, this stone." Stephen began to explain. Joseph only grew more perplexed. He had seen countless rare stones in his lifetime, even having an entire exhibit dedicated to them, open only to the stone family. But he had never seen anything quite like this. "Was it analyzed?" Joseph asked. While the stone was certainly strange, what mattered more to him right now was his son's health. "Yes." No anomalies detected, no viruses, bacteria, or radioactive materials, Stephen said with a helpless shrug. After sending Edward in for medical tests, he'd submitted the stone for analysis as well. But even the hospital's best equipment couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. But Stephen knew this stone was anything but ordinary. Because his brother's blood had seeped into the stone, and no matter what they tried, it wouldn't come out. Washing didn't help. Nothing did. He had no idea what that meant. Meanwhile, deep within Empty Chimney, in the remnants of Team Magma's secret base, the Groudon that slept beneath the magma stirred ever so slightly, its eyelids twitching. And in that moment, the surrounding temperature rose by a full degree. "Boss, the third episode of Sherlock Holmes is about to air. The executives over at the League Television Network's main station are asking when we'll start broadcasting the next season," Zoroark reported quickly as he looked at Edward. At this moment, Edward was playing with the small Groudon statue in his hands. Ever since his finger had been pricked by the statue and a drop of his blood had been absorbed by it, the previously mysterious stone had completely transformed into a miniature figurine of Groudon. Its craftsmanship was incredibly detailed, and the surface had a warm, almost comforting feel, like holding a heat pack in his hand. However, the reason why the stone had transformed into this form was still unknown. Even after thorough investigation at the specialized stone research lab founded by his father, no valuable clues were uncovered. The interior of the stone had become unreadable, as if blocked by some mysterious force. Still, since the object posed no threat to Edward, he ended up keeping it with him. "The next season? We haven't even started filming yet. How are we supposed to air it?" Edward said with some exasperation. He hadn't expected Sherlock Holmes to be so wildly popular in this world. Over the past few weeks, the number of businesses applying for cross-promotions had skyrocketed, with many companies eager to collaborate or co-brand. Discussion around Sherlock Holmes remained high, and related material had even started to appear in the League's search engine database, using Daniel Clovis's image as the face of the character. There was no denying it, Daniel, thanks to this film alone, had skyrocketed to become a frontrunner for the Best Actor award. With just a few more strong performances, he'd likely win the title and cement his place as a movie star. It was an overnight rise to stardom. Edward's talent for discovering and nurturing actors was also gaining widespread attention. As a result, the area around Ghost Film Pictures had practically become a magnet for attractive young men and women, especially those struggling background actors who believed they had the skills, but just needed a chance. Daniel had appeared on several interview shows recently, and his backstory had been dug up by the media. He had been a top graduate of the League's Film Academy, handsome, classically trained, and full of promise. But due to suppression by industry powers, he had spent years stuck as a background extra, living on the cheapest plain cup noodles and renting a tiny single-room apartment with barely enough space for a bed. Yet, even in such difficult conditions, Daniel never gave up on honing his acting skills. When director Edward announced his intent to film Sherlock Holmes, Daniel courageously submitted his audition request and ended up landing the role that catapulted him into fame across the entire League regions. His rags to riches story captivated countless fans, and his popularity only continued to soar, making Ghost-type Pictures the biggest winner of all. Boss, I heard that in the Galar region, Motostoke City has already renamed the street we filmed on to Baker Street, centered around 221B. They even said if we decide to keep filming there, we can have full access to the entire city, Zoroark said with a big grin. I assume their tourism revenue went up too? Edward raised an eyebrow. Zoroark handed him a report. Motostoke's tourism revenue had exploded. Galar, a region traditionally famous for its fish and chips, wasn't exactly lacking in local character, but the dish had become so dominant as a cultural symbol that people often associated Galar with nothing else. As a result, the region's tourism industry had always been underwhelming. The head of Galar's tourism bureau was reportedly pulling their hair out in frustration. But then, Sherlock Holmes was filmed, and that single move had revitalized Galar's entire tourism industry. Now, Baker Street in Motostoke City had become a must-visit hotspot for visitors from all over. People came to take photos, check in on social media, and participate in Motostoke's officially hosted elementary deduction game experience, which had turned into a wildly popular attraction. This success gave the broader league a far more tangible understanding of how a single movie or television show could transform an entire region. Well, this is good news for us, Edward said, setting the documents aside. With Motostoke City as a precedent, any future filming location would likely grant him maximum convenience. Backed by both the local leagues and city governments, his movies could become even more ambitious in scale. Speaking of ambitious, Edward suddenly thought of a classic movie, The Lord of the Rings. As a grand fantasy epic, The Lord of the Rings was famous for its massive world-building and unique setting. However, Edward wasn't planning to adapt LOTR into this world. Its setting was just a bit too fantastical, a little too disconnected from reality. Maybe I can try shooting a monster horror film, Edward thought, and in his mind emerged another classic film, something that blended monsters and jump scares. A perfect candidate for his next movie. Deep Rising. A horror thriller about a cruise ship sabotaged by a greedy captain seeking a massive insurance payout, only for the vessel to fall prey to a massive, terrifying sea creature, an enormous octopus-like monster that devoured everyone aboard. A classic in the monster movie genre. But for now, Edward had two major concerns on his plate. One was the upcoming third episode of Sherlock Holmes, The Hound of the Baskervilles. He was particularly curious to see whether it could generate fear points. If it could, then the resulting fear point income might even double, since the viewership of a TV series typically far exceeded that of a movie. TV shows didn't require ticket purchases, so naturally more people were willing to watch. And Edward hadn't implemented any early access for premium members schemes either. While those might make quick money, they shortened the show's lifespan. In Edward's view, a truly outstanding television series should be released on a proper schedule, giving the story time to ferment, allowing the audience to discuss, debate, and become more invested. That was how you built strong viewer engagement. The other matter was pre-production for A Wicked Ghost. This was a film that had to be made. Ever since his previous horror film One Missed Call, Edward hadn't released another true horror movie. He had high hopes for A Wicked Ghost. After all, it represented pure Eastern horror. Its scare tactics were rooted in cultural elements that made it distinct from other horror films. Zoroark, go inform Deck to begin sending out casting invitations, Edward instructed, then paused briefly. Oh, and reach out to Miss Diantha, ask if she'd be interested in joining the cast. Edward had decided to personally check with Diantha. Ghostal Film Pictures was starting production on a new film. The news instantly sparked widespread attention. Countless big-name and aspiring actors submitted audition requests. Even some award-winning stars had their agents reach out to inquire. However, once it was revealed that the project was a horror film, the number of auditioning actors dropped. After all, horror was a niche genre. While it had a loyal audience, it didn't align with many actors' preferred image or acting range. Some actors felt that starring in a horror movie clashed with the personas they were trying to build, especially those known for portraying innocent, wholesome girl next door or boy next door roles. Though such typecasting could be limiting, it also offered a level of comfort and consistency. Even so, Edward still ended up with a hefty stack of audition submissions. Same process as always, Edward said, pinching the bridge of his nose. You all sort through the first round, kick out the ones with no acting ability, keep the capable ones for me to assess. This film, A Wicked Ghost, was unique, particularly in how it treated the protagonist's role. At first, it seemed like Xiaoming, who didn't participate in the group's death game, was the clear main character. But when he jumped into the water to place a bracelet on Qiumei, he died immediately, making it a rare case of the protagonist dying early. Instead, Fa Mao became the real lead, eventually resolving some of Qiumei's lingering resentment and persuading her to spare him and Xiaoming's sister. Because of this, the male lead roles needed at least 2 actors, one for Fa Mao, the other for Xiaoming. As for the female role, Qiumei was undeniably the film's central figure, but she had very little actual screen time. Edward was more flexible with casting this part. Most of the time, Qiumei's appearances were created through special effects and makeup. Even when she did appear on screen, her face was usually obscured by disheveled hair. By the way, boss, Miss Diantha said she'd like to try playing Qiumei, Zoroark added. Edward raised his eyebrows. Was Miss Diantha trying to become the new Queen of Horror? Sure, but let her know in advance. Qiumei doesn't have many scenes, and most of them are faceless, Edward replied. He was curious why Diantha would want the role, but he didn't mind at all. It's fine. Just give her a heads up. Understood. I'll notify Miss Diantha right away, Zoroark said before hurrying off. Edward, meanwhile, turned on his computer and searched on the Pokepoket platform, quickly entering the stream of a particular content creator. Presenting horror movies to the world. That was Edward's username. He almost never tipped during live streams, so his account level was quite low, a supporter who gives 0 coins, but shows up to vibe type. Hello everyone. Welcome back, lords and ladies. Today, we're continuing our viewing of episode 3 of Sherlock Holmes, the final episode of this season, the cheerful male host said to the camera. He was a middle-aged man with a passion for mysteries. Edward had only recently discovered this streamer. The guy didn't have a huge following, just 530,000 or so, not even at the million mark yet. But he was a published mystery novelist with experience in deduction techniques and criminal psychology. His commentary on Sherlock Holmes was insightful and spot-on. When he reviewed episode 2, Edward had actually felt like, so that's what I meant when I wrote it. Watching his content had become one of Edward's favorite ways to relax. Just as he was about to grab a snack and enjoy the show, his phone buzzed. Edward glanced at it. What's going on? Giovanni asked, striding forward briskly, dressed neatly. The lab director followed a half-step behind, expression solemn. Boss, according to our recent research, it appears that the experimental subject has developed self-awareness and even learned how to use the internet, the director explained, speaking quickly but clearly. The past few days had been nothing short of a roller coaster for the lab director. Strange phenomena kept occurring, knocking on doors late at night, the eerie feeling of someone patting his head in the bathroom, even the sensation of someone helping wash his hair while he showered. Anyone else would have been scared out of their mind. But the director was a man of science, a devout rationalist who didn't believe in ghosts or superstitions. After setting up a hidden surveillance device known only to himself, he finally confirmed that a ghostly figure he once saw during a door closing was actually composed of psychic energy. That's when his suspicions fell squarely on Mutwo. After all, the facility didn't have many psychic-type Pokémon, and those that were there had already been cleared. No one else was a viable suspect. To borrow a quote from Sherlock Holmes, the director said, "Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Several Pokémon followed closely behind the director. Beside Giovanni, a silent Houndoom padded forward, its sharp eyes alert. Given that the suspected culprit was such a powerful psychic Pokémon, it made sense to bring a dark type like Houndoom as a countermeasure. You didn't notice any of this before? Giovanni asked, both confused and impatient. The experimental subject, Specimen 0, was the name Giovanni had assigned to this project. A genetically engineered Pokémon born from Mew's DNA, Mutwo represented Giovanni's greatest hope. He believed Team Rocket's future rested entirely on this creature. No, the director admitted, somewhat ashamed. It had been concealing itself well. That's also why I believe it has become self-aware. Giovanni said nothing more. The top priority now was containing the situation with Mutwo. Just as he and the director were hurrying toward the central lab where Mutwo was held, an overwhelming psychic wave surged outward. Houndoom growled, placing itself protectively in front of Giovanni. Zero, the director's eyes widened. That surge of energy. I am Mutwo. A powerful telepathic voice rang in both Giovanni's and the director's minds. Mutwo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly rocketed skyward like a pink meteor, vanishing into the sky. Giovanni's expression darkened instantly. Want to come out for a bubble tea? Edward stared at the message on his phone, falling into deep thought. If anyone else had sent him this message, he wouldn't have thought much of it, but the sender's ID told him exactly who it was, his long-lost online friend who had been missing for quite some time. He hadn't expected it at all. Mutwo had escaped from New Island. Little Q rubbed against Edward and looked up at him curiously. It sensed a strange mix of emotions from its trainer, confusion, surprise, something complex, leaving it rather puzzled. It's nothing, Q, Edward said with a smile, gently ruffling Q's head. Although he didn't know how Mutwo had managed to escape, since it was out now, of course they had to meet up. After all, in the original anime, Mutwo had also broken free of Team Rocket's control, become the ruler of New Island, and even invited Ash and other trainers there. Edward was also deeply curious. What kind of incredible power did a legendary Pokémon like Mutwo truly possess? He hadn't encountered many legendary Pokémon yet, just Ho-Oh, and that one only gave him a feather before flying off. So, although he knew legendary Pokémon were strong, he didn't know exactly how strong. Fortune, let's go get some bubble tea, Edward called out to the boy still working on his worksheet. Fortune immediately got up and obediently followed him. Before the workday was even over, Edward left the company with Q in his arms and Fortune in tow. He quickly found a decent bubble tea shop in Rustboro. Business was doing pretty well, but more importantly, it had private booths. Edward ordered 4 drinks, sat down, and then sent his location to Mutwo. Almost instantly after he sent it, Mutwo appeared right across from him. Q leapt into the air, letting out a sharp, threatening cry. Fortune also put down his worksheet and stared warily at Mutwo. Relax. It's a friend, Edward said, gesturing to Mutwo in front of him. There was no doubt it was the real deal. The design was exactly like what he had seen countless times in games and anime. But seeing it in real life, in person, was a whole different experience. Ha ha, Edward, long time no see, Mutwo greeted him warmly, completely ignoring the hostility from Q and Fortune. It gave them a passing glance before turning back to Edward with a friendly smile. Edward smacked his lips. Thankfully, the server had already delivered the drinks. Otherwise, who knew what their reaction would have been upon seeing Mutwo? What's your situation? Edward took a sip of his milk tea. The sweet taste of creamy milk filled his mouth, but it did little to quench his curiosity. Though he knew how Mutwo escaped in the anime, this was the real world, and he remembered how Mutwo had tried to pretend to be a ghost to scare the lab director. Mutwo, not one to hide much, explained to Edward how it had escaped, sounding quite pleased with itself. But I really didn't expect that lab to be owned by Giovanni, Mutwo said with interest. It didn't pick up the drink, but instead, the milk tea floated up through the straw into its mouth via psychic power. You saw Giovanni? Edward wasn't too surprised. He had long known Giovanni's true identity. Yep. Not only did I see him, when I used telepathy to communicate, I felt a strange power coming from him, something that made me feel a bit of fondness, Mutwo said, eyes narrowing in contentment as it glanced around the booth. For Mutwo, even though it had gained some understanding of the world through using a smartphone, experiencing things in person still felt fascinating. A strange power? Fondness. Edward paused. What was that supposed to mean? Why did this suddenly sound supernatural? But then, Edward thought of a possibility. According to legend, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, was born near Viridian Forest and was blessed by the forest, possessing the Viridian Force, a mysterious power in the Pokémon world. It was as rare as Aura, but perhaps even rarer. According to Professor Oak's research, only a few people were known to have the Viridian Force. In the Kanto region, even Champion Lance had only a trace of it. And if it had anything to do with Giovanni, Edward could only think of the Viridian Force. Well, it's just this hard-to-explain kind of feeling, Mutwo said, its tail curled around the sofa as it gently held the milk teacup in its hands, seemingly deep in thought. From the moment it sensed Giovanni's presence to the moment it left, Mutwo had a strange feeling, as though it had missed something important. The feeling was subtle, like a sixth sense. But Mutwo didn't dwell on it. It harbored no particular affection for the man who had created it. In the lab, it was nothing but an experimental specimen. Edward twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Could it be the world he'd transmigrated into was the Rainbow Rocket version? He remembered that in that particular timeline, Giovanni had captured Mutwo and used its power to steamroll the League, becoming the most powerful man in the world. But even that didn't satisfy him. He began to experiment with parallel worlds, until he eventually fell. So, what are you planning to do now? Edward asked, watching Mutwo closely. It had escaped from New Island. But it didn't become Giovanni's lackey, nor did it organize a tournament of the strongest trainers. From the moment Mutwo appeared in this world, it seemed to have chosen a completely different path. Maybe work for you, make a little money, and then lie flat at home playing video games every day? Mutwo answered honestly. Excuse me, what have you been looking at online? Edward's expression twisted. You're Mutwo. And Mutwo wanted to be a gaming couch potato? Of course I want to take it easy. Life is short. Only by lying flat can every day feel meaningful, Mutwo replied, completely unashamed. Edward buried his face in his hands. He never imagined that after going online, Mutwo wouldn't become some Ultron-like AI planning to destroy humanity, but would instead embrace the philosophy of lying flat. I'm telling you, lying flat is amazing. But in my opinion, you can't lie flat unless you're financially free. So I'm planning to. Mutwo enthusiastically began sharing its ideas with Edward. Edward stared at it helplessly. Well, fine. It was still better than Mutwo telling him it planned to exterminate the human race. But now the real question was, what job should he give Mutwo? The final episode of the first season of Sherlock Holmes, The Hound of the Baskervilles, didn't set a new all-time viewership record, but it still took the top spot in ratings. Boss, we've figured out the reason for the dip in viewership. Zoroark burst through the door in a hurry and saw Edward sitting on the couch, writing a script. Was it because it was too scary? Edward had already expected something like this. Zoroark quickly nodded. Edward wasn't surprised. The moment he saw that the fear points harvested from the third episode of Sherlock Holmes had exceeded 70,000, he knew his hunch had been correct. It turned out that even if you're making a suspenseful detective drama, adding horror elements could still generate a considerable amount of fear points. In The Hound of the Baskervilles, Edward had loaded it with horror components, sound effects, camera work, atmosphere, all carefully designed to maximize the fear factor. As a result, despite airing for just one day, Edward had already earned over 70,000 fear points from this episode alone. While it didn't unlock any new rewards, it was more than enough to be converted into fear candy. There's a buzz online right now. People are saying that you've stayed true to your roots, Zoroark said with a grin, sneaking a curious glance at Edward. After Edward returned from an outing yesterday, he had established a new, specialized department in the company, tasked solely with special effects and post-production. Oddly enough, the department didn't even have a director, just a single employee. And this employee's profile was incredibly vague, covering a wide range of responsibilities, which made Zoroark briefly suspect it was a position created for him. Stay true to your roots, and you'll go the distance, Edward said calmly. He had started out making horror films, so this wasn't exactly a departure from his core. Besides, The Hound of the Baskervilles, while seemingly supernatural, was ultimately explainable. It was like those cliché low-budget Chinese horror films that wrap everything up with hallucinogenic drugs, leaving no trace of the supernatural. In this episode, the antagonist, the Malamar, had started to show his hand. Edward planned to promote him to be the main villain in Season 2 and create intense conflict between him and Holmes. He also wanted to introduce Moriarty in the upcoming season. Holmes wouldn't recognize Moriarty's identity at first, only realizing toward the end of the season that Malamar was merely a pawn, and there was an even more terrifying mastermind behind the scenes. Boss, what exactly is that? Everything Department 4. Zoroark couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. The new department was shrouded in secrecy. Even though a new division had been added to the company, no one had seen the employee in person. No one had any idea who they were. Oh, that? That department handles most of the company's problems. You could say, they can do pretty much anything. Edward paused for a second, but still answered Zoroark's question. The Everything Department, this was the position Edward had specially created for Mutewo. High pay, low workload. Plus, Mutewo didn't even need to come to the office. It worked from home, which was also a safety precaution. After all, Mutewo's appearance was too distinctive, unlike any known Pokémon. If anyone saw it, it would cause an uproar. So, working from home was the better option. Edward had even arranged a residence for Mutewo, an apartment in Rust Barrow with great privacy. A position where you can do everything? Zoroark was stunned. Even it, a certified overachiever, wouldn't dare claim it could do everything. It had earned a lot of professional certificates, sure, but there were still plenty of things it couldn't handle. More or less. You'll see for yourself what the new employee is capable of later, Edward said with a smile. Mutewo's strength was immense, truly off the charts. Edward had seen it firsthand yesterday. By his estimate, Mutewo's power already exceeded Apex Pokémon, and might even go beyond that. Team Rocket had truly created a godlike Pokémon. Its reality-warping psychic powers had even stunned Edward. And Mutewo was still getting stronger. Frankly, even if Mutewo didn't lift a finger, Edward would still be willing to support it. Because with strength like that, Mutewo could help with just about anything. Well, now I'm really looking forward to it, Zoroark said, eyes gleaming with determination. It was eager to see how strong this new employee, handpicked and heavily trusted by the boss, really was. Edward looked at Zoroark's sudden burst of motivation and scratched his head without saying much. Mutewo hadn't taken any certification exams yet, but Edward was confident it wouldn't take Mutewo long to master any skill. The only problem was, Mutewo seemed kind of lazy. Oh right, boss, the cast for A Wicked Ghost has passed the first round of auditions. Do you want to take a look? Zoroark suddenly remembered another important company matter. That was the next movie project Edward planned to shoot, A Wicked Ghost. Let's go check it out, Edward said, rubbing his temples. This was something he couldn't avoid. He needed to personally pick the most suitable actors. A Wicked Ghost had elements of an ensemble film, but it wasn't a full-on ensemble piece. The early part of the movie focused mainly on Xiaoming's perspective, with occasional scenes of Fa Mao. Together, they witnessed how everyone involved in the spirit-calling game died one by one. Although Xiaoming died partway through, his screen time was still significant, so he could be considered a co-lead alongside Fa Mao. Maybe, for the next project, I could consider that film? Edward walked while thinking aloud. When it came to Hong Kong horror films, another classic popped into his head. While perhaps not as famous as A Wicked Ghost, Troublesome Night, or Ghost Office, it was still a solid piece, one that managed to deliver maximum fear while sidestepping weird censorship issues. Inner Senses. A psychological horror film starring the legendary Brother, referring to Leslie Chung. It had two narrative threads and included scenes that still haunted Edwards. Nightmares. Though it was labeled a horror film, it was deeply psychological. In the end, it could even be interpreted as a ghost-free movie, purely about mental illness. But the scares were no less impactful than those in A Wicked Ghost. Honestly, the hallucination scenes at the end of Inner Senses were far scarier than anything in A Wicked Ghost. That film was scary mostly because people saw it when they were young. Rewatching it as an adult revealed it wasn't actually that frightening. Still, yeah, Inner Senses might just be a good pick. Boss, did you buy the collector's edition of that new game Black Myth, Ho-Oh? Zoroark asked curiously as they walked to the audition site. You mean that game? Of course I did, Edward replied naturally. In the Pokémon world, the gaming industry was actually quite advanced. In the past, there were titles like Sekiro, Second Ghost, where players could control a Jengar in a high-difficulty, Souls-style game. There was also the hugely popular Pokémon Hunter. But recently, the biggest buzz in the gaming community was all about a breakout hit from a previously unknown studio, Black Myth, Ho-Oh. The moment it was announced, it exploded in popularity across the internet. Even before its official release, it topped trending lists. It was hard to imagine just how popular it would be once it actually launched. I saw some reviews. BGN League headquarters gave it an 8, while BGN Hoenn branch gave it a perfect 10. Zoroark said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Edward wasn't surprised. He had seen that piece of news too. That kind of score makes it almost impossible for the game to flop, but honestly, BGN's ratings aren't very objective anymore. Remember how Starfield got high marks from them, even though the gameplay was a disaster? Edward shrugged. He had high expectations for Black Phoenix King and had already pre-ordered the collector's edition. As for BGN, his impression of the review group was fairly average. Their ratings had been strange for a while, leading many to suspect under-the-table dealings. After all, if a mess like Starfield could get 7s, 9s, and even 10s, something was definitely off. I'm really looking forward to playing it, Zoroark said with a huge grin. Edward glanced sideways at him. Want to play early? Judging by the schedule, by the time Black Phoenix King officially launched, Edward would likely be knee-deep in filming his next movie. This time, he wasn't planning to shoot a wicked ghost in other regions. The settings it needed could all be found within the Hoenn region. The lake scenes, for example, could use the lake in Petalburg Forest as a stand-in. Recently, Edward hadn't been visiting the Puppet Theater or the haunted hospital in Petalburg Forest, but he hadn't completely ignored them either. Right now, both attractions were seeing fairly stable attendance, more visitors on holidays, fewer on workdays. Though Mismagius hadn't complained, Edward knew he had to figure out a way to solve this problem. The Ghost-type Pokémon didn't require much upkeep, but he couldn't just let his theme parks run at a loss. Right now, the popularity of those parks was entirely tied to the fame of his movies. Whenever Dead Silence or One Missed Call was showing, the parks were packed. But once the movies went off-screen, visitor numbers dropped sharply. If that's the case, even if a wicked ghost brings in traffic again, once it's done airing, things will just die down all over again. Edward frowned slightly as he opened the door and stepped inside. The staff inside greeted him immediately. Edward nodded in return and glanced around the room. The judges for today's auditions were Deck, Daniel, and Ada. Edward gave them all a polite nod before taking the center seat. Ghost Film Pictures was gaining traction, but compared to the long-established film companies, there was still a noticeable gap. That was evident from the small number of actors coming into audition. Deck was basically a resident guest at this point, an old veteran who still had to show up daily to judge other people's acting. Daniel was more of a serious actor, so his participation made sense. Ada was one of the few directors in the company. Even though he only handled Tom and Jerry, he was still technically a director, wasn't he? Edward thought maybe it was time for the company to start training new directors. Otherwise, too many projects would continue to rely on him personally. For example, Monica's Dollhouse was a great script, but Edward had to outsource it. The good news was that filming had already begun. Edward had taken a producer credit, hoping to see if the film would generate fear points. If it did, then he could start handing off good horror or thriller scripts to other directors, allowing him to collect fear points faster. Soon, the actors started coming in one by one for auditions. After watching for a while, Edward finalized the actors for Xiao Ming and Fa Mao and also selected a batch of extras. A wicked ghost required quite a few extras, those who participated in the spirit calling game early on had decent screen time as well. Once the casting was finalized, Edward left the rest of the preparations to Dec and Zoroark. This time, the script didn't require much adaptation. However, Edward was planning to try something new, integrating Pokémon into a wicked ghost. It would definitely complicate the horror plot, given that Pokémon could technically battle ghost types using actual moves. But Edward wanted to experiment with making these evil spirits completely impervious, even able to harm Pokémon, while Pokémon would be helpless against them. In that case, he believed the fear factor would rise significantly. After all, in the Pokémon world, people weren't particularly scared of ghost-type Pokémon because they could always rely on their own partners to protect them. But what if an enemy showed up that even Pokémon couldn't deal with? That would be true terror. Edward recalled reading reviews of Dead Silence and One Missed Call, where people would always bring up the same question. If the protagonist had X-Pokémon, wouldn't that have changed everything? There were even parody fanworks where Gengar beat up Mary Shaw, or Blissey emotionally healed Mizuko from One Missed Call. That's when Edward realized Pokémon were a core part of life for people in this world. Just like no Korean could avoid talking about Samsung, no one here could ignore Pokémon. If that's the case, how about a scene where Chu Rinmei rips a Blissey to shreds? Edward fell into deep thought. Honestly, it wasn't a bad idea. He could even add a few more scenes of supporting characters trying to use their Pokémon to resist, only for their efforts to fail completely. That would both amplify the fear factor and establish the malevolent spirits as truly terrifying enemies. Director Edward, it's truly an honor to work with you this time. At the film set, Edward was greeted by the warmly smiling Diantha, who had rushed over. Miss Diantha, it's not our first time working together. But are you sure you want to play the role of Chu Rinmei? Edward looked at her a little hesitantly. He certainly had confidence in Diantha's acting. In their previous collaboration on Dead Silence, Diantha's performance as the perfect doll had exceeded his expectations and made him realize that her status as a big star wasn't just because of her title as champion. She was definitely one of those champions who were more off the beaten path, much like Steven. This role seems pretty challenging, Diantha replied with a smile. Edward rubbed his temples. In A Wicked Ghost, the only major female role was Chu Rinmei. However, most of the time, she wore a traditional opera robe with long hair covering her face, her full face barely visible. The few moments when her face was seen were usually flashbacks of her past, particularly the scene where she was falsely accused of infidelity by her husband. After that, her face rarely appeared again. Although Chu Rinmei was the undisputed female lead, the actual acting difficulty was low. Theoretically, even a man could play her. But this role doesn't have many scenes with the face shown. Edward tested the waters. Instead of being discouraged, Diantha looked even more excited. That's exactly what makes it a true acting challenge, don't you think? Seeing her eagerness, Edward didn't say anything more. He'd said all he needed to say. Since Diantha had decided to challenge herself, he wouldn't interfere. Among the entire cast, Diantha was clearly the biggest star. The rest were mostly minor celebrities, including several fourth-tier actors, people with some roles under their belt but not widely recognized. These actors were cast in supporting or background roles. The two male leads, Xiao Ming and Fa Mao, were played by two second-tier stars whose acting skills were solid and, more importantly, whose appearances fit Edward's requirements. The actor playing Fa Mao, in particular, had a naturally soulful face, the kind that immediately gave off an air of deep emotion. This was probably due to him often playing tragic or romantic supporting characters on screen. He originally auditioned just to try his luck, not expecting to get the role. After all, director Edward was famous for launching actors' careers, but also notorious for his high standards. And yet, he'd been chosen for yet another deeply emotional character. This time, though, it would be a character who remains devoted, even to an evil spirit. Still, the actor was confident in his comfort zone. Edward figured filming this movie wouldn't be too difficult. The only real challenge would lie in how Pokémon would be incorporated into the plot. He had made a few adjustments to the storyline. Now, some side characters and the protagonists would attempt to use Pokémon to solve the ghost problem, only for their Pokémon to be violently destroyed by a berserk Churame. This would further emphasize the ghost's overwhelming power, highlighting just how terrifying she was. It would also amplify the fear factor, especially in a world where people relied on Pokémon for protection. When even their Pokémon proved useless, the sense of helplessness would be overwhelming. Boss. Zoroark hurried over, holding a script in its paws. Has Ada started filming already? Edward asked, glancing over. After the success of The Hound of Baskervilles, the third episode of Sherlock Holmes, Edward had been struck by inspiration. If a detective mystery could be used to create a terrifying atmosphere, then maybe Tom and Jerry could work too. Of course, Tom and Jerry was an animated series, and generating horror from cartoons was not easy. Still, it wasn't unheard of. There were urban legends about a certain terrifying lost episode of Tom and Jerry circulating online. But Edward couldn't find any real footage, only fan-made animations. So instead, he chose the episode where Tom accidentally enters a witch's house and ends up flying around on a broomstick chasing Jerry. That episode had been labeled by many as their childhood nightmare, though Edward personally didn't find it particularly scary. Still, that didn't stop him from planning to add some eerie and terrifying elements to it. After all, by my count, today should be. Edward's eyes went a little distant. If he was right, today would have been the Hungry Ghost Festival in his previous life. But now that he had transmigrated, he wasn't sure if offering prayers would even be effective. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a fear candy and placed it in his palm, along with a note he had written. A few moments later, both the candy and the note vanished. This was how Edward communicated with Giratina. At that moment in the distortion world, Giratina received the note Edward had sent. Would Lord Giratina kindly light 3 incense sticks for me? Giratina didn't quite understand, but it complied anyway. It didn't mind helping out as long as it got fear candy in return. I may not be able to return, but lighting 3 incense sticks is at least a way to express sincerity, right? And since Giratina's the one doing it. Edward scratched his head. Normally, you'd burn paper money, but with him in another dimension, Edward didn't even know if the offerings would make it across. So he decided to have Giratina do it for him from the distortion world. Besides, in Pokémon lore, the distortion world was vaguely seen as a resting place for souls, kind of like an underworld. So, asking Giratina to burn incense there might actually work. Make sure Ada films this episode well and edits it quickly, Edward instructed Zoroark. This Tom and Jerry episode was very important to him. In just 2 episodes, it could fulfill 2 of his goals. First, to test whether Tom and Jerry could generate fear points. Second, to see how well people in the Pokémon world would accept the concept of magic, using the witch and flying broomstick as an entry point. If the audience responded positively, it would pave the way for launching the Harry Potter series in this world. Zoroark went off to take care of the arrangements, while Edward began preparing for the first scene of A Wicked Ghost. This opening scene introduced a spirit summoning game. A group of supporting characters, brave or foolish, souls eager to tempt fate, decided to play the game. Only the protagonist, Xiaoming, was spared because of his innate spiritual sensitivity and chose not to participate, thus narrowly avoiding death. Meanwhile, Churame began her killing spree. She instantly swept the field and claimed MVP. But there was a small twist. At first, everyone believed the spirit summoning game was to blame. Only later, after encountering Churame and learning her story, did they realize the true cause wasn't the game, it was the water they drank, tainted by Churame's vengeful aura. As long as you didn't drink the water, you wouldn't draw Churame's attention. The old man was an exception. Miss Diantha, in this scene, you'll need to stand here with your hair down, then have your Pokémon use smokescreen to obscure your form, Edward instructed as he walked her through the filming details. Churame's hazy, fleeting appearances perfectly matched the image of a malevolent spirit. But to create that effect with Diantha, other techniques were required. Normally, this involved props, green screens, post-production editing, or simply filming one shot with Chu-Rei-mei present, another without, and then stitching them together. It was a classic trick from old horror films, overused but still highly effective. Even in the age of advanced special effects, this method remained popular. Understood, Diantha nodded. Her position was by the door of a dark, unlit room, so the smokescreen wouldn't even be seen on camera. Instead, it would help with the concealment, allowing the shot to be done in one take. With Diantha's full cooperation, the first scene wrapped up smoothly, much to Edward's satisfaction. Only the background actor who died in that first scene seemed disappointed. After all, just appearing in one of director Edward's films boosted your resume and made landing future roles easier. Next up. The first scene was simple. A throwaway character gets killed by Chu-Rei-mei, establishing her terrifying presence. But the second scene was where Edward's real vision began to shine. In it, a side character attempts to use a Pokémon to defend against Chu-Rei-mei. The result? Useless. Despite having his Pokémon by his side, it can only watch helplessly as Chu-Rei-mei drowns him in a toilet. This was the moment that truly set Edward's horror film apart from the usual fare. For the first time, Pokémon appeared in a horror movie, but they, like normal humans, were powerless in the face of these evil spirits. The horror of helplessness, that was the deepest fear of all. It's like in horror games. Whether the protagonist has a gun or not makes a huge difference. Whether the gun actually works or not is another thing entirely. Outlast was terrifying because the protagonist was completely powerless, able only to run and hide from maniacs. In contrast, although Resident Evil scared players, they could still shoot their way through enemies, and many later entries in the franchise lost that feeling of terror entirely. So, even though Pokémon were now part of the horror movie, they were powerless. At best, they resisted, but ultimately they just became playthings for the evil spirits. Only through this kind of setup could true fear be created. "How's the Jengar from the Pokémon Actors Guild doing?" Edward asked with a smile as he glanced at Zoroark. Zoroark's expression turned slightly odd. Sometimes, it genuinely believed its boss was a little petty. All because someone online made a fan comic of Jengar beating up Mary Shaw, so now the boss had decided to include a scene where Jengar helplessly watches its trainer get drowned by an evil spirit. And next up? A Blissey getting ripped apart. Just, wow. He's ready, Zoroark replied honestly. This time, Zoroark had to step in to help. Jengar was supposed to attack Chu-Rei-mei, only for all of its moves to have no effect. But getting that effect across on screen was tricky. Jengar couldn't precisely control its power, and Diantha could get hurt. So, Edward assigned Zoroark to handle the special effects, using illusions to simulate the attacks, which wouldn't cause any real damage and thus kept everyone safe. Great. Make sure the scene turns out well. I'll give you a bonus. Isn't the anniversary event coming up in that game you play? Edward grinned, patting Zoroark on the shoulder. Zoroark instantly perked up with renewed energy. Boss was right. The game it was playing was about to hit its anniversary. Everyone knew that meant tons of goodies, and also tons of cash grab banners. If it wanted the exclusive characters and weapon skins, it'd need money. So yes, Zoroark was very motivated. Seeing Zoroark fired up, Edward felt reassured. Despite its chaotic nature and love of pranks, Zoroark could be quite reliable when it put its mind to something. Edward's phone buzzed. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Shocking discovery. An ancient Pokémon burial site found in Sinnoh. He didn't think much of the notification. These days, regions were constantly unearthing strange ruins and relics. The people of Sinnoh even claimed their region was the first to use the Pokédex, insisting it was their invention, prompting some snide back and forth among Pokémon professors from other regions. Of course, being academics, they were sharp-tongued without ever using foul language, yet their insults still hit hard. Because of this, other regions were also ramping up excavation efforts, hoping to uncover long-lost artifacts. Sinnoh did hold the upper hand here, though they'd already confirmed their ancient era as the Hisui period and were actively excavating related items. I wonder how that other investigator is doing. Edward muttered as he rubbed his hands together. After the exposure of the Team Magma's base, they'd taken a huge hit. Now, their presence in the Hoenn region was almost non-existent. Even Team Aqua had gone into hiding. But what Edward really cared about was whether the Team Aqua base outside of Slateport had been found. If they could strike a major blow to Team Aqua, Hoenn wouldn't have to worry about Groudon or Kyogre waking up anytime soon. Director, the Jengar actor is here, someone called out, snapping Edward out of his thoughts. Right. Time to get back to filming A Wicked Ghost. Roll camera. Edward shouted. Boss, why did that old man end up dying? Zoroark asked while coordinating the illusion for Jengar's scene with Diantha. Despite multitasking, it couldn't hold back its curiosity. Zoroark had read Edward's script and was well aware of how unreasonable the ghost in this movie was. But it was confused, after all, the old man had survived before. Why was he dying now? Didn't he drink the water when he went up the mountain? Edward replied, eyes fixed on the performance in front of him, occasionally glancing at the camera angles. He couldn't afford not to be meticulous. This was his first time incorporating Pokémon elements into a horror film. Previously, Edward had thought that horror movies in the Pokémon world couldn't include actual Pokémon, otherwise, the story would shift from horror to action. But he had underestimated the audience's creativity. Fanworks had already taken it too far, Jengar beating up Mary Shaw, Blissey healing Mizuko from one missed call, even Psyduck confusing Mary Shaw into submission with its dazed look. Edward realized then that unless he responded head-on and gave the ghosts a buff, fan creations would spread like wildfire. So, this was his reasoning for including Pokémon in this film, to highlight the inescapable nature of the evil spirits. Just drinking the water gets you killed? I thought Chiu-Rimei might show some mercy for old time's sake, Zoroark muttered, surprised. It had noticed the old man drinking the water, but hadn't expected Chiu-Rimei to be that heartless. Edward glanced at Zoroark. Honestly, he wasn't surprised it would think that way, he himself had once wondered the same. But after some thought, he realized Chiu-Rimei had become a vengeful spirit, and the only known way to make her relent was through true love. In the original film, the character Fa Mao had embraced Chiu-Rimei despite her horrific appearance, the very image from the movie poster. He showed no fear, only love. That act made Chiu-Rimei stop her rampage. Perhaps, back when Chiu-Rimei was wrongly accused of infidelity by her husband, her deepest longing was for him to truly love her. If he had, none of the tragedy might have happened. She spared the old man once, and for years he lived in peace. But in the end, he drank the water and got himself killed by a Chiu-Rimei who'd already lost all reason, Edward said, rubbing his temples. A wicked ghost could be summed up with one sentence. A tragedy caused by a child's careless words. Although Chiu-Rimei died with deep resentment, she hadn't started her vengeance right away. It was the old man who went and told her the truth, triggering her complete breakdown. She nearly wiped out everyone in the village, sparing only him. But in the end, the old man drank the cursed water and fell victim to the now unrelenting spirit. So, ghosts just don't think logically, huh? Zoroark asked, having finished its illusion since the unlucky extra had wrapped their death scene, and Jengar had helplessly watched Chiu-Rimei vanish into the shadows. More or less. Their minds are clouded with vengeance unless you hit that one soft spot in their heart, Edward said, pleased with how the scene turned out. At least it clearly showed how powerless Jengar was in the face of Chiu-Rimei. Ghosts in Eastern folklore tended to have some paths to salvation. But if you were dealing with Japanese spirits, then forget it, they were all about the no-way-out narrative. Edward had studied this in his previous life. Western horror films loved blood and gore, with serial killers as a staple, sometimes mixed in with demons. Chinese horror films often focused on karmic retribution, don't court death, and you'll be fine. As long as you lived honestly, didn't do anything wicked or disturbing, you were usually safe. Thai horror was similar, often emphasizing karma and divine justice. Korean horror wasn't too different either. But Japanese horror? That was pure hopelessness. Edward regarded The Grudge as the ultimate embodiment of Japanese-style no-escape horror. Once you entered the cursed house, you were dead. Even people who met the victims later would also die. No matter how you fought back, it was useless. The only person to survive did so in a spin-off, and only because of love, goodness, or purity, which fans promptly criticized for not aligning with the series' core philosophy. That kind of pure, merciless horror, terror for terror's sake, pushed the genre to its extreme. And if you were rating horror purely on its scare factor, it delivered. Next film. Edward pursed his lips. He was planning to bring the Grudge into the Pokémon world and shake things up. But for now, the focus was still on completing a wicked ghost. Diantha, how are you feeling? Edward asked with a warm smile. Diantha was a seasoned actress, great at miming and reacting to nothing, but with Zoroark's illusions, her job became even easier. Very good. Your Zoroark is quite something. I've seen a lot of Zoroarks, but very few at this level of illusion mastery, Diantha said with a cheerful smile. She had just experienced it up close. Zoroark's illusions were so realistic that several times she almost reacted instinctively, thinking the attacks were real. If not for her professional self-control, she might have broken character, and that would have ruined the scene. Hee, that's nothing, really, Zoroark scratched its head bashfully. But Edward could hear the excitement in its voice and couldn't help but sigh. This little guy really couldn't hide its emotions at all. Oh right, Director Edward, Diantha added as if suddenly remembering something. Edward didn't interrupt. He was curious to hear what she had to say. Speaking of Zoroark, do you know the Hisui region? Recently, Sinnoh has uncovered some artifacts about Hisui and Zoroark. Interested in checking it out? Diantha asked with a smile. Edward froze. He instinctively glanced at Zoroark. And for a split second, he saw it. A flash of red fur. Red? Edward's heart skipped a beat. Sure, Zoroark did have dark red fur, but what he had just seen was snow white. White and red. That was... Zoroark, would you like to go take a look? Edward asked gently, still smiling. Zoroark let out a slightly awkward laugh, but didn't say no. The Hisian Zoroark, white fur with red accents and ghost typing, was essentially an ancient variant of Zoroark, a very special kind of Pokémon. Edward had experienced its uniqueness before while playing Pokémon Legends Arceus, but although he had once suspected Zoroark, he never seriously considered that possibility. After all, Zoroark didn't show any unusual reactions to the fear candy, and more importantly, Edward just couldn't imagine a Pokémon surviving all the way from that ancient era. Unless it was a legendary Pokémon, most regular Pokémon, even ghost types, rarely had such absurdly long lifespans. It just didn't make sense. That's why Edward never thought in that direction. This was Hisui we're talking about. The Hisian era was separated from the modern day by a staggering amount of time. If Zoroark really was a Hisian variant, then how had it survived this long? Sure, people said ghost-type Pokémon didn't age or die like others, but if they were all truly immortal, then the world would have long been overrun by ghost types. How many Pokémon had died over the centuries? How many had become ghosts? And yet, the only notable ancient ghost Pokémon with any historical record was that giant Gengar that had been sealed away. Still, during their lunch break, Edward's eyes drifted to Zoroark. At the moment, Zoroark had transformed into a girl with long black hair styled in twin tails. Edward found the look oddly familiar. She looked almost exactly like the heroine from the anime Real Life that he'd watched in his previous life. Zoroark, have you been looking through my sketches? Edward suddenly asked. Not long ago, he'd casually drawn some characters from past anime, mostly just to practice his art and kill time. He hadn't expected Zoroark to have seen them. MHM, boss, are you thinking of releasing a manga? Zoroark asked sweetly. Edward's mouth twitched. Hearing that character talk to him like this felt downright weird. He shook his head. Manga was fairly developed in this world, at least in the sense that many people drew them. There was a lack of true classics, though. Still, Edward simply didn't have the time to adapt entire manga series. Storyboarding, panel layout, those were whole disciplines unto themselves. His system's rewards were tailored for filmmaking, not comics. Zoroark scratched its head awkwardly and shifted in its seat, clearly uneasy. Edward rested his chin on one hand. This Zoroark's abilities were seriously impressive. He genuinely believed that Zoroark was every otaku's dream Pokémon. With Zoroark, you essentially had infinite waifus by your side. Any anime character you liked, Zoroark could imitate flawlessly, down to the tiniest details. The illusion was so perfect, it was practically indistinguishable from the real thing. Every anime fan's fantasy. Zoroark grew more uncomfortable under Edward's stare. When Diantha mentioned the discovery of Hisuian Zoroark relics in the Hisui region earlier, Zoroark had clearly panicked for a moment. It had even failed to maintain its illusion, letting a glimpse of its true form slip through, though it quickly recovered. But Edward had sharp eyes. If he'd really seen that, Zoroark began to wonder, should I look for a new job? But Edward was a good boss. He treated Pokémon with real kindness, unlike many others who simply saw them as tools or pets. Edward lived with his Pokémon, ate with them, respected them. Zoroark had seen his sincerity firsthand. The Pokémon League always preached that Pokémon were family and friends, but few truly lived by that. Most just treated Pokémon like glorified pets. Only Edward let Pokémon like Q and Fortune sit at the dining table and eat with him. Ahem, boss, did you? Zoroark began, looking seriously at Edward for once. Edward lowered the book he'd been reading, Cinematic Language, Insights from 100 Masters. Even though the system had already taught him camera angles and filming techniques, Edward believed in continuous self-improvement. So he still studied hard. What is it? Edward asked with a friendly smile. Did you see my? Zoroark's expression turned solemn. It was the first time Edward had ever seen Zoroark like this. It was usually all jokes and silliness. Edward scratched his head. He wasn't sure how to respond. Should he admit that he'd seen it? Or play dumb? But Zoroark's expression confirmed his suspicions. It really was hiding something, and that something was its true identity. It wasn't just any Zoroark. It was a Hisuian Zoroark. Boss, would you like to hear a story? Zoroark suddenly shifted its tone. Edward raised an eyebrow, then nodded. He was curious what kind of story it wanted to tell. Once upon a time, a very, very long time ago. Zoroark's eyes grew distant, as though remembering something from another life. Edward didn't interrupt. It was lunchtime. Just the two of them in the director's tent. There was a girl. She was very beautiful. But because of that, the other villagers grew jealous. Zoroark's voice dipped into a low, pained tone. And right before Edward's eyes, Zoroark transformed, not into some anime girl this time, but into a pure, innocent-looking girl with light freckles on her face. They hurt her. She was devastated. They pushed her off a cliff. Her soul filled with rage and sorrow. And when she woke up again, she had become a Pokémon. A vengeful force driven by pure fury. Zoroark's voice trembled. After taking revenge, the girl cried. Though she had avenged herself, she could never return to being a normal person. Zoroark covered its face. Its whole body shuddered. And then, right before Edward's eyes, a true Hisuian Zoroark emerged. Edward's mouth twitched. He wanted to believe this touching backstory, but the problem was, this scene felt way too familiar. Behind Zoroark, he spotted Code the Alakazam standing there, holding up a sign. Edward fell into deep thought. Was this not a bit too much déjà vu? Code. Watching the furious Zoroark, Edward fell into deep thought for a moment. He was seriously beginning to doubt whether his secretary was all there in the head. Just moments ago, Zoroark had looked on the verge of tears, pitiful and delicate, something straight out of an acting textbook. It was the perfect example of a damsel in distress, performance worthy of study at any film academy. But now? The illusion shattered the instant Code raised a sign that read, "This is a lie." Once exposed, Zoroark could no longer keep up the act. Enraged, it began chasing Code, who calmly floated ahead with his trademark spoon in hand. Edward rested his chin on one hand and shook his head. Still, he couldn't deny he was genuinely surprised by Zoroark's origins. Hisui, huh? Such an ancient era. How had Zoroark survived all the way to the present? The more Edward thought about it, the more baffling it seemed. He just couldn't figure out how it had managed to endure for so long. After quite the ruckus, Zoroark finally gave up the chase. Edward didn't know whether Code had made some backroom deal with it or what, but peace was restored. Either way, Edward got the point. Code had finalized the list of candidates. But since the foundation was under Edward's name, Code still needed his signature for final approval. "Mr. Code, I trust your judgment when it comes to picking people," Edward said as he glanced over the list, then paused. Good grief. Not a single human on the list. At the top were a pair of NDD, one male and one female, both with extensive volunteer experience and professional certifications. Administrative tasks would be no issue at all. Then came a Blissey. "Code, this Miss Nightingale. How did you even recruit her?" Edward looked at the profile in disbelief. A Blissey named Nightingale. The name alone was surprising, but still acceptable. After all, in the Pokémon world, Florence Nightingale was a well-known historical figure, and many Nurse Joys considered her their idol. What stunned Edward was her resume. It was downright extravagant. She could easily be the head of any Pokémon Center. Why would someone like that settle for the modest salary he offered? Granted, Edward didn't pay poorly. But when compared to what someone like her could earn, well, modest was putting it lightly. If she went back to being a director, she'd be raking in cash every month. "Boss, funny thing is, this was all thanks to you," Code replied with a chuckle. Edward scratched his head. "What does this have to do with me?" Once Code explained, Edward finally understood. Apparently, this Nightingale was a huge detective drama fan. After watching Edward's Sherlock Holmes series, she began following the Foundation, saw the various charitable cases they'd taken on, and was moved to help. That's what convinced her to join Edward's team. "Well, that's great, but we'll need to raise her salary," Edward said seriously as he looked over her resume again. People always said it was hard to find a job, but in the Pokémon world, someone with this kind of background didn't look for work, work came looking for them. Since she was willing to join the charity effort, Edward wouldn't insult her with a low salary. It would be a complete waste of talent. "I thought the same," Code replied, smiling even more broadly. He'd worked at the Foundation long enough to understand that Edward was an easygoing, generous boss. He didn't micromanage, offered great benefits, and was genuinely supportive. Working under him was a breeze. Sometimes, Edward even suspected that each region had its own dominant criminal organization on purpose, that the Pokémon League intentionally let them exist. After all, where there is light, there is also darkness. Darkness is something incredibly difficult to eliminate completely. If you take down one major group, a dozen small ones will rise to replace it, constantly changing their disguises and methods. So maybe, instead of chasing shadows, the League lets one dominant force exist to control the others, maintaining order within the chaos. At least that way, the darkness wouldn't spiral out of control. As long as these organizations didn't cross the League's bottom line, the League wouldn't be in a rush to wipe them out. But considering how Team Magma and Team Aqua nearly brought the Hoenn region to destruction, Edward couldn't be sure his theory held water. If the League was allowing it, then those two organizations had definitely slapped the League right in the face. Still, if that wasn't the case, then how did these massive criminal groups continue to survive under the nose of the ever-expanding Pokémon League? Edward couldn't wrap his head around it. The only explanation was that these groups were extremely good at hiding. Though, honestly, Edward felt that the ideals of Team Magma and Team Aqua were just way too ridiculous. Team Magma wanted to awaken Groudon to expand the landmass so everyone could have a home, while Team Aqua wanted the oceans to rise and reclaim more space. These ideas sounded too insane to attract normal people, yet somehow they still built massive organizations around them and became the largest criminal forces in Hoenn. It was truly absurd. Once we confirm the location of Team Magma and Team Aqua's bases, we need to act quickly and wipe them out completely, Edward muttered, having already made his decision. The Pokémon League couldn't locate them because they couldn't find their hideouts. But Edward had some ideas and now actual leads. As long as they confirmed the locations, he could launch a decisive strike and prevent the Hoenn region from falling into chaos caused by two ancient deities being liberated. Thinking of those two ancient Pokémon made Edward recall Zinnia, an odd woman who was deeply connected to Rayquaza. And once Rayquaza entered the picture, just thinking about that storyline gave Edward a headache. Hoenn was truly a disaster-prone region. First came the chaos from the two legendaries, then the meteor crisis. What baffled Edward most was how, in the game story, no other regional champions came to help, even though a falling meteor should be a global threat. There's no way the Pokémon League would just sit and watch something like that happen. Edward figured they must have some hidden trump cards. He took out his phone, opened a website, and started playing an educational video about Pokémon history. As we all know, the Pokémon League was founded around 150 years ago. Since then, it has rapidly expanded and taken control of the vast majority of regional governments. The video played over various images, and Edward clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that such a colossal organization had only existed for about 150 years and had grown this powerful in such a short time? How many ancient kingdoms and regimes were swept aside during that time? What kind of terrifying power did the founders of the Pokémon League hold? Despite the League projecting this image of harmonious and rule-based battles, let's all get along and battle peacefully, huh? Edward knew better. The League wasn't as clean as it seemed. League-sanctioned battles were orderly and safe. But battles involving the criminal underworld? Those were dirty ambushes, ganging up on opponents, even direct attacks on trainers. It was chaos. The League must have some hidden weapons up their sleeves. Edward narrowed his eyes. How else could they rise so quickly, dominate every region, and stay this stable for so long? There had to be some powerful force backing it all. In the games and anime, ancient history was only mentioned in passing. But in the real world, Edward had learned that many regions under the Pokémon League used to be ruled by monarchies, complete with noble classes. Even now, some people still fancied themselves nobility, despite the League having officially done away with that concept. These self-proclaimed aristocrats were swept into the trash heap of history. Clearly, the League had used overwhelming force to make that happen. After finishing the video, Edward put his phone away. It was just about time to clock out. His script for A Wicked Ghost was finished. To enhance the horror atmosphere, Edward revised some scenes, making the first victim's death even more terrifying. He also added a creepy detail, a fleeting shot of the corpse's exaggerated mouth and eyes appearing in a mirror during the intro, only visible if viewers watched closely. When he got home, the old butler had already prepared dinner. Perfect timing. "Grandpa Robert, is Dad home tonight?" Edward asked, noticing his father's seat hadn't been set. "Master Joseph is dining out tonight. He has a meeting with Chairman Cyrus from the Sinnoh region," the butler replied with a gentle smile. Edward froze for a second. Cyrus? The leader of Team Galactic? On the surface, Cyrus was a wealthy businessman from Sinnoh. But in secret, he was the cold and calculating mastermind behind Team Galactic. To him, emotions were the most useless thing in the world. Then Edward remembered something else. Officer Jenny Grace had previously done a background check on him, mentioning that his childhood friend, Shizuka, had joined Team Galactic as a high-ranking officer. Thank goodness the League hadn't discovered Cyrus's true identity yet. Otherwise, Edward would probably be dragged into another background check tomorrow. Shaking the thought off, Edward began eating. Still, he quietly made a mental note about Team Galactic. Maybe once, in ancient times, they had noble goals. But now? They were clearly a dangerous and shadowy organization. Originally, Edward hadn't paid them much attention. After all, it was Sinnoh's problem to deal with. Surely someone over there would handle it. But now that Cyrus was cooperating with his own father, Edward knew he'd better keep a closer eye on them. That's some production value. Kalos champion Diantha smacked her lips as she watched the massive explosion on the giant TV screen, along with the injured people and Pokémon caught in the aftermath. Today was the premiere of the second episode of Sherlock Holmes, and Diantha had been waiting in front of her television well ahead of time. Naturally, she also had the live stream open. Though the TV experience was better, some people just enjoyed watching others react to the same content they were watching. It had to be said, people's hobbies nowadays were pretty peculiar. So this episode is just explosion after explosion. Art is an explosion. That building over there, doesn't it look like the one the champion just gave a victory speech in? But what I find more interesting, Diantha murmured, curling her long legs beneath her and lounging lazily on the plush sofa, is the ancient culture setting added by director Edward. It's quite exotic. A Wicked Ghost, Scene 5, Take 1 Action. Edward called out calmly as the crew and actors fell into their roles. Even though Zoroark had just used its illusion to turn into a beautiful girl for what looked like a confession scene, when it was actually just a question, Edward remained composed. His heart didn't waver. After all, he knew Zoroark's true identity. No matter how unconventional he might be, he wasn't about to catch feelings for a Pokémon. As for Edward's answer, "I believe you." That's all he said. After all, there was no reason not to believe it. The event Zoroark described had happened so long ago that verifying it would be impossible. Only Zoroark itself would know the truth. The Hisui era was far too ancient for any real evidence to remain. Still, Edward personally leaned toward believing it. And maybe because he did believe, Zoroark had begun taking on that same appearance whenever it interacted with him. Golden hair, clear blue eyes, a fair face with a dusting of freckles, not unattractive at all, but strangely charming. "Boss, from now on, just call me Shizuka," Zoroark had said happily. Edward nearly blurted out, "Are you related to Nobita? Do you know a certain blue robot cat who carries universe-breaking gadgets?" He didn't know what kind of game Zoroark was playing, but he didn't really care. Currently, they were filming a segment Edward had modified on the fly. In this scene, a supporting character, terrified by the deaths of his companions, hides inside his house. He even hires 2-8 Gym Badge, holding trainers to protect him. This was the first time that Edward's horror films featured trainers officially recognized by the Pokémon League. He placed high expectations on this scene. The purpose was, once again, to reinforce the idea that evil spirits were unstoppable. But Edward wanted to explore a new angle, filming from two perspectives. From the supporting character's point of view, Chu Renmei arrives and directly attacks him. But from the two trainers' perspective, the victim simply seems to have a sudden psychotic breakdown. Then, they helplessly watch as he's dragged away by some unseen force. They try to help, but they're powerless. All they see are bloody handprints left behind as the door slams shut and blood seeps out from beneath it. This scene would deepen the perception of Chu Renmei's invincibility and perfectly align with Edward's vision, a ghost that cannot be countered, at least not by Pokémon. Should I add a scene where Chu Renmei rips a Macamp in half? Edward scratched his head, an idea forming. If it worked, Chu Renmei's terror would hit a whole new level. Of course, it might be tricky to get it past the censors. But Edward decided to include it anyway. At this point, even Pokémon couldn't do anything. Xiao Ming had already taken his Pokémon underwater to place a bracelet on Chu Renmei, triggering her wrath, so a full rampage wasn't unreasonable. After all, Chu Renmei was completely irrational in her later killings, and only true love could move her. Inspired, Edward quickly jotted the idea down, but for now, he focused on the task at hand. "Zoro," Edward began to call out, but saw Zoroark approaching him with a grin, hands clasped behind its back and a mischievous sparkle in its eyes. Edward twitched at the sight. Still playing games? Oh well, this guy was never serious anyway. Let it have its fun. It'd probably get bored of it in a few days. Ahem. Shizuka, can you make it so that Miss Diantha can only be seen by one camera, while the other camera shows nothing? Edward asked, clearing his throat. All of Chu Renmei's shots were performed by Diantha herself. Even the lake drowning scene, she insisted on doing it without a stunt double. Edward had to admit, this actress didn't become a superstar just because she was a champion. A lot of other celebrities would use doubles just to avoid getting wet. Some even used full stunt doubles for entire dramas, only appearing to swap heads in post-production. Of course I can. But Zoroark rubbed its hands together with a greedy smile. Edward wasn't surprised. Zoroark was always like this. If it ever stopped asking for a bonus, that would be the real shock. No problem. Bonus it is. Edward waved generously, and Zoroark got right to work. Edward observed the results and was quite pleased. Technically, the scene could have been filmed twice, once with Diantha in it and once without, but Edward was a perfectionist. Using Zoroark's illusions gave better continuity and saved time. Since Zoroark was working overtime, paying it extra seemed only fair. Edward reviewed the camera feed. It looked great. Cut. Edward called out, but he wasn't fully satisfied. He summoned the two trainer actors over. Their acting was too stiff. Their eyes were glued to Diantha. Edward wanted blank stares, lost, frantic, disoriented expressions. Not laser-focused gazes. As a result, that scene took the entire afternoon to complete and only barely passed. Edward wore a deadpan expression. They'd likely need to reshoot tomorrow. The two actors were visibly nervous. His expression didn't inspire confidence. Still, Edward didn't scold them. They weren't bad actors. It was just their first time working with a star like Diantha. Nervousness was to be expected. They did pass in the end, but Edward's standards were high, which was why they had to redo it so many times. Boss, there's a representative from the Pokémon League's Department of Affairs waiting outside, Zoroark said, walking up. Edward nodded. It was probably someone Code sent to finalize the hiring paperwork. Since Code's foundation operated under Edward's company, he had to sign off on all hires. Edward walked over and, sure enough, it was the league rep there for contract signatures. He focused particularly on the contract for a Nurse Nightingale and signed after verifying everything. The salary was high, above average, but given her resume, it was well earned. Edward, your company's Pokemon-to-human staff ratio has now met the league's tax reduction threshold, the official said with a smile. Edward wasn't too surprised. The Pokemon League had various welfare policies for companies and factories that employed a significant number of Pokemon, things like tax reductions. However, the maximum tax reduction capped at 10%. That meant if a company originally owed 100 Pocoins in taxes annually, with enough Pokemon employees to qualify for the full deduction, they would only need to pay 90 Pocoins. The remaining amount would be refunded by the league. As a result, many companies actively hired Pokemon workers. Since the Prayer Wall Foundation was registered under Edward's name, any company owned by him was eligible for these tax benefits. Devon Corporation, of course, had already reached the maximum reduction threshold long ago. Even still, they were still slowly increasing their number of Pokemon employees. All right, thank you. I'll handle it at the tax office later, Edward said politely with a smile. But he was already planning to hand the matter over to Zoroark. After all, Zoroark held a certified accountant license issued by the League and was quite familiar with these processes. If it weren't for the fact that Ghost Film Pictures already had a dedicated finance department, Edward might have asked Zoroark to take up a formal position there. After exchanging a few more polite words, the staff member left. Edward then handed the contracts over to Zoroark to store them properly. With the issue of hiring for the Code Foundation settled, Edward returned to filming A Wicked Ghost. He wanted to finish shooting it quickly so he could move on to filming The Grudge. As a major horror franchise from his previous life, The Grudge was widely known, even having an American adaptation. Edward personally liked The Grudge 3 from the American series, where a Japanese spiritual medium attempted to resolve the curse of Kayako. It was one of the few entries in the series that offered even a hint of resolution. Unfortunately, that poor guy was betrayed by his own teammates and ended up becoming the new cursed spirit. I should be able to harvest quite a bit of fear points from that one. Edward rubbed his hands together eagerly. While The Grudge had a somewhat mixed reputation, it undeniably excelled at creating a terrifying atmosphere. Edward was confident the film would earn him a massive return in fear points. But for now, he needed to finish A Wicked Ghost. Meanwhile, at the foundation Edward had established, Code was presiding over a meeting. Although roles were divided within the foundation, Code, as the head, didn't put on airs. He preferred open meetings with everyone present so that different perspectives could help prevent oversights. No problems with the aid recipients this time. All have been carefully screened, someone reported. However, a young girl suddenly stood up. Her face still showed traces of youth and inexperience, a university student still adjusting to the working world. Code recognized her. Her name was Ruby Young, a top student in the management department at Pokémon League University. She had originally joined the foundation as a volunteer, but was now a full-time employee. Although her salary wasn't quite competitive with private sector wages yet, their boss had already promised clear promotion paths, so Code wasn't too worried about employee morale. "What's the issue?" Code asked. "It's like this," Ruby began. "I found a case where a young girl needs a kidney transplant, but her family's financial situation." She handed out documents as she spoke. Soon, everyone had a file containing details of the girl's situation. Though the file painted a heart-wrenching story, Code's expression remained calm. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, it was just that he'd seen too many cases like this since taking on his role. Who qualified for help from the Foundation? Only those with nothing left, people whose families had no choice but to wait for death. Their documents were collected and submitted only after verification. To prevent corruption or nepotism, Edward had even partnered with the nurse Joyce, who pre-screened and submitted the cases themselves. This setup made it much harder for Foundation insiders to collude with outsiders and embezzle donations. But it also meant Code had seen too many tragedies. Every case was miserable. Every family had a story worse than anything you'd read in a sad novel. So, while this little girl's story was tragic, it was, sadly, one of many. There were far too many suffering people across the league. But Code's eyes narrowed as he spotted something unusual in the documents. "What's this about a bet?" he asked. He had found a strange detail. The girl's mother had once sought help online. That wasn't unusual in itself. In the digital age, many people turn to the internet to seek aid. Given the family's desperate situation, it was expected that they'd ask for help online. But what stood out was an odd challenge. "That's what I wanted to talk about," Ruby said, visibly upset. A netizen told the girl's mother that if she kowtowed all the way from Celadon City to Cerulean City, he'd donate 20,000 Pokecoins for every kilometer. A wave of murmurs spread through the room. As the report showed, the mother actually did it, but the netizen never donated a single coin. The incident had gained some attention online, though not yet gone truly viral. Code fell silent, thoughtful. On the surface, it seemed like another case of online trolling. But something about it bothered him, he couldn't pinpoint what. Still, worse things had certainly happened online before. Code began to suggest putting the girl on the priority list when his phone buzzed. Opening it, his expression stiffened. The very story was now breaking news. "Cruel online prank. Man pretends to be rich to toy with desperate mother." That was the headline. Code clicked on the article and read. The journalist's writing was sharp, and the netizen's excuse, "I was just joking," only made things worse. The comment section was exploding with anger. People were furiously denouncing the prankster, and crowdfunding efforts for the girl had already begun. "These people really are bored out of their minds these days," Edward muttered the next day, sitting in his director's chair. The whole situation had already reached his ears. It all started when an internet user made a joke offer to help a struggling mother. She followed through, desperately seeking help for her daughter's medical bills, only to find out that the so-called rich donor wasn't wealthy at all, nor did he have any intention of actually donating. It had all been a joke. The incident instantly sparked outrage across the Pokémon world. After all, this mother was already dealing with enough pain, and this person made light of her suffering? "But it looks like enough money has been raised for the surgery now," Edward said, glancing at the news report in his hand. The story had spread like wildfire overnight, and now nearly everyone in the Pokémon world knew about it. Ultimately, the public attention had led to enough donations to pay for the operation. Edward had originally planned to call Code and ask him to place the woman and her daughter on their foundation's support list, but now that the issue was resolved, there was no need. "Boss, do you think they guided it on purpose?" Zoroark asked as it read the news. It blinked a few times, then looked sidelong at Edward. The director glanced back. Zoroark was still acting the same as usual. Who knew when it would grow tired of its current antics? Edward seriously considered the idea. Was that Netison's move intentional? If he had deliberately sparked public attention in order to help the mother and daughter, that would be pretty damn clever. But it came at a steep price. Even though the internet in the Pokemon world was tightly regulated, largely due to past incidents involving Porygon, what had happened here had drawn so much attention that the man's entire identity had been exposed, even without any doxing efforts. His employer had even fired him overnight. Cyberbullying was terrifying. People who hadn't experienced it couldn't truly understand how overwhelming it was. And now, that man was enduring the worst of it. If he really did plan it all out from the beginning. Edward pursed his lips. Honestly, it was possible. The man came from a modest background. He couldn't possibly afford the girl's medical treatment on his own. If he wanted to help, then generating a viral incident to attract public attention and get the media involved wasn't a bad idea. Of course, no one could know for sure whether that had really been his intention. But in the end, the mother and daughter got the money they needed. The girl could have her surgery. Only the man who'd spoken big words suffered, fired, publicly shamed, and still facing backlash. As the blaring sirens echoed through the high-pitched speakers, Lewis took a deep breath and adjusted his brand-new hat. In front of him, chaos erupted. The once lively and peaceful shopping street was now in total disarray. People were scrambling to escape, their panic infectious. Pokemon could be seen here and there amidst the fleeing crowd. Everyone, please proceed to shelter number 37. Stay calm and evacuate in an orderly fashion. Return your Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Do not panic. Avoid stampedes. Lewis shouted loudly. In emergency evacuations, stampedes were the biggest threat. Lewis's nerves were taut as he shouted, his eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Thankfully, this wasn't the city's first evacuation. Petalburg's residents had grown used to this kind of emergency drill. With Lewis's guidance, the evacuation proceeded smoothly. Soon, the streets were empty. Blaze Fong, check if anyone's left behind, Lewis instructed his Arcanine, his partner and first Pokemon. Blaze Fong lifted his nose and sniffed the air. After a moment, he shook his head. Only then did Lewis breathe a sigh of relief. Although he'd successfully cleared the area, it was time for him to leave as well. Crawdaunt, huh? Lewis glanced back at the city behind him. The once lush Petalburg forest was no longer visible. All he could see now were the towering steel walls and shadowy figures leaping toward them. Humanity was now reaping what it had sown. Lewis, have your civilians been evacuated? A voice called from the distance as another Arcanine approached, carrying Lewis's older sister, Officer Jenny Chase. Yeah, sis. Everyone's out, Lewis replied as he climbed onto Blaze Fong, who wagged his tail excitedly. Blaze Fong loved racing against Chase's Arcanine, Gale. Their current record stood at 1 win and 24 losses, the only win being when Gale had an upset stomach. Good. Let's go. The rest is up to the League's special task force. Chase exhaled deeply, relieved that her brother had handled things well. After all, this was Lewis's first day as a Ranger Guard. For a rookie to be thrown into such a crisis right away, it wasn't easy. You guys finished your end? Lewis asked as he and Blaze Fong ran alongside Chase and Gale toward the shelter. Of course. The captain was worried you'd screw up your first day, so he sent me to help. But you did well, little bro, Chase said with a proud smirk. Still, the approaching Crawdaunt left her uneasy. She couldn't help but worry there might be casualties. Lewis scratched his head, sensing her concern but unsure how to comfort her. Luckily, the shelter wasn't far. Soon, he spotted it at the end of the street, a reinforced underground facility. It was the closest shelter to the city walls. He calmly instructed Blaze Fong to stop, then returned the grumpy Pokemon, still salty over losing to Gale, to its Pokeball. Lewis followed his sister into the shelter. Inside were members of the Pokemon League's emergency response, Jenny's, Joy's, and various staff huddled together in hushed discussion. If the special task force fails, Lewis murmured. He knew why the shelter was so close to the walls, because if things went wrong, they'd be the backup. Standing in the dim lighting, Lewis stared at the screen mounted on the wall, his fingers tightening unconsciously. On screen, a Crawdaunt was crawling out of the ocean. That in itself wasn't strange. Crawdaunt were known for their aggression, but they weren't particularly strong, just medium threat-level Pokémon. Lewis had eaten Crawdaunt before, stir-fried with garlic. It was delicious. The meat near the claws was firm and tender. But then the camera zoomed in. A grim-looking gym leader Norman appeared in frame, and behind him, the Crawdaunt loomed. Compared to Norman, the Crawdaunt was massive. Like a human standing next to a Shiba Inu. Data flashed across the screen. Estimated height, 17 meters. Weight, unknown. Covered in green algae. Enormous claws. Just looking at it gave people chills. That's huge. Isn't this a bit too much? Lewis gulped as he read the screen. A 17-meter-tall Crawdaunt? You'd think it was Dynamaxed, but this was Hoenn. Hoenn didn't even have Dynamax phenomena. It also looks like its body is corroded. And its eyes are glowing green, Chase muttered, worry etched across her face as she stared at the screen. On screen, Norman and the League agents had begun deploying their Pokémon, launching attacks on the towering monster. Reaping what we sow, Lewis muttered, shaking his head solemnly. Giant Pokémon now attacked human cities, destroying everything in sight. To defend themselves, humans had built towering alloy walls, trying to repel the very Pokémon who were once trusted allies. Former partners. Former helpers. Boss, what do you think? Edward scratched his head as he looked at Zoroark, who had just handed him a script. At first, Edward thought it was another submission from a fan. He received lots of them. But to his surprise, it was written by Zoroark itself. You sure this isn't a script? It reads like a novel. And what's with all these giant Pokémon? Edward asked, visibly confused. He had genuinely thought it was a script at first, but it clearly wasn't. This was the first time he'd learned Zoroark could write fiction. Honestly, it was eye-opening. Just read a little more, boss. You'll get it, Zoroark replied with a mischievous grin. Edward narrowed his eyes at Zoroark, but didn't say anything. He simply continued reading the novel in his hands. How did things escalate to this point? 50 years ago, the largest multinational corporation in the League regions began secretly dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. They used their connections to bribe many high-ranking officials within the League. As a result, the matter was hidden for 5 full years until a Pokémon professor, while studying marine Pokémon, noticed something was wrong and exposed the entire scandal. But thanks to the company's enormous wealth and influence, they dispatched experts who declared nuclear wastewater is safe and the pollution is limited in scope. Since the dumping had been ongoing for 5 years already, the news gradually faded out of public attention. No one cared about the nuclear waste being dumped into the ocean, except for a few passionate advocates, until mutated Pokémon affected by the waste began attacking humans. Only then did the public finally start taking the matter seriously. The punishment against the corporation was harsh. It was wiped out from the League's history, and all high-ranking executives were sentenced to death. But none of that could undo the damage. Soon after, Pokémon professors discovered that these mutated Pokémon were drastically different from their normal counterparts. They were far more aggressive, completely irrational, and acted like lunatics, driven only by basic survival instincts. Even their elemental types had changed due to the nuclear contamination. After countless sleepless nights of research, Professor Oak of the Kanto region led a team that published a groundbreaking paper. A research summary on nuclear waste's effects on Pokémon. In it, a brand new Pokémon type was introduced for the first time, nuclear type. Nuclear? What the heck is that supposed to be? Edward looked at Zoroark with a strange expression. You're not a transmigrator too, are you? It's just the latest in physical science research, a fascinating kind of energy, Zoroark replied matter-of-factly. Although it's not yet used in real applications, I thought it'd make for great material in fiction. Edward gave it a squint look. In the Pokémon world, nuclear energy had indeed been discovered, but it was still far from being harnessed effectively. He didn't expect Zoroark to think that far ahead. But then again, it did hold a PhD in physics. This Crawdaunt is probably a nuclear, water type, right? Lewis asked as he licked his lips while staring at the Crawdaunt whose shell had cracked from a powerful mega kick by Norman's slaking. This Pokémon was absurdly powerful. After all, it had tanked a brutal attack from Norman's slaking, famous for its raw power, and only had its shell broken. Most likely, Officer Jenny Chase nodded, watching the intense battle unfold on the television with anxiety. Most nuclear Pokémon ended up replacing one of their original types, much like fossil Pokémon. Take the Aurorus, for example. It was supposed to be an ice, dragon type, but being revived from a fossil changed it to rock, ice. Likewise, nuclear Pokémon were typically dual-typed, nuclear plus one original type. Under nuclear waste mutation, the rate of variation was staggering. A 17-meter Crawdaunt was already on the scene, and they'd even heard rumors that a 42-meter-tall mutant Tentacruel had emerged near Vermilion City in Kanto. A massive wave of nuclear-contaminated seawater had crashed into Vermilion, easily flooding the city's defensive walls. Cleaning up the radioactive aftermath cost an astronomical amount of money. In the underground shelters, people watched the battle nervously as Norman and members of the League's Special Operations Unit launched attacks to prevent the monstrous Crawdaunt from advancing. The Crawdaunt, clearly annoyed by the resistance, raised its massive claw and then spat out a torrent of green glowing bubbles. Bubble beam. Lewis licked his lips again, analyzing the situation. He wondered how he and his Pokémon, Blaze Fong, would deal with such an attack. Nuclear-type moves had only one real property. They carried radioactive and corrosive effects. So those giant bubbles were basically mobile radioactive bombs. Getting hit would be a nightmare. Even with the League's most cutting-edge medical technology, Pokémon heavily contaminated by nuclear radiation couldn't be fully cured. So the best strategy was to avoid the bubbles altogether. In the footage, 5 men in black cloaks stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, 5 Dragonites took to the sky and whipped up a violent tornado, scattering the toxic bubbles and even blowing the radioactive mist back at Crawdaunt. But Crawdaunt slammed its claw down, disrupting the vortex. As powerful as Tornado was, it had limits. The sheer size difference made it impossible to ignore. Even 5 Dragonites couldn't whip up enough force to seriously threaten this behemoth. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived. Skarmory and Aerodactyl dove in to distract Crawdaunt, while dozens of electric-type Pokémon unleashed a storm of lightning. Crawdaunt shuddered violently under the assault. "Looks like we've got it under control," Officer Jenny Chase exhaled, her clenched knuckles slowly regaining color. "They're getting bigger," Lewis muttered, watching Crawdaunt slowly retreat under Norman's lead. Nobody else had noticed, but he had. Each attack saw these mutant Pokémon growing larger and more unstable. That didn't seem like a good sign. He suspected that something was driving these crazed Pokémon out from the deep sea. And if that were true, then just how massive was the creature responsible? Lewis cast a worried glance at Chase. Should he convince his sister to leave Petalburg City early? This place was going to be in serious trouble sooner or later. Because, if you really thought about it, one of Hoenn's legendary beasts, Kyogre, was a sea-dwelling Pokémon. And if even Kyogre ended up mutated by nuclear waste. Lewis shuddered at the thought. "Boss, what do you think?" Zoroark looked at Edward with hopeful eyes. Edward rubbed his temples. "Not bad. So far, not bad at all. You should submit it. Try sending it to Dern Publishing and see what they say," Edward finally said, deciding to encourage Zoroark. After submitting Zoroark's novel to Dern Publishing, Edward didn't bother following up. After all, print magazines still required some time for review and approval these days. Still, he had a good feeling about Zoroark's story. The concept was genuinely original: massive cataclysmic Pokémon, water pollution, and entirely new types. Edward had never seen a novel like that before. If it became popular, there was even a chance it could be adapted into a movie by the company. Meanwhile, Edward spent another half a month working on A Wicked Ghost before finally completing the film. He'd also inserted a few product placements. Now that his fame was growing, more advertisers were eager to invest. That made his filmmaking budget far more flexible. The special effects? All top tier. Zoro. Shizuka, let the post-production team know to start editing as soon as possible, Edward casually instructed Zoroark. But as soon as he said the name, he saw Zoroark's half-smirking expression and quickly corrected himself. Watching the cheerful Zoroark leave, Edward rubbed his face. It had been nearly a month, yet Zoroark still insisted on keeping that face and stubbornly demanded to be called Shizuka. If Edward called it Zoroark, it would just pretend not to hear him. In the end, Edward gave up arguing and went along with it. Still, seeing how persistent Zoroark was about the name made Edward start to wonder, could that story it told be true? Had it really once been a girl, betrayed by her own village and killed, leading her to be reborn as a ghost-type Pokémon? Forget it. Edward decided to ask Grandpa Robert to consult with some historians in Sinnoh when he got back. If they could uncover any connections to Zoroark's story, that would be ideal. If not, well, that was fine too. After all, ordinary people were rarely recorded in history. When Edward was young, he'd always wondered why people in ancient times cared so much about leaving their names in history, some even going to great lengths to achieve it. Only as he grew older did he understand. All people die, and once those who remember them are also gone, it's like they never existed at all. Being written into history meant that people would continue to know your name and your story. In a way, it was a form of immortality. But even if Zoroark's story were true, as a regular girl who was killed unjustly, would her name have made it into the history of the Hisui era? That was doubtful. So, Edward didn't expect too much. He just wanted to look into it out of curiosity. If it led to something, great. If not, no big deal. With filming wrapped, Edward officially disbanded the production crew and rushed home. He'd been busy with the movie for quite a while and hadn't had time for anything else. Now that it was over, he was ready to relax and also visit Jengar. Boss, I already passed along your instructions. The editing team will speed things up. Zoroark ran over, face flushed, clutching its chest as it panted heavily. Edward twitched at the sight. It was looking more and more like a regular human girl. Good work, Edward nodded. But then he noticed Zoroark still standing in front of him, blinking its big eyes at him. His eyelid twitched. What's this rascal up to now? But Zoroark didn't pull any tricks. It just handed Edward a magazine and then skipped off, humming a strange little tune. Edward glanced at the magazine. It was Durin Magazine, a monthly publication known for featuring articles and serialized novels, especially popular in the Hoenn region. Edward had read it as a child and remembered it for its high-quality writing. This guy actually got published? Edward was a little surprised. As soon as he saw the magazine, he knew why Zoroark had given it to him. Flipping through, he found the very novel Zoroark had submitted. It had indeed been selected for publication. He tucked the magazine away. Zoroark might act ridiculous most of the time, but it had pulled off something impressive out of the blue. As long as it didn't slack off on its secretary duties, Edward didn't mind. After all, he'd gotten used to having Zoroark as his assistant, so much so that he didn't want to replace it with anyone else. Zoroark might be mischievous and constantly pulling pranks, but when it came to its secretary work, it was exceptionally competent. Once he arrived home, where he hadn't been in ages, Edward collapsed onto his soft bed, stretching out lazily with a contented sigh. Oh, right. Just as he was about to take a nap, Edward remembered something. He grabbed his phone and checked his inbox. Thanks to Edward's investigation, Team Magma had suffered a major blow. But the detective he hired to investigate Team Aqua hadn't sent any updates lately, which struck him as odd. It wasn't that the detective had never gone silent before. He was cautious by nature, but he'd maintained a consistent habit of sending progress reports once a week. Now, however, there'd been nothing. Edward checked the last message 8 days ago. Feeling uneasy, he sent the detective a follow-up email. Hope nothing's happened. But if I recall, one of Team Aqua's bases was located near Slateport City, Edward murmured, narrowing his eyes. The Hoenn region was one Edward knew well. He'd played the Ruby and Sapphire versions often, so he was very familiar with where Team Magma and Team Aqua had set up bases. But with how massive the Pokemon world was in reality, he didn't want to waste time searching blindly, so he had hired a professional. He had already shared the suspected location of Team Aqua's base with the detective. For them to go silent now, something wasn't right. His phone buzzed. "You've got new mail," Edward Rodham chimed. Edward picked up his phone and checked. Edward narrowed his eyes. Something was off, very off. His relationship with this detective was a business arrangement, and even that was mediated through a third party. Edward had never met the detective face-to-face. The intermediary was Zoroark, who had been tasked with finding a reliable investigator. That person had gotten used to reporting in online, yet suddenly wanted to meet in person? That was suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Could they have already been captured by Team Aqua? Edward wondered. That seemed like a very real possibility. Team Aqua was a dark organization, after all. It wouldn't be shocking if their operatives discovered the detective. But if that was the case, it complicated everything. They still hadn't found the base, and now the contact might be compromised. And if Archie wasn't a complete fool, he would have already realized that the base's location had been partially exposed. That meant he'd likely move operations, making it even harder to find them again. The reason Team Aqua and Team Magma had managed to survive under the pressure of the massive Pokémon League was precisely because of how well they could hide. They knew how to lay low. The organizations that couldn't hide had already become mere footnotes on the League's list of dealt with threats. The ones that could hide, however, were top priorities for elimination. "This is a real headache," Edward sighed. Even though the detective had accepted the job knowing the risks involved, Edward still felt somewhat guilty. It had been his request, after all. He squinted, thinking hard. It looked like he'd have to go check things out in person. Of course, he wouldn't go alone. But bringing his older brother might not be a good idea either. Dark organizations weren't stupid. This could very well be a trap. Even if he did go, he figured the most he'd find were some low-level grunts. He didn't believe for a second that Archie or any executive would be waiting for him. The bait in that email was just too obvious. This situation. Edward scratched his head. If he went alone, he'd be limited. This sort of thing was better left to the League professionals. Whether this was bait or some kind of test, those experts would know how to handle it better than he could. With that thought, Edward picked up his phone and called his older brother to explain the situation. Not long after, he found himself in the sitting room of the house, facing his visibly exasperated brother, a stern-looking officer Jenny Isolde, and a woman with a cheerful smile and 3 claw marks across her face. "This is Director Jana, head of the League's Special Investigation Unit. She has a distinguished service record," Officer Jenny introduced her. Jana smiled and extended her hand. Edward shook it. She looked to be in her early 30s, not that old, but her physique was powerful, with obvious muscle tone and a thick neck. She radiated strength. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Edward." "I'm a big fan," Jana said with a grin. Edward blinked, surprised. Then she pulled out a notebook, a special edition collaboration notebook from Tom and Jerry, and handed it to him. Embarrassed, Edward quickly offered a humble thanks and signed it. Although he wasn't the director of Tom and Jerry, the story originated from him. So many people called him the father of the series. It made him a little shy. He just saw himself as someone bringing great stories from his previous world into this one. Officer Jenny squinted at Jana. Jana responded with a gentle smile and tucked the notebook away. "Edward, could you explain the situation again?" Officer Jenny asked as the butler came in and poured some tea. Stephen sighed and massaged his temples. His little brother had a real talent for attracting trouble. First it was Team Magma, and now Edward had dug up leads on Team Aqua as well. Edward recounted the whole situation once more. "Did you respond to the email?" Officer Jenny asked urgently. Edward shook his head. He hadn't replied yet. He wasn't sure if doing so would cause more problems. "Can we log into your email?" Officer Jenny asked, already tapping on her phone. Edward nodded. He knew this was just a formality. League personnel didn't really need his permission for this. Soon, several specialists entered the room, carrying laptops and beginning to craft a response. Edward listened to their intense discussions: psychology, criminal profiling, emotional manipulation, conspiracy theory, strategic countermeasures. It was mentally exhausting. Edward, how about we let the League handle this? Officer Jenny looked at him seriously. Edward, of course, had no objections. He had contacted the League precisely so they could take over. He had no intention of handling this himself. The officers left in a hurry. They needed to reallocate forces and begin a large-scale search around Slateport City. Since the missing detective had vanished near there, it was likely Team Aqua had a base nearby. Destroying that base would be a major blow, one that could leave Team Aqua paralyzed for some time. Thanks to Edward's tip, the League's massive war machine began to turn once more. Edward didn't feel like he had lost anything. If this had been him right after graduating college, he might have tried to sneak in and dismantle Team Aqua's base on his own. Rescue the detective. Be a hero. But not anymore. These days, Edward just wanted to make movies and live a financially comfortable life. Let the professionals handle the dangerous work. His older brother left too. On his way out, Stephen gave Edward a long look. He didn't say anything, but Edward understood exactly what he meant. Stay home. Don't cause trouble. Apparently, Stephen was genuinely afraid of how much chaos Edward could stir up. Murphy's Law, it won't actually happen, right? Edward thought, remembering the old saying. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Just as he was pondering this, his body suddenly swayed. No, it wasn't just him, it was the whole house. An earthquake. Edward's pupils contracted. The old butler rushed in. Young Master Edward. He quickly escorted Edward out of the mansion into the garden. Edward looked at the shaking house and the unsteady garden around them, his brows furrowed tightly. Rustboro experienced an earthquake. It wasn't a strong one, but it still caused quite a stir. The streets were filled with people frantically making phone calls, the sounds of ringing and voices overlapping in a wave of chaos. Grandpa Robert, I'm heading over to see Headmistress Lillian, Edward said as he looked at the panicked crowds and the now stable house. He decided against going back inside. After all, he wasn't sure if there would be aftershocks. It seemed safer to check in with Headmistress Lillian instead. The old butler didn't object, though he did worryingly remind Edward to stay away from densely built-up areas for the time being. Q rubbed affectionately against Edward. Just moments earlier, Edward had returned Q and Fortune to their pokeballs before rushing out with Grandpa Robert. Now that things seemed safe, he released them again. Q nestled into his arms, while Fortune stood nearby, curiously watching the flustered crowds. Edward walked along the street, weaving through groups of people. Some had begun returning to their homes now that the tremors had stopped, since the quake wasn't very strong and typically wouldn't lead to aftershocks. Still, many remained outside just in case, and Officer Jenny's were already out maintaining order. An earthquake, huh? When was the last time Rustboro had one? And with no warning this time, too. Edward gently patted Q's head as they walked. Earthquakes do happen in the Pokémon world, but it depends on the region. Rustboro City rarely experienced them. In fact, the only quake Edward could remember since arriving in this world had been when he was 6 years old. Normally, the Pokémon League could issue early warnings for earthquakes. After all, earthquake was a move that Pokémon could learn. The League had even trained specific Pokémon to detect and alert people to seismic activity, typically giving a 3-minute warning. 3 minutes might not sound like much, but it was usually enough to get people to safety. However, this time, there had been no warning at all. That was definitely strange. Feels like ever since Ash started his journey, this world's been getting a bit odd, Edward muttered. Ash was truly something else. Barely into his journey, and already an earthquake occurs. Edward couldn't help but wonder if the two were connected. It wasn't that he believed in fate, but Ash's presence felt oddly significant. Having grown up watching the anime, Edward knew one thing: wherever Ash went, something happened. That was the formula for every movie, every season. Still, even though he was curious about why the League failed to give a warning this time, Edward didn't dwell on it. He understood that the League had its secrets. Some things were better left unknown. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. When he arrived at the Rustboro City Pokémon Care Center, he found Big Bear standing at the entrance, wearing his usual overalls and looking unusually serious. But what surprised Edward more was the Pokémon standing beside him, a Cubfu that had evolved into Urshifu. Edward blinked in shock. Urshifu was extremely rare. In the Hoenn region, without a Pokédex, most people wouldn't even recognize it. Edward, of course, knew what it was because of the games. And now, this Urshifu was standing guard beside Big Bear like a security guard duo. Big Bear, who's this? Edward asked as he walked over. Big Bear's face brightened when he saw Edward. Urshifu eyed Edward with curiosity, its gaze pausing particularly on Q in Edward's arms. Its interest visibly piqued. In response, Q stood up in Edward's arms, watching the Urshifu warily. Fortune, on the other hand, didn't care much about Urshifu at all. He was busy reading. After all, admissions for the Hoenn League University were about to begin. If Fortune wanted to be specially admitted, he'd need to pass the entrance exam for the economics department. So now he was studying every day, buried in test prep. Edward was reminded of his own high school years, how during his junior year he had studied like mad, cramming astronomy, geography, and everything in between. After he started working, though, he could barely remember a single classical poem. Stuff. Big Bear let out a few growls. Edward didn't understand a word. Still, seeing the way Big Bear gestured, Edward guessed that this Urshifu wasn't abandoned. It had been brought over by someone else. He nodded politely at Urshifu. The bear-like Pokémon immediately stood up straighter and respectfully bowed. Edward chuckled and returned the gesture before heading inside the shelter. Greena wasn't at the front garden. Who knew where that little troublemaker had run off to? As Edward entered the shelter, he quickly spotted Headmistress Lillian. Tending to the Pokémon, and standing beside her was an old man with a slightly hunched back and long eyebrows. Something about him felt oddly familiar to Edward. Headmistress Lillian, Edward greeted her with a warm smile and walked over. Her previously stern expression softened when she saw him. The old man gave Edward a curious look, but quickly returned his gaze to the Pokémon before him. "All the little ones doing okay?" Edward asked, glancing around the courtyard. Most of the Pokémon had come out from their rooms. One particular surprise was seeing Greenie out and about. However, Greenie was currently surrounded by a purple psychic barrier, which looked like it was protecting it from the dense cloud of spore powder floating around it. "They're all fine." The quake wasn't strong and didn't last long. "Only this silly one here got too excited running and sprained its foot," Headmistress Lillian said, affectionately ruffling the fur of a Mytina lying in front of her. Beside it stood a Curlia. Edward understood immediately. It must have been one of those former Pokémon Thieves duo who had been brought in after that incident in Rustboro City. Now that they were at the shelter, that whole online scandal had completely faded from public memory. Even in the world of Pokémon, online trends disappeared in a flash. Edward's eyes eventually fell on Ruckus. The big guy was just standing there, but what surprised Edward was the fact that a Shedinja was floating right above Ruckus's head. Edward knew how proud Ruckus was. He never expected it would tolerate a Shedinja hovering over it like a hat. Why did Groudon suddenly become active? At Empty Chimney, the former secret base of Team Magma, now converted into a special facility under the Pokémon League, one of the most crucial and sensitive Pokémon in the entire Hoenn region slumbered, Groudon. The chairwoman of the Hoenn Pokémon League hurriedly arrived at the base, where she was greeted by a Pokémon professor in a white lab coat. Just moments ago, the chairwoman had received news of a sudden earthquake near Empty Chimney. What made it especially concerning was that it had not been detected by any monitoring systems. Before she could begin investigating the quake, another message came in. Groudon had moved. And Groudon's movement had occurred mere seconds before the earthquake. That timing was too close to ignore. The chairwoman couldn't help but wonder, was the earthquake caused by Groudon's movement? If so, the raw power of these ancient legendary Pokémon was even more terrifying than she had imagined. "Chairwoman, we're still unsure of the situation," the professor said hastily. "We just detected Groudon's left foot shift slightly." However, all monitoring equipment still shows no change in Groudon's mental waves or other signs of activity. It's still asleep. Ever since the League had wiped out Team Magma's base and discovered Groudon inside, the site had been on maximum alert. This was, after all, a legendary Pokémon. No one could predict what might happen if Groudon woke up. To prepare for that scenario, a team of elite trainers was stationed here permanently. Their job was to hold the line in case Groudon awakened and became hostile, just long enough for the League's top-tier reinforcements to arrive. The League's standing policy regarding Groudon was simple. As long as it stays asleep, we're fine. If it woke up, it could spell disaster. What about now? Is there any indication it might wake up? The chairwoman asked, breathing a sigh of relief. For the League, Groudon, not the earthquake, was the real threat. Especially since the quake may have been caused by Groudon in the first place. For now, no, the professor said, shaking his head. Groudon's current vital signs are the same as before. He glanced back toward the massive Pokémon, still resting in the magma, his eyes filled with awe. This was Groudon, a living legend. To be able to study a creature like this, even without being able to use most research tools, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just being in its presence was more than enough. Do you think Groudon's movement is related to the quake? The chairwoman asked, her expression grim as she looked at the sleeping titan. It was a plausible theory. In fact, it might be more than just plausible, it might be likely. The quake had occurred within seconds of Groudon's movement. If even such a small shift from Groudon caused a localized earthquake, what would happen if it fully woke up? We're still investigating, the professor said, but there's not enough data. We can't draw any conclusions from just one instance. Coincidence isn't science, at least not without more evidence. Unless Groudon moved again and triggered another quake, it would remain an open question. The chairwoman rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. This was Mt. Chimney, the Hoenn region's largest active volcano. Groudon had been dormant for a long time, and so had the volcano. If Groudon awakened, would Mt. Chimney erupt too? It was clear that a League summit would need to be held soon. They had to develop a real emergency plan. Edward, I'm Mustard. A man extended his hand with a smile. Edward blinked in surprise, then shook it. The moment passed before realization hit him. That hairstyle, it was unmistakable. In fact, it was practically iconic. No wonder he'd had a feeling of déjà vu. Now he was sure. This Mustard was none other than the same Mustard from the Sword and Shield, the former champion of the Galar region, and a powerful trainer in his own right. But how did Mustard know Headmistress Lillian? And why did they seem to be on such good terms? Edward, this is Mustard, a good friend of mine. He used to be the champion of Galar, said Headmistress Lillian, who had just finished confirming the health of all the Pokémon under her care. She smiled warmly. Edward quickly nodded, still sneaking glances at the two. He was very curious. However, Edward didn't linger too long at the Pokémon Care Center. After checking that all the Pokémon were safe and that the facility hadn't been damaged, he returned to his company. Before leaving, he made sure to order a better meal for the little guys to improve their diets. Only Q stood nearby, staring at Mustard with wide, reverent eyes. It could feel that same intense aura that Steven emitted. Mustard was no ordinary man. The tremors had affected all of Rustboro, and even the company had suffered some minor damage. Some office equipment had been knocked over, and one air conditioner unit had fallen and smashed an employee's desk. Luckily, the employee had just stepped out for coffee and wasn't hurt. Shizuka, log all the damage and malfunctioning equipment. Prioritize repairs or replacements, Edward instructed as Zoroark jogged up to him. Zoroark quickly noted everything down. Looking at the bustling streets and shaken people, Edward squinted his eyes slightly. Was this earthquake really a natural disaster, or was it caused by something else? In most movie plots, only legendary Pokémon were capable of triggering phenomena at this scale. After handling the company issues, Edward finally returned home. There hadn't been any aftershocks. It almost felt like the earlier quake had been nothing but a dream. His home hadn't suffered any damage either, except for one thing. Inside his display cabinet, the Groudon stone had shifted a little. Edward didn't think much of it. It had probably just moved during the quake. He opened the cabinet and gently returned the Groudon stone to its original position. After the earthquake ended, Edward began personally supervising the editing process for A Wicked Ghost. This time, the film included the new setup of Chu-Ren-mei tearing Pokémon apart with her bare hands, which made the editing work much more complicated. Although the Pokémon World's film review standards weren't particularly strict, they didn't have any nothing-below-the-neck censorship rules and were fairly lenient with horror movies. There were always viewers who might report problematic scenes. And if there's one thing the Pokémon world isn't short on, it's die-hard fans of all kinds of Pokémon. One of the Pokémon torn apart by Chu-Ren-mei in the film was a Machamp. Since it had a lot of loyal fans, Edward knew that if one of them saw it and filed a complaint, it could negatively impact the movie's release. So he had to be careful with the editing, no direct scenes of Machamp being torn open. Instead, he had to rely on shadowy silhouettes to imply the action. Dodging censorship and avoiding complaints, that's a technical skill in itself. Boss, what kind of position is the chief editor for this movie? Zoroark asked curiously, glancing at Edward. The post-production department had all heard about this so-called chief editor, someone who would do a final refinement pass on every single frame of the movie after each editor submitted their cuts. Yet this person never came to the studio. Very mysterious. "Oh, I gave that job to a friend of mine," Edward replied casually. "Can't have that guy lying around all day doing nothing, so I found him some work." That chief editor was actually Mutewo. Edward had tasked Mutewo with polishing up all the fine details of the movie edit. It was a massive workload, enhancing the lighting, shadows, and special effects for an entire film to make it look more aesthetically pleasing and eerie wasn't something one person usually did. It usually took an entire department. But Edward handed it all to Mutewo. And Mutewo, ever since it escaped from New Island, it seemed to have found its ultimate life goal, becoming a shut-in. Edward still didn't quite understand what was going on in Mutewo's mind. But the psychic type had shrugged its shoulders and completely stopped caring. It now spent its days holed up in a house Edward had bought for it, eating, drinking, playing video games, watching anime, and binging videos. Mutewo called it studying advanced human culture. But since the day it moved in, Edward hadn't seen Mutewo step foot outside once. It was literally living the life of a hikikomori. Edward couldn't let this go on. Mutewo was a legendary Pokémon with unlimited potential. Letting it waste away like this because of him? Edward would feel guilty forever. Giving it editing tasks was just the beginning. During his lunch break, he planned to visit Mutewo's home to see just how bad things had gotten. Zoroark gave Edward a suspicious look, its little eyes darting around. Was the boss secretly hiding someone? Just then, Edward's phone buzzed, a file transfer notification. He returned to his desk and received the file Mutewo had just sent, the latest version of the edited video. He clicked it open. The footage looked way better than before. The adjustments to the lighting and shadows made the horror elements feel more chilling and immersive. The sound design had also been fine-tuned. Edward nodded in approval. Mutewo might be a hardcore shut-in, but at least it knew how to get things done. But when he saw the note attached to the file, "I want to go to an idol concert," Edward's mouth twitched. This guy really was spiraling into the otaku abyss. He had to go see Mutewo. Today. No exceptions. When Edward finally arrived at Mutewo's house with Q and Fortune, he was greeted by the automatically opening front door and a home completely packed with anime figurines. Every kind imaginable. In the middle of it all, Mutewo lay sprawled among life-sized Pokémon World equivalents of One Piece and Naruto figurines, specifically a life-size figure of the Empress from Pirate King. It was holding a game controller, playing the latest hot title, Black Myth, Ho-Oh. At the same time, it was using its psychic powers to control another computer, working on post-production edits. Edward's eye twitched. This guy was abusing psychic powers to multitask to this extent? Even psychic energy would be in tears at this point. Seriously, how did you manage to get a belly like that in such a short time? Edward asked, rubbing his temples with a complicated expression. This was Mutewo. The very same legendary Pokémon who rampaged across New Island, only to be stopped by Ash's Talk no Jutsu. A cold, handsome, self-determined Pokémon who had appeared in many theatrical releases and anime episodes, now had a potbelly? Edward couldn't help but walk over and poke it. Sure enough, his finger bounced off it like a water balloon. If this continued, Mutwo would go from having shredded abs to a beer belly, then baldness and a few extra rolls of fat. He'd become the textbook definition of a shut-in. What did you come here for? Mutwo yawned lazily. Despite talking, its work hadn't stopped. Entertainment and productivity, all handled effortlessly with psychic power. Are you planning to keep living like this? You're getting fat. Edward pressed his fingers to his temples again. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was his fault. Maybe if he hadn't introduced Mutwo to the internet, it would still be the Mutwo he once knew. Not this shut-in Mutwo. Mutwo gave Edward a half-lidded look, then glanced at its own belly. With a casual wave of its hand, the yellowish fat inside its body floated out into the air, compressed and condensed, then ignited and turned to ash. Its belly returned to normal. So, what do you want me to do? Get strong? Just to be beaten down by one of your league champions and end up lying flat again? Might as well skip the decades of effort and get straight to the lying flat phase now, Mutwo said with a shrug. It wasn't wrong. Back on New Island, Mutwo hadn't been idle. It had studied the Pokémon League, currently the largest and most powerful governing body in the human world, very thoroughly. And it had come to one conclusion. Messing with the League would be nothing but trouble. Plus, Mutwo had no real desire to rebel anymore. Though it had once agonized over its existence, whether or not it was a real Pokémon, what its connection to Mew was, it eventually came to peace with one truth. No matter what Mew is, I am Mutwo. Edward's mouth twitched. Honestly, that wasn't wrong either. Mutwo's success in an alternate world like the Rainbow Rocket timeline had only been possible thanks to the sheer resources of Team Rocket. On its own, toppling the League was practically impossible. By the way, do you know how to cook? Mutwo asked curiously, setting down its game controller and turning to look at Edward. Edward raised an eyebrow. That was a sudden change of topic. I do. Cooking is one of my hobbies, Edward replied with a nod. He really did know how to cook. Even though he was basically born with a silver spoon in his mouth after reincarnating into the Pokémon world, he hadn't forgotten the cooking skills he'd learned in his previous life. So now, not only could he cook, his culinary skills were actually pretty decent. What's your goal in life? Mutwo asked out of the blue again. Edward took a deep breath. Seriously? How is this any different from asking, Master, what's your job? He'd been working as a director for so long, had produced so many films. How did Mutwo still not know? I'm a director. What else could I be? Edward replied with exasperation. Mutwo rested its chin in its hand, its eyes blank and unfocused. Looking at Mutwo's deadpan expression, Edward nearly called Q over to give it a good scolding, but Q didn't seem to care. It was currently sitting on the floor, staring curiously at a Pikachu plush. This little guy had always been strangely obsessed with Pikachu, maybe because it was a Mimikyu? Edward had always wondered, if Mimikyu hatched from an egg, how did it already come with the Pikachu disguise? As Mutwo's eyes grew more and more vacant, Edward couldn't tell what it was thinking anymore. So instead, he turned his attention to Mutwo's living space. He had arranged a high-rise apartment for Mutwo, over 200 square meters. It was well-furnished and fully decorated. Mutwo hadn't made many changes to it, but there was one major difference. Its home was filled with figurines, video games, and idol posters. Next to the massive TV was a poster of the most famous idol group in the Hoenn League, an adorable music group made up of cute girls and cute Pokémon. After one glance, Edward came to a conclusion. Mutwo had become a full-blown otaku. He might as well start calling it Otamutu. Hey, what do you think of me opening a game-themed restaurant? Mutwo suddenly snapped back to reality, its eyes lighting up with excitement as it asked Edward. Fortune glanced up at Mutwo, its tiny eyes seeming to be pondering something. Do you even have money? Edward asked flatly. He had given Mutwo a decent settlement sum back then. It was, after all, a national treasure. But judging from all the stuff in this place, Edward suspected that money had already been burned through. "That's what you're for," Mutwo replied with a beaming smile. Opening a restaurant was easy, but a game-themed restaurant? That would require licensing from multiple gaming companies. Edward narrowed his eyes at Mutwo. This guy really said that with zero shame. Suddenly, a strange, chirpy sound came from beside him. Edward turned his head. He recognized that sound instantly. It was Fortune trying to say something. Fortune mumbled a few things before pulling out a tablet. Edward had bought it specifically because he couldn't understand Fortune's speech. Fortune tapped away for a while, and soon Edward understood. It was calculating the startup cost for Mutwo's restaurant idea, initial investment, monthly profit requirements, customer volume, all factored in. The numbers made Edward's eyes go wide. In the end, Fortune displayed a single total cost, clearly stating how much Mutwo would need up front and that the return on investment period was uncertain. "Fine. I'll just consider it an investment in you," Edward said with a wave of his hand. He could afford it. It wasn't a massive sum. What he didn't understand, though, was why Mutwo suddenly wanted to open a restaurant. Judging from the state of this place, there wasn't a proper kitchen in sight, just junk food and takeout containers everywhere. Mutwo gave Fortune a surprised look. It hadn't expected Edward's Pokémon to be this capable. All those terms and figures were dizzying. "But do you even know how to cook?" Edward asked suspiciously. Cooking might seem simple, but it wasn't. Controlling the heat, measuring seasonings, choosing ingredients, these were all key skills. The skill ceiling for a chef was high, but the floor was low. Anyone who could fry some rice could call themselves a chef, but not every chef could prepare an imperial banquet. "Nope," Mutwo replied shamelessly. Edward stared at it, dumbfounded. It didn't even pretend to be modest. Still, looking at Mutwo and thinking about its restaurant idea, Edward was reminded of a show from his past life, one that was fairly popular both as a series and a film. Midnight Diner. It originated in Japan and was later remade in China. The original had been highly acclaimed. Edward hadn't heard of it at first, until he watched the domestic remake, which was basically a giant product placement fest, and finally went back to watch the original version. The contrast gave him whiplash. Even a great original could be completely butchered in a remake. "So you're planning to hire someone else to do the cooking, huh?" Edward said, rubbing his temples. He decided to check later if there were any shows like Midnight Diner in this world. If not, that would be a great niche to fill. Edward never thought he had too much money, especially since he had plenty of things to spend it on. "Yep. I'll pay for the renovations, hire the staff, and just act like a hands-off boss," Mutwo nodded enthusiastically. Edward rubbed his face. "That's no different from playing a restaurant simulation game. Why not just go play one?" Edward said, clearly unimpressed. He had honestly thought Mutwo wanted to cook itself. "You're right. I'd rather aim for getting every platinum trophy in every game." Mutwo suddenly found its new dream. Edward was speechless. But he didn't argue. To be fair, aiming for all platinum trophies was actually kind of amazing. The Pokémon world's gaming industry wasn't as large as in his past life, but in certain niches, it had gone even further. There were tons of major titles and countless indie games. If Mutwo really wanted to earn every platinum trophy, it would be a long and arduous journey. You could also become a video creator, document your journey to platinum every game, Edward suggested. "I'll try it," Mutwo agreed readily. Being a content creator didn't seem hard. It had seen enough of those videos already. Edward was actually optimistic about it. Mutwo might be an otaku, but with its psychic ability to multitask during gameplay, it could definitely clear games and earn platinum trophies at record speed. This guy's really fast. He already released a platinum trophy guide. Edward twitched at the corner of his mouth as he watched the video on his phone. It was only 2 days ago that he mentioned the idea of creating future content to Mutwo, and now, just today, Mutwo had already produced a full guide for the latest hit single-player game, Black Myth, Ho-Oh, and not just any guide, but a platinum trophy walkthrough. The speed left Edward speechless. As expected of a psychic-type Pokémon, its gaming speed far surpassed that of any normal person. "Hello everyone, I'm Mutwo. Today, I'll be bringing you the first episode of the complete Platinum Trophy walkthrough for Black Myth, Ho-Oh. Mutwo's voice had apparently been processed somehow. It sounded quite magnetic. However, the view count was unimpressive. Perhaps because Mutwo was still new to content creation and lacked an audience base. Edward shook his head and didn't bother finishing the video. His current focus was still on overseeing the post-production of his latest movie. Thanks to the combined efforts of Mutwo and the post-production team, A Wicked Ghost was almost done editing. Only the voice acting and subtitles remained before they could submit it for public screening approval. I wonder how my buddy's doing. It's been a while without any updates. Kinda worrying, Edward muttered as he looked out into the distance. Ever since he handed over the follow-up investigation of Team Aqua to the League, there had been no new developments. The League had gone silent, and there were no relevant news reports. Edward didn't even know whether the private detective he'd hired had been rescued or not. He occasionally searched online for any updates related to Team Aqua, but nothing ever came up. The organization had gone quiet, avoiding any major moves. Even Steven hadn't sent a single message. Edward tried calling, but the line never connected. He had no idea if Steven was off digging up rocks again or preparing to strike against Team Aqua. As he sat in his office, Edward glanced at Fortune, who was busy working on a test paper nearby. Curious, he walked over for a peek. Fortune had been buried in test papers for days now, which made sense. Entrance season for Hoenn University was just around the corner, and Fortune was planning to apply. Because Fortune had skipped both middle and high school, he had to take a special admission test. The university required prospective students to complete a designated set of exam papers. Based on the results, they'd determine whether or not to admit them. Sure, Edward could pull some strings. He could easily donate a building in the name of the Stone family and exchange it for a guaranteed admission slot. But clearly, Fortune had other ideas. Edward glanced down at the paper Fortune was working on. It was a past-year entrance exam paper from Hoenn University's economics department. The school published the real exam questions every year after the results came out, so cram schools often use these as teaching tools to prep students for the test. If a function f, x, is differentiable on interval I and its derivative is less than 0, then the monotonicity of f, x, on I is a. Increasing and decreasing. B. Monotonically increasing. C. Monotonically decreasing. D. Cannot be determined. Edward rubbed his eyes, then took another look. Good grief. He couldn't understand any of it. What the heck was all this? Just seeing those function intervals brought back traumatic memories of his college years and the torment of higher mathematics. So, economics majors had to deal with advanced calculus on their entrance exam? No wonder the test for direct entry students was harder than the regular school path. After all, if a student skipped over years of school to jump straight into college, the exam had to be tougher, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to those who'd gone through the entire educational system. Watching Fortune clutch his head in frustration, Edward couldn't help but chuckle. In a Pokémon battle, you might hear things like, "Fortune, hang in there. Fortune, dodge it. Fortune, counterattack." And sometimes it would work, even turning the battle around. But in math? If you didn't know it, you just didn't know it. Edward had once followed the golden rule of multiple-choice exams. When in doubt, pick C. But if the question was open-ended or required actual calculations, he was completely lost. Q. Q leapt down from Edward's head and waddled over to Fortune's test paper. After staring at it for a moment, it smacked its tail down on choice C. "Congrats, Q," Edward said with a chuckle. "You've mastered the secret art of answering C when in doubt." But when Fortune actually filled in the answer, he also picked C. And when Edward checked the answer sheet, C was correct. Edward was stunned. He gave Q a strange look. No way. Could Q actually be a genius? A math genius? His imagination began to run wild. In the Pokémon world, there were indeed Pokémon who had become mathematicians and developed well-known theories. But some famous conjectures from his previous world didn't even exist here. For instance, the renowned Goldbach conjecture. Back in the day, The 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 proof had sparked countless amateur mathematicians to flood scientific institutions with their proofs. One person even brought in 2 apples and said, 1 apple plus 1 apple equals 2 apples. Therefore, I've proven 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. It was laughable, but somehow also kind of sad. Still, if Q really had a talent for mathematics, Edward wouldn't mind nurturing it. It might even become a brilliant Pokémon mathematician. With that in mind, he scribbled a simple math problem and handed it to Q. Q glanced at it and once again slapped C with its tail. 9 plus 9 is equal to 27? Edward gave up on the spot. Nope. Q probably just liked the letter C. Fortune, don't stress too much, Edward said gently as he watched the kid continue working through his test. Do you want me to hire a professional tutor to help you out? Fortune's passion for economics had come as a surprise, but seeing him now, struggling through exam prep, Edward couldn't help but see a reflection of his own high school senior year. Though Fortune had always been a little arrogant, after getting beaten down by entrance exam prep that included advanced calculus, the little guy had finally matured a bit. At the very least, unlike before when he insisted on doing everything himself, he immediately agreed to outside help this time. Seeing this, Edward didn't hesitate to contact the old butler and instructed him to find the best economics tutor currently available in the Hoenn region. He wanted someone who could provide one-on-one guidance for Fortune. Although it was going to be expensive, Edward didn't mind the cost. If it could help Fortune get into Hoenn University's economics program, it would be money well spent. With Fortune's education problem resolved, Edward could finally relax a bit. Recently, Fortune would often come to him with questions about economic jargon, leaving Edward's head spinning. He'd studied economics back in college, but after graduation, he'd basically returned all that knowledge to the professor. There was no way he could answer those kinds of questions now. But with a professional tutor on the way, Edward didn't have to worry anymore. The only problem was that the tutor couldn't arrive until the afternoon. Currently, they were still at the Moss Deep Space Center, doing who knows what. Q, Fortune wants to study economics in university. Do you have anything you want to do? Edward gently scratched Q's chin. It felt soft, like pudding. Come to think of it, Q had been with Fortune for quite a long time. But now, Q spent all its time snuggling up with Edward. Honestly, Edward wasn't even sure what Q's goals were. After hearing Edward's question, Q let out a soft squeaky sound and rubbed its cheek against his, eyes filled with pure affection. Edward couldn't understand exactly what Q was saying, but after all these years together, he had a pretty good guess. Q was saying it just wanted to be with him forever. Edward could only laugh helplessly. He poked Q's head, then scooped it up into his arms and sat down in his executive chair. Q was the offspring of a totem Mimikyu. Except for a few special species, most Pokémon didn't get too emotionally attached when their offspring left. In fact, once the young reached a certain age, their parents would drive them out to face the world, just like wild animals. But Q had clearly been spoiled by Edward. Now it just wanted to lay on him all day. If Edward wasn't around, Q would feel unsettled. It didn't like being inside a Pokeball, had no hobbies, and the only thing it seemed to enjoy was watching cartoons. Just as Edward was about to close his eyes and catch a quick nap in his chair, Zoroark came rushing in. Edward glanced over and saw that it was still maintaining its Shizuka appearance. It seemed like Zoroark was planning to keep using that identity. That only made Edward more curious. Maybe the story Zoroark had told him before was actually true? After all, Ghost-type Pokémon had incredibly bizarre abilities, and even now, researchers hadn't figured out exactly how they were born. It was only known that they tended to emerge in places associated with death, like Empty Pyre, a huge graveyard, which housed many Ghost-type Pokémon. But whether those ghost types had any connection to the deceased, Pokémon professors insisted no. Edward suspected they just didn't dare say the truth. Because if they were related, then things could get really awkward. Eye contact means a battle, let's fight. Sure. I'll start with my Pokémon, a haunter formed from the spirit of your great-grandfather. What? You're using my grandfather to battle me? Good thing I'm prepared. Go, Grandma. Wait, you too. Now that would be beyond awkward. Just imagining ghost Pokémon possibly being someone's dead relatives was enough to make you want to cancel the match. Nobody wanted to think about becoming a ghost Pokémon after death, only to be captured and forced into battles. That was beyond horrifying. It would turn every Pokémon match into a giant family reunion. So, ghost Pokémon definitely couldn't be the spirits of dead humans. They had to come into existence some other way. Fortunately, Q had no such concerns. As the child of a totem Mimikyu, it wasn't formed from any human soul or from ghost energy in some haunted place. "Boss, there's something that needs your attention," Zoroark said urgently. Edward raised an eyebrow. He thought for a moment. His company didn't seem to have anything pressing going on. What could it be? "What's the matter?" he asked anyway. Zoroark was his secretary. If it wasn't important, it wouldn't have come to him. Well, Zoroark handed over a document. Edward took it and glanced at the contents. It wasn't a long document, but the official seal stamped at the top made him instantly sit up straight. The official seal of the Paldea League. After hearing Zoroark's full report, Edward understood the situation. "So, the Paldea League wants to partner with us to create a regional event, modeled after Hoenn's Tom Tree Contest, and they're offering a sizable reward for our cooperation." Edward massaged his temples. That all sounded reasonable. Ever since the Tom Tree Contest became a massive hit, many regions had been envious, all eager to cash in on the formula. But with the Tom Tree Contest already reaching legendary status, simply copying it probably wouldn't generate the same hype. So, it made sense that Paldea would want to try something different. Still, they actually sent people here? Edward looked at Zoroark curiously. Zoroark nodded. The Paldea League representatives were waiting outside. Edward hesitated for a moment, but stood up anyway. This was an official matter involving the League. It deserved his full attention. When he saw the delegation, Edward raised an eyebrow. There weren't many of them, only 8, but they were all dressed impeccably, in attire identical to that worn during the Pokémon World Congress. It was elegant and grand without being ostentatious. Quite a distinct style. "Welcome, welcome," Edward said with a smile as he walked forward. Hugh climbed off Edward's head and peered curiously at the new arrivals. "So what you're saying is, you want to collaborate with our ghost film pictures and set up a competition similar to the Tom Tree Contest in the Paldea? And you want us to front some of the funding as well?" Edward narrowed his eyes at the group of elite professionals sitting before him. He could already smell a whiff of conspiracy. When he collaborated with the Hoenn League, there was never any mention of him having to pay a cent. Everything was handled by the League. Yet these guys in front of him, despite all their lengthy, complicated explanations, were essentially saying one thing: if you want benefits, you have to invest first. That instantly reminded Edward of some well-known scams from his previous life. Some scam rings would pretend to be foreign companies promising investments, throwing around billion-dollar projects as bait. In the end, they'd ask for a small token or some advance fee. And if you paid them, that was it, you'd been conned. Some of those fraudsters were so bold, they even tried to scam government agencies. Truly, their nerve knew no bounds. Scam methods were endless in his past life, but the goal was always the same: money. So, the moment someone mentioned paying up front or storing money with a third party, Edward's red flags immediately went up. Anyone asking him for money first would always be suspect. So, once he heard these guys ask him to front the investment for the competition, his guard went up. The routine was way too familiar. It was just like those smooth-talking scammers from his past life, offering huge rewards to bait you into giving up a tiny amount, which was all they really wanted. "Yes, we need to do some early-stage promotional work," the lead man said with a smile. "Once it's successful, we'll profit together according to the contract." Edward smiled as well, politely, but excused himself to use the restroom. Once outside, he immediately called Gita to ask if the Paldea League had any intention of partnering with Ghost Film Pictures. Sure enough, just as he'd suspected, the Paldea League had no such plans. These guys were frauds. Edward was a bit amused. He honestly hadn't expected them to be this bold, to run a scam inside his company. Did they assume he was just some rich second-generation heir with more money than sense, easy to trick? Shizuka, call Officer Jenny and have them come arrest these guys, Edward said, pinching the bridge of his nose. After giving Zoroark the instruction, he returned to the meeting room and continued the charade with the scammers until Officer Jenny arrived. Once they were escorted out, the show was finally over. Boss, I can't believe you saw through their act, Zoroark said, clearly impressed. It hadn't suspected anything, it thought they looked legit. They even had proper documents and ID badges. A quick online search even showed those people had real profiles claiming to be Paldea League employees. Usually, if something checks out online, no one questions it further. Zoroark had assumed they were the real deal. They probably threw together a fake website. The outfits and badges were well made, too. It looks like they spent quite a bit of money, Edward said, glancing at the props. He couldn't help but marvel at how much effort they'd put into trying to scam him. If he hadn't called Gita and had just naively believed them, those scammers might have gotten away with it. But now that they were exposed, all their investment had gone up in smoke. As days passed, the editing for A Wicked Ghost was finally completed and had passed the review process. It was ready for public release. Edward had cleverly picked a very unique date for the premiere, a special holiday in the Pokémon world, something akin to the Hungry Ghost Festival or the Mexican Day of the Dead Festival. Hey, brother, what brings you to the movies today? Edward asked, glancing at the movie tickets in his hand, one for himself and one for Steven. It's Ancestors' Day today, right? Even champions are human. We need a break sometimes, Steven replied cheerfully as he grabbed his popcorn, clearly excited. Edward twitched his mouth slightly. This Pokémon World version of Ancestors' Day had become much less traditional over time. With advancements in science and society, rituals had become simpler. Most people just offered a bouquet, a glass of wine, or even performed their tributes online. But Steven, his big brother, always had his own way of doing things. By the way, Edward, after the movie, let's go visit Mom, Steven said, his voice softening. Edward quietly nodded. Evelyn Stone, Edward and Steven's mother, and the wife of Joseph. Edward had never seen his mother in person. According to their father, she had passed away from illness not long after giving birth to Edward. Their father never remarried, so the Stone family only had the three of them. Edward had seen her photos, a gentle, beautiful woman with the same hair color as him and Steven. She had a warm, graceful presence. Honoring her on Ancestors' Day had become a family tradition. But brother, are you sure you want to watch my movie? Edward asked with a wry smile. He knew exactly what was in the film, every ghost, every jump scare, every twist. Watching his own movie was basically like watching a replay. I just want Mom to see it, Steven said with a warm smile as he ruffled Edward's hair. Edward was briefly stunned, then said nothing more. He followed his brother into the theater. Last Ancestors' Day, Edward hadn't started his journey as a director. So, this would be his first time celebrating the holiday as a filmmaker. And suddenly, Edward had a new inspiration for a film. Horror plus family equals mother. A story about a mother who, even after becoming a ghost, refused to leave her child's side, a blend of supernatural dread and deep familial bonds. A serious tone with emotional weight. But Edward soon realized that pulling off such emotional depth might be too ambitious, too difficult to express properly in a live-action horror film. So instead, he thought of making an animated film, Ghost Mother. That movie had received several animation award nominations and had won a few. All in all, it was very well regarded. As for the director, Edward planned to hand the project over to Ada. He had originally considered doing Hi, Mom, but after thinking it over, he decided the animated route was more suitable. I'd really like to see just how good your movie actually is. While Edward and Steven sat together in a theater watching a film, in the Unova region, a man muttered to himself, gripping his movie ticket tightly. This man's name was Frank Doyle, a self-media blogger known for his sharp critiques. He especially loved reviewing trending movies. Whatever was hot, he would jump on it. With over 1 million followers, he had made a name for himself online. But this time, he came to the cinema with a specific agenda. He was determined to savagely review Edward's latest film. Edward, a rising star in the Pokémon world's film industry, had directed several movies with stellar reviews. Some even hailed him as the leading figure of the horror genre. But Frank scoffed at such praise. To him, horror films were unworthy of serious attention, neither artistic, nor big-budget, nor technically refined. They relied on cheap jump scares and outdated tropes. In Frank's view, they were garbage cinema. I have to put a stop to this unhealthy trend and return the film industry to a cleaner state. Staring at the ticket for A Wicked Ghost, Frank took a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination. Of course, that burning passion had nothing to do with the fact that he had previously contacted Ghost Film Pictures asking for a promotional fee and was flatly rejected. With righteous fury, Frank marched into the theater and took his seat. He looked around at the surrounding couples, curled his lip, and dug into his popcorn. This time, he was determined to tear the film apart. To make it look utterly worthless, he'd show Ghost Film Pictures what happens when you offend a critic. Spirit summoning game? How ridiculous, Frank sneered at the opening scene. Seriously? In this day and age, they're still using spirit summoning as a plot device? But he didn't say much more. After all, this was an established industry trope. In horror films, someone always had to do something stupid, disobey warnings, poke the paranormal, do the one thing they were told not to, otherwise, there would be no story. If everyone just stayed home and behaved, horror movies wouldn't exist. Frank watched intently. He had come to find faults, and a good critic needs to back their criticisms with substance. Mindless ranting wouldn't win over readers, it would only make him a joke. Once again, no Pokémon. TCH, he noted mentally. These so-called ghosts would probably crumble against a single Pokémon. He had already noticed this trend in Edward's films. Pokémon never appeared in them. In previous horror hits like Dead Silence and One Missed Call, there was no trace of Pokémon, almost as if they didn't exist in Edward's cinematic universe. But then, Shu-Renmei appeared in the bathroom scene. Jangar tried to attack her, but she completely ignored it and drowned its trainer in the toilet. Frank immediately sat up straight. Wait, Pokémon? Seriously? Then came the scene where Shu-Renmei tore a Macamp to pieces. It left Frank stunned. Edward's new film really included Pokémon. Now he was confused. Throughout the movie, the scare sequences left Frank deeply unsettled. He had come in ready to criticize the movie for ignoring Pokémon, but with their presence now confirmed, that line of attack no longer worked. By the end, Frank found himself mentally scattered. He was trying to come up with some good criticisms, but A Wicked Ghost, judged purely as a horror film, was undeniably a success. It was terrifying. Some elements were hard to fully grasp, but they carried a disturbing and eerie undertone that deeply unsettled the viewer. Even Frank himself got jump-scared multiple times, nearly tossing his popcorn onto the person sitting in front of him. This movie was way too scary. As the crowd exited the theater, Frank followed behind a couple, still frantically thinking of angles to criticize Edward. Yeah, good thing we didn't bring the little ones. The man beside him sighed in relief. Frank froze for a moment. A Wicked Ghost is actually good? Frank breaks it down scene by scene. Hey everyone, it's your guy Frank. Edward's new film A Wicked Ghost has just hit theaters. As a professional film critic, I went straight to the cinema to give you my take. First, the positives. It's clear that director Edward took feedback from online discussions and added new elements to address various criticisms. In doing so, however, it somewhat muddied the film's authorship, who really made this movie. Perhaps director Edward should consider paying a fee to the inspiration providers. Now for the negatives. A classic issue, Edward doesn't seem to consider the diversity of his audience. The film is simply too scary and totally unsuitable for children. It might traumatize young viewers and leave them with lasting psychological damage. Moreover, director Edward doesn't take minority representation into account. There are several extremely subtle but offensive jabs at minority groups hidden within the movie. As a viewer, I found these moments very uncomfortable. That night, Frank's review was published and quickly went viral, marked with a hot tag. indicating it had attracted a lot of engagement. Frank was thrilled. If it continued to trend, his commercial value would rise, and with that, his potential earnings. But what he didn't expect was, when he opened the comment section, it was flooded with criticism of him. Are you nuts? What, should Chiurime be played by a man now? Huh? Are there really people who bring kids to horror movies? You're all missing the point. Frank probably wanted Chiurime to be played by an Apache attack helicopter identifying neutral protagonist. Honestly, I really liked the film. That creepy singing was bizarrely captivating. Love from the Kalos region. Edward stood before the gravestone, placing a bouquet of flowers in front of it. His father and older brother also laid down flowers. After briefly exchanging a glance with Stephen, Edward turned to leave. It was the same every year. After offering flowers, their father was always the last to leave. He would sit in front of the grave, drinking and muttering about trivial family matters. Edward and Stephen had long since come to an unspoken understanding to leave that space for their father, giving him a quiet moment to speak freely to his loved one. "Brother, how's the situation with Team Aqua going?" Edward asked as the two of them sat in the car, unable to suppress his curiosity. Ever since Stephen had left with the League to handle Team Aqua, Edward hadn't seen him for quite a while. But there hadn't been any news about Team Aqua being taken down. It was eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. "We found one of their bases, but the main force of Team Aqua had already disappeared. The League is still tracking them," Stephen replied without hesitation. After all, Edward was his younger brother and the one who had discovered Team Aqua's operations in the first place. There was no point in keeping secrets from him. Even though the League had ordered confidentiality, Stephen wasn't going to bother with that when it came to Edward. "I see." Edward narrowed his eyes. So, Team Aqua's main forces had indeed escaped. Although their base in Slateport had been destroyed, as long as their manpower remained intact, they could still stir up trouble. Still, without a base to serve as logistical support, Edward figured Team Aqua likely no longer had the capacity to seize the red and blue orbs from NT Pyre. All in all, Hoenn had narrowly avoided the water and fire crisis that had unfolded in the game's storyline. The only unavoidable threat left on the horizon was the potential meteor strike in the future, the one that could only be stopped with Rayquaza's help. But that was a problem Edward currently had no leads on. He didn't even know where Rayquaza was. And if he wanted to get Rayquaza to cooperate, he'd need a Megastone that allowed it to Mega Evolve. So far, Edward hadn't found one. "Oh right, there's one more thing," Stephen said, as if something had just occurred to him. He looked at Edward and asked, "You've heard about your childhood friend Shizuka being active in Team Galactic now, right?" A name was dropped, and a figure flashed through Edward's mind, a little girl with white hair who used to cling to his side like a shadow. "Yeah," Edward nodded. He had heard about that a while ago. Still, it wasn't something he cared much about. Although he and Shizuka had been childhood playmates, they only spent 2 or 3 years together before she moved away. And Edward, having the soul of a grown adult, naturally didn't harbor any inappropriate feelings for a little girl. All this time, he had only regarded Shizuka as a childhood friend, nothing more. Still, when Shizuka was brought up, Edward's expression grew subtly complicated. He remembered how Zoroark also insisted on being called Shizuka. Even now, the habit hadn't changed. It left Edward feeling rather confused. He had even begun to suspect, was Zoroark once human? He had already asked the old butler to contact archaeologists in the Sinnoh region to look into whether any ancient relics had been unearthed that could support such a theory about Zoroark's identity. "Your childhood friend is now doing quite well in Team Galactic. She's frequently seen in public and is even hailed as their top-ranking executive," Stephen said, carefully observing Edward's expression with a cryptic look in his eyes. Stephen cared deeply about his little brother. And the fact that Edward, now in his 20s, had never been in a relationship worried him. He feared that Edward might still harbor feelings for that childhood friend. But the issue was Shizuka was now a top official in an evil organization. There was no way someone like that could be a good match for his little brother. "That's a fast track to death," Edward muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. He didn't understand why Shizuka had joined Team Galactic after moving away. After she left, they hadn't had much contact at all. Well, mainly because she rarely reached out. Edward had written a few letters, but they were never answered. He didn't have her phone number or any other means of contact. Naturally, the relationship faded over time. "What do you think about her?" Stephen asked, cautiously probing. Edward was stunned for a second. "What does this have to do with me?" But he quickly caught on. His brother was worried that he might rekindle something with Shizuka? Edward couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Sure, Shizuka was a beautiful girl, and yes, she had white hair, which definitely matched his taste, but Edward was a grown man. His feelings toward her had always been more like that of an older brother caring for a child. Romantic feelings were out of the question. Nothing, really. We did play together when we were kids, but that was ages ago. We haven't been in contact for years, so those feelings naturally faded, Edward replied, calm and collected. If Shizuka had kept in touch, maybe he'd still have some hesitation. But after she moved away, they hadn't spoken at all. With over 10 years of zero contact, there was nothing left of that childhood bond. Stephen let out a sigh of relief. By rights, Team Galactic and Sinnoh shouldn't have had any ties to their Stone family in Hoenn. But fate had its quirks, and now the highest-ranking member of Team Galactic happened to be someone with a personal connection to Edward. Naturally, Stephen had been worried that his brother might act impulsively and drag their entire family into a dark pit. As the champion, Stephen saw things clearly. The League could accept the Stone family's Devon Corporation becoming a leading enterprise across the regions, but it absolutely could not allow the Stone family's second son to be linked to a criminal organization. That would be completely unacceptable. Thankfully, Edward didn't have any such intentions. "Wait a second, bro. Why are you asking me this? Don't tell me the League is planning to move against Team Galactic." Edward suddenly realized something. Stephen, who usually only cared about stones, asking about Shizuka? That was way too suspicious. Stephen smiled and nodded. He had already received an invitation. He would be heading to Sinnoh soon to participate in the operation to eliminate Team Galactic, deal a major blow to their morale, and send a warning to all other dark organizations. To remind them just who really runs this world. The premiere box office has surpassed 100 million. When Edward woke up the next morning, this was the first message he saw on his phone. He yawned, then casually put the phone away. The fact that a wicked ghost had surpassed the 100 million mark didn't surprise him. After all, every film Edward had directed since his debut had been a high-quality piece, no flops at all. This consistency had helped him build up a strong reputation. Reputation was one of the hardest things to earn, but once you had it, it was worth more than gold. Edward valued his reputation immensely, so he poured his heart into every film he made, always striving for perfection. This dedication was exactly why his movies almost always surpassed 100 million at the box office right after release. The audience believed in him. They knew Edward didn't make bad films. So naturally, they were willing to pay to see his movies in theaters. He got out of bed and looked at Q sleeping beside him. Smiling, he gave its head a gentle rub. But when his eyes drifted to the other side of the room, his expression became a bit more complex. Fortune was still doing test papers. All night long. Either that, or he had gotten up so early that Edward hadn't even noticed. Was this the birth of a true study fanatic? "Fort, did you get any sleep at all?" Edward couldn't help asking, leaning over and lowering his voice as he glanced at the test paper. Great, he couldn't understand a thing. "Tien, I'm shortening the nickname since it's a bit of a mouthful to say every time. Just think of it as a nickname of Nick name." It was a question from economics. Edward had no clue how to answer it, but Fortune was filling it in so smoothly. Edward smacked his lips. He was starting to understand why some parents couldn't help their kids with homework. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it's that they couldn't. These days, give him a 5th-grade math question and he might not even be able to answer it. Things like solving simultaneous equations? Long forgotten. After graduating university, all that knowledge had been returned to the teachers. Fortune gave a series of metallic clinks in reply and nodded. But when he looked up, Edward thought he saw dark circles under his eyes, only to rub his own eyes and realize they were gone. Right. It didn't make sense. Fortune was a ghost/steel-type Pokémon. Of course, he wouldn't have dark circles. Let's see, if I remember correctly. Edward thought for a moment. There were only a few days left until the admissions exam for the Hoenn University. Fortune was probably under a lot of pressure too. The only question now was how to help Fortune relax. Edward remembered that Pokémon like Goldango typically relaxed by swimming in a sea of coins. Sure, it was effective, but the cost of relaxation was a little extreme. Not everyone could afford that. But for Edward, this wasn't an issue. He walked out of the bedroom and told the Grandpa Robert. The butler immediately began preparing the coin swimming pool. While enjoying a meticulously prepared breakfast of milk and pancakes, Edward began thinking about the company's future. This particular breakfast was something Edward had requested. It was one of his favorites, and the old butler always made it with great care, using only top-tier ingredients. The taste, naturally, was excellent. As for the company, there was one issue Edward couldn't ignore. Aesthetic fatigue. Edward narrowed his eyes. Horror films most followed a template. Or rather, the methods of scaring audiences were often the same. A sudden close-up with suspenseful music was the most basic jump scare. Dead silence, one missed call, and a wicked ghost. These three horror films had solidified Edward's reputation as a master horror director. But Edward sensed danger in this success. People get tired. If you watch too many of them, they start to feel stale, even nauseating. It might be novel at first, but after a while, it all feels meaningless. Edward felt that maybe it was time to film something else, just to ease the audience's fatigue and to avoid being labeled as someone who only makes horror movies. That wasn't a tag Edward wanted on his back. This was one of the reasons he had created the Sherlock Holmes series, to give the audience a change of pace, so they'd feel refreshed and excited when his next horror film dropped. Fear points, 23,100. A wicked ghost had also contributed to his fear points. Edward took a glance and saw no new skill unlocks, so he left it alone. If there were no new abilities to gain, the number didn't mean much to him. What he cared about was getting something new. Maybe 23,100 wasn't enough yet. My next horror film will be Inner Senses, but what transitional project should I do before that? Edward rubbed his chin in thought. A second season of Sherlock Holmes? That could work. After all, the first season had stirred up quite a storm in the mystery and detective community and had raked in high viewership ratings. Edward had made a fortune, and Baker Street 221B had even become a real tourist spot. Filming a second season would not only maintain the hype from season 1, but also ensure a strong opening for the next horror installment. Riding the wave of success sounded like a solid plan. Shame though. I was originally planning to test the waters with Harry Potter. Edward rubbed his temples, recalling the luxurious castle he had purchased, originally intended to serve as the Hogwarts set. As for Harry Potter's popularity, Edward wasn't too worried. In the Tom and Jerry episode he produced earlier, he introduced Merlin, Jerry's distant cousin, and hinted at the concept of magic. He'd even planted a Hogwarts Easter egg, which audiences received with great curiosity. Even the popularity of magic performances in the Pokémon world had ticked upward. From that response alone, Edward was confident Harry Potter wouldn't flop. In fact, it would likely do very well. However, the Harry Potter universe was massive. To adapt it to fit into the Pokémon world would require considerable effort. 3 major storylines for Season 2, that woman has to be one of them, and then. Edward munched away while brainstorming the new Holmes season plot. In this season, Malamar would finally make his debut. Edward planned to have Holmes face off against Malamar, while dropping clues that he's not the final boss, hinting at Moriarty behind the scenes. Just then, Edward's phone vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. Famous film critic Frank Doyle loses followers. Turns out it's related to Edward Stone. Huh. Edward was a little confused. He didn't even know who this so-called film critic Frank Doyle was. Why would this person's follower drop have anything to do with him? But after clicking in and reading the post, Edward finally understood. Frank losing followers did have something to do with him. A bold, enlarged review headline jumped out at him. Not suitable for minors to watch. Edward's mouth twitched. Well, yeah, his horror films were never meant for kids to begin with. This was like taking a child to see Alien and then blaming the movie for being too scary. Anyone with half a brain would know such a bloody horror film wasn't made for children. Letting kids watch it only to have them cry in fear and disrupt other audience members? That was on the parents. Still, Edward had never really considered this situation seriously. After all, the majority of his viewers were adults. Adults could think for themselves and make responsible choices. Who in their right mind would bring a 4- or 5-year-old to a horror movie? Even a teenager was pushing it. And yet, Frank had taken a completely different angle and used this point to attack him. Edward felt a bit helpless. He could already tell this Frank was just looking for things to criticize. Still, as a film critic, the man did know a thing or two. Some of the issues he pointed out were genuine minor flaws in Edward's films. Formulaic? Template-driven? Come on, I've only made 3 films and you're already calling it formulaic. Edward sighed as he scrolled through the critique. Still, he couldn't really deny it. Most horror movies could be broken down into a repeatable formula. Haunted house films especially were often just the same soup in a different bowl. Western horror might seem fresh at first, but after watching enough of them, that novelty fades fast. Hollywood blockbusters were notorious for being made with cookie-cutter templates. Haunted house films in particular all followed similar plot beats, slightly different ways to provoke the ghosts, but everything else stayed the same. There was always one parent who didn't believe in ghosts, a child who sees them first, and a pet who senses the supernatural but gets yelled at by the owner. It wasn't until James Wan came along that American horror films got some new twists. But even Wan's work clearly carried strong East Asian horror influences. In a way, he simply transplanted the East Asian horror formula to Western soil. Forget it. Edward set his phone down. He wasn't going to waste more time on a random film critic. He understood clearly, no matter how good a movie was, it couldn't please everyone. People had all sorts of tastes. Out of 10 people, maybe 5 would like a film and 5 would hate it. Trying to make something universally loved was impossible. Even back in his past life, Hi, Mom, a pure emotional drama, didn't win over everyone. So how could a horror film? Might as well write the script instead. Edward yawned and climbed into bed with his tablet. He planned to finish writing the plot for Sherlock Holmes Season 2 tonight. For the first episode, he chose A Scandal in Bohemia, one of the few cases where Holmes was bested. This story held an important place in the Holmes canon. In some adaptations, Irene Adler even had a romantic subplot with Holmes, which was still within reason. What wasn't reasonable were the versions where Watson was gender-swapped and started having heart-to-hearts with Holmes about life and love. From the original author's standpoint, those interpretations were downright outrageous. What about episodes 2 and 3? Edward scratched his head. How should he write them? Maybe I don't need to stick too rigidly to the original stories. Some original mysteries could work too. Like the classic Murder on the Orient Express. Edward's eyes lit up. As one of Agatha Christie's most iconic works, Orient Express was highly respected among detective fiction fans. It also adapted well into a feature-length film, and since his Sherlock Holmes episodes were each around 90 minutes, it would be a perfect fit. He could add a few details too, like Holmes boarding the train en route to another case, only to get caught up in this one along the way. So, episode 2 will be Murder on the Orient Express, he muttered. As for episode 3, Edward remembered another great story, this time from the manga world. The Kendaichi Case Files. This Japanese series, which competed alongside Detective Conan in the mystery genre, ultimately lost out to Conan in popularity. However, in terms of pure deduction, Kendaichi was more focused and sophisticated. Most of the characters and plot lines existed purely to support the mystery. From a deductive standpoint, Edward would pick Kendaichi over Conan any day. The case he had in mind was the Village of the Strange Dolls murder case. The trick involved assembling several dismembered bodies to create a fake corpse, allowing one person to fake their death and escape. It was an ingenious misdirection and even inspired a similar trick in a TV series. Edward had been shocked the first time he saw it. While the case included some debatable emotional twists, like the killer murdering his own girlfriend for revenge, it remained a solid story. Despite the controversy, Edward decided to keep the original plot. Let the audience decide for themselves, at least it would spark discussion. So here's the plan. Holmes receives a commission at 221B Baker Street to investigate the legend of a mummified guardian in a remote village. On his way there, he boards a train and ends up solving murder on the Orient Express. When that's done, he arrives at the village and takes on the Village of the Strange Dolls murder case. Through all of this, Holmes begins uncovering clues about the presence of Malamar. In a scandal in Bohemia, he learns of a mastermind behind the scenes. In Orient Express, he discovers the Malamar's true identity. And in the village, he realizes Malamar orchestrated most of the cases. Edward nodded with satisfaction. This structure seemed solid. Now it was time to polish the scripts and begin casting. Old cast members like Daniel didn't need replacing. But for the role of Irene Adler, Edward pulled out his phone and sent a message to Diantha. He had promised her a role in this new season. Diantha responded quickly. Thank you, Director Edward. Also, I watched You're a Wicked Ghost, as terrifying as ever. Seeing the message on his phone, Edward smiled and replied with a simple, thank you. As for why he gave Diantha the role of Irene, he had his reasons. Besides already having discussed the role with her, the main reason was Diantha's exceptional acting skills. Despite being a champion, Diantha was a full-fledged actress. Her talent was the real deal. Her acting was phenomenal, and since the character Irene played a crucial role, Edward needed someone capable of portraying her as perfectly as possible. That's why he chose Diantha. After deciding to switch things up and work on a Sherlock Holmes project to give the audience a fresh flavor, Edward dove into the seemingly endless work of adapting the script. There were many versions of That Woman, but Edward felt that the version from the British series Sherlock was particularly challenging. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to have Diantha stand in front of Holmes like that. The problem, however, was that without an adaptation, the original storyline about That Woman wasn't enough to fill a feature-length film. Even if he fleshed it out as much as he could, it would still fall short of an hour and a half. So, after thinking it over, the version from Sherlock seemed to be the only one worth referencing, though he'd still need Diantha's permission first. No, wait. Why would Diantha have to go through with all that when I've got Zoroark? We can just use an illusion template, Edward suddenly realized, visibly relieved. If Diantha had to actually do that scene herself, it would probably be a no-go. Many actors talk about sacrificing for the sake of art, but realistically, unless someone is truly dedicated, most can't go that far. And Diantha was still a champion. Even if she were willing, the League wouldn't allow it. So it'll go like this. Holmes resolves Irene's case, saves her from being attacked by a dark organization, helps her fake her death and escape. Then he receives a new case, the murder on the Orient Express. That case wouldn't need much adaptation, adding in a few Pokémon elements would be enough. Edward continued jotting down ideas on his tablet. The murder on the Orient Express had a solid plot and sufficient length. He didn't need to stretch it, and with some careful polishing, the script could come out even better. Oh, right. Edward suddenly remembered something and sent Zoroark a message before setting his phone aside again. He decided to write while filming, since even the first episode would take some time to shoot. The second episode, Murder on the Orient Express, would require filming on a train, which meant coordinating with the League to reserve one. So Edward gave Zoroark a heads-up to begin the preparations. Once Zoroark posted the matter in the company's chat group, the chat immediately lit up. Edward was rarely the type to demand overtime, or rather, he never did. But whenever he did, he always paid the full triple-rate overtime mandated by the League. Now that Edward had scheduled a rare weekend shoot, the employees were all abuzz. As word spread, the company's phones began to ring off the hook. Everyone knew the kind of ratings Sherlock Holmes had achieved that year. The first season had been a massive success and launched numerous actors into stardom. Holmes actor, Daniel, had become an overnight sensation and was now one of the hottest stars in the industry. Now, a flood of celebrities and actors who felt overlooked were sending in invitations, hoping for a chance to meet Edward and land a role. If Daniel could rise to fame through Holmes, why couldn't they? Even more aggressive than the actors were the sponsors. Product placements and sponsorship deals for Sherlock Holmes poured in like a flood, especially from high-end fashion brands. Many wanted to sponsor Holmes' entire wardrobe and gear, hoping their brand would become synonymous with intelligence and class. I believe we should offer director Edward the biggest, best, fastest, and most luxurious train in the Gaylor region to use for filming Sherlock Holmes, roared the league chairman of Gaylor, a rugged man pounding his desk in excitement. Yes, Sherlock Holmes. Wonderful Holmes. Gaylor had always been mocked by the other regions as the fish and chips region, a place supposedly known for nothing but fried food. But now, Sherlock Holmes had shown up, with record-breaking ratings, and wiped away that reputation in one fell swoop. It even triggered a chain reaction, bringing in waves of tourists eager to experience the region firsthand. Holmes' residence had become a popular photo spot, with tourists lining up to take pictures. Shops that collaborated with the brand were raking in profits, and people were envious. The number of tourists in Motostoke had multiplied several times over. The tourism minister now wore a permanent smile, and when he heard that Edward was filming a new Sherlock Holmes story, his face turned bright red with excitement, clearly invigorated. Other ministers couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. "I have no objections," said the transportation minister. "I'll coordinate with the railway department to clear ample track time and routes for director Edward. As long as filming continues, that train won't stop." The league had already received Ghost Film Pictures' official request to use a train for filming. Naturally, they had to support it, and not just with any train. They needed the best. Plus, they could schedule the train to pass by Gaylor's scenic spots to promote tourism. After all, Gaylor's landscapes were truly beautiful. "Director Edward really is a remarkable filmmaker," said Leon, browsing through the materials while listening to the ministers discuss how to support the film. Leon had always worked hard for the Gaylor region, but he hadn't expected Edward to bring such a huge boost so quickly. This new shoot was already overwhelming in scale. Just in terms of locations and sponsors alone, it was already off the charts. There was even a dispute between villages, each arguing they were the best choice for Edward's filming location. In the end, it took the league chairman stepping in to declare, "All decisions are up to director Edward." That finally put an end to the argument. "Boss, A Wicked Ghost has already surpassed 500 million at the box office," Zoroark said excitedly. Edward didn't react much upon hearing that. 500 million? That was within expectations. For his horror films, this was a normal figure. So far, none of Edward's movies had ever earned less than $1 billion. He had long since earned the title of the billion-dollar director. That said, horror films were naturally limited by their genre. It was hard to push the box office too high. Trying to surpass the highest-grossing Pokémon film in history would be extremely difficult. But Edward had already figured out a solution. He planned to take on a big-budget film in a different genre to try and break the record of Pokémon League, which held the all-time box office record at a whopping $4.5 billion Pokédollars. Pokémon League was a semi-autobiographical production about the league itself, with massive investment, featuring many former champions and gym leaders playing themselves, along with dramatized versions of real historical events. It had earned its place as the #1 box office hit in Pokémon film history. Even by the standards of Edward's previous world, this figure would be outstanding. Many top-tier films there never even hit $3 billion. "How's the auditioning process going for Season 2 of Sherlock Holmes?" Edward asked, setting aside the file in his hand and turning to Zoroark. This was the thing he was currently most concerned about. It had been 7 days since A Wicked Ghost was released, and while the box office was starting to taper off, surpassing $1 billion was no problem. It was time to start focusing on the next project. Extremely competitive. "Boss, just from the Gaylor region alone, we've received tons of auditions from big-name celebrities and award-winning actors. Even Champion Leon wants a role," Zoroark said with a slightly stressed expression. Galar, being one of the major regions in the league, was home to many celebrities, including both a Best Actor and Best Actress who were considered top-tier in the entertainment world. And yet, one Sherlock Holmes series had drawn them all in. What about the auditions that made it through the first round of screening? Edward rubbed his temples, not too surprised by the situation. After all, Sherlock Holmes was the highest-rated series of all time. And since the setting was heavily inspired by Galar, it made sense that all of Galar's celebrities would want to compete for roles. It reminded him of how the explosive success of Harry Potter had once caused every actor in the UK to dream of even a tiny cameo role. Now Sherlock Holmes was doing the same. Still a huge number. We've already invited some respected industry veterans to help with the auditions, but even after screening, there are still over 10,000 qualified candidates, Zoroark said with a sigh. It had barely had time to play any games recently. Most of its hours were spent managing the casting chaos. Everyone knew that director Edward only cared about acting skill, not connections, status, or looks. So naturally, all the actors who believed in their own talents rushed to apply. And the ones who made it past the first round were all top-notch performers, no weak links. Edward couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of hellish situation was this? Even after filtering, they still had 10,000 actors? Did he look like someone who needed 10,000 A-list talents just to shoot one Sherlock Holmes season? Unless he used all of them as extras, which was both unrealistic and expensive. Just the cost of boxed lunches would be massive, though Edward wasn't exactly short on funds. After all, even before filming started, Sherlock Holmes Season 2 had already secured record-breaking sponsorships. Galar's League film department had thrown $500 million at Edward and given him access to Galar's most luxurious train for filming. In short, he had more than enough money to sign Best Actors and Best Actresses just to play minor roles. Still, Edward valued casting logic in his projects. Sherlock Holmes had roles with strict age and personality requirements. Some veteran actors might be technically amazing, but a woman in her 40s couldn't convincingly portray a youthful teenage girl. No matter how good the makeup was, it just wouldn't feel right. Keep filtering. Strictly. I want nothing less than perfection. Pick out the actors with the best acting skills and those who best match their roles, Edward finally said. There was no other choice but to keep eliminating and disappointing people. Zoroark nodded and was about to leave to carry out the order when Edward stopped it again. Edward realized that this approach might be too ruthless. The casting team at Ghost Film Pictures was no joke. Daniel, now a great actor himself, was helping, along with several other revered industry veterans. Anyone who passed their screening was already top-tier talent. To put it in academic terms, all these actors were valedictorians of their cities. But Edward wasn't just looking for valedictorians. He wanted national champions. These candidates had all met the basic requirements for genius, but Edward wanted exceptional geniuses. Yet, it still felt a little heartless to toss them all aside. Tell the planning department to come to my office. Edward tapped his fingers against the table. He had decided to do something big. Those who passed the initial round of screening were undoubtedly skilled. Some were likely even hidden gems. Edward decided to use this opportunity to launch a reality show. He would invite famous directors, seasoned actors, and actresses to create a talent show focused purely on acting. It would be similar to those types of programs from his previous life, but with no scripts, no favoritism, and no behind-the-scenes deals. Just a bunch of pre-screened, high-level actors. From that pool, the judges would select the best of the best, who would be offered contracts to star in Sherlock Holmes Season 2. As for those who didn't make the final cut, no worries. The big-name directors watching from the judges' table might still take a liking to some of them and offer roles in future productions. Their paths wouldn't be blocked. Zoroark quickly went off to summon the planning department, and Edward gave them a brief rundown of his idea. The planners immediately began fleshing out the program details and called in the legal team as well. After all, signing TV contracts with thousands of actors was no small legal feat. Everyone who passed the preliminary screening and is willing to participate in the show, make sure they're paid. Estimate the total cost. I'm setting aside $500 million for their appearance fees, Edward said without hesitation. After all, he had way too much money. More than he could ever spend. The second season of Sherlock Holmes had already pulled in sponsorships totaling $1 billion, and Edward had no issue allocating $500 million just for actor selection. To him, it was a worthwhile investment, striving for perfection after all. And this didn't even include advertising revenue. Factoring in ad money, the figure could be even higher. Still, Edward thought $500 million was plenty. Even split among the actors, each participant could walk away with tens of thousands. While that might not be much to big-name stars, for struggling actors, it was definitely a significant amount. Of course, the exact contract details and profit breakdown were left to his company's employees to handle. Edward simply proposed the concept. The execution was someone else's problem. At the moment, he had something else to deal with. A wicked ghost, fear points, 53,912. That was the current total fear points the film had collected. Upon reaching that number, Edward discovered he'd earned 2 lottery draws, something that caught him off guard. He had originally assumed he'd be directly awarded a prize, not this gacha-style system. This is really... Edward looked at the Snorlax-shaped lottery box that had appeared before him, the corners of his mouth twitching. Still, he reached in. Inside were several ping-pong ball-like spheres. They all looked and felt the same size, same texture, so it was impossible to tell them apart. With no reason to hesitate, Edward simply grabbed 2 of them. The moment he pulled them out, the Snorlax lottery box disappeared. Looking down, Edward saw 2 ping-pong balls. Each contained a rolled-up piece of paper. He opened one and read the blue slip inside. Lens language, intermediate your works will become more visually captivating. Edward nodded and pocketed the slip. This was a decent reward, actually quite useful. Over the past few weeks, he'd been studying filmmaking and realized that being a director was no easy feat. Many experienced directors relied heavily on their own trusted teams, and things like camera language and lighting played crucial roles in a film's impact. He then opened the second ping-pong ball. Inside was a golden slip of paper. Edward paused. The first was blue, but this one was gold. Did the color signify rarity? Lord of Fear. Basic: the fear brought by your work is like a shadow, and the fear in the audience's heart will be more easily induced. Edward blinked. Damn, he muttered. This ability was ridiculous. Making it easier to trigger fear in viewers? Wouldn't that cause his fear points to skyrocket? Rubbing his hands together excitedly, Edward was beyond pleased. This reward alone was more than worth it. It was a double-edged sword, though. If his film scared people too much, they might hesitate to watch future ones. Still, part of what made horror films so popular was that intense release after the fear, the sense of relief when the credits rolled and viewers realized they were safe. Many people were drawn to horror for exactly that reason. Lucky draw this time. I wonder if gold is the highest rank. Maybe there are even more powerful tiers out there. Edward was in a great mood. With his directive in place, employees at Ghost Film Pictures began sending invitations to actors who passed the auditions. Each invitation clearly outlined the format and scale of the upcoming variety show, along with the renowned lineup of judges. Unsurprisingly, the news stirred up enormous interest. Many actors quickly realized what Edward was trying to do: provide talented actors with a platform to be recognized by top directors. So, most signed their contracts without hesitation. Some big-name stars also found the project intriguing and joined in. Only a few had to decline due to scheduling conflicts, as they were already committed elsewhere. Even so, the total number of confirmed participants reached a staggering 11,328. That number was nothing short of massive. Did we send out collaboration invites to the mentors yet? Zoroark was now stationed at the planning department, busy handling logistics. With the actors settled, the next step was inviting the veteran directors and award-winning actors. This part was relatively easy, as most of the invitees were semi-retired or had open schedules. Nearly all of them agreed without much hesitation. And just like that, an enormous variety show project began to take shape at Ghost Film Pictures. Even Monica, who was in the middle of filming Dollhouse, dropped by several times out of curiosity. "How are the contracts going?" Edward asked while rubbing his temples. He had indeed hoped to use this as an opportunity for talented actors to be discovered by top-tier directors, but he hadn't expected the number of participants to be this high. That many people. You could shoot a war film with this cast. Now, the real problem was figuring out how to film it, how to judge it, how to structure it. Thankfully, with the arrival of those seasoned directors and legendary actors, Edward sat down with them to brainstorm. Together, they found a solution. And so, on the 5th day after A Wicked Ghost broke $500 million at the box office, and just as it crossed $900 million, the teaser for Edward's next project, the variety show, Acting Showdown, hit trending lists across all major platforms. Edward personally funded the marketing campaign. His goal was simple: make sure the entire alliance knew about the show. 10,000 contestants compete on the same stage. Who's the true master of acting in your heart? A variety show with over 10,000 contestants? Legendary director Clive Morrow says he's looking forward to it. The flood of promotional content, coupled with the famous judges and high-profile contestants, instantly sent the show into viral territory. Anyone with experience in variety production knew, once you added a huge number of people into the mix, the difficulty spiked dramatically. Who to film? How to film them? How to follow them? What locations to use? These were the kinds of problems that made even veteran directors' scalps tingle and sent chills down the backs of planning staff. Eventually, the dozen or so variety show planners that Edward had recruited came up with a feasible solution: split-screen filming. Cramming 10,000 people into a single shot was nearly impossible. Getting clear shots of everyone's face? Even harder. So, the only solution was to divide and conquer. They broke the participants into smaller groups, with each production team responsible for a specific group. The idea was to begin screening contestants within each group, then conduct broader eliminations after that. That was their proposed strategy. Although Edward had come up with a massive variety show competition, he had no intention of being the host. He would only appear as a special guest judge during the finals, where he would select the main cast for the second season of Sherlock Holmes. "Boss, you're really not going to be a judge? But this whole thing was your idea." Zoroark looked at Edward with a face full of disbelief. Edward glanced at Zoroark, then shook his head. "To be honest, I really don't have any interest in being a judge." He signed his name on the document in front of him. As Ghost Film Pictures expanded its IP, more and more collaboration proposals were coming in. Per Edward's request, every proposal had to go through his personal approval. Otherwise, there might end up being some really bizarre partnerships. Just like the one currently in his hands, a well-known umbrella brand in the Pokémon world wanted to do a crossover with Sherlock Holmes and release an umbrella that could never be deduced open. Edward felt his scalp go numb. Creative? Sure. Sensible? Not at all. "I can live with it when it's just advertising," Edward muttered as he fed the document into the shredder. While some of these eerie brand collabs had strong payouts, he ultimately declined, out of consideration for his company's IP image and long-term branding. "What about the casting for Sherlock Holmes?" Zoroark asked. Since Edward would only appear as a guest judge, what if the final contestants didn't meet his standards? Zoroark knew very well how picky his boss was. "I'll just watch it on TV," Edward replied, looking at Zoroark as if it had asked a silly question. He wasn't going to be on the judging panel, sure, but he could still watch and evaluate the performances from the comfort of his home. Edward was very particular when it came to casting. Good acting skills weren't the only factor. An actor's aura and first impression were just as important. Some people naturally gave off a villainous, dangerous vibe, making them perfect for antagonist roles. Others had faces that screamed righteous hero, not ideal for villain roles, no matter how good their acting was. Actors had their comfort zones. Stepping out of them could be incredibly difficult. Edward recalled how some actors in his previous life, who always played patriotic war heroes, would suddenly try to play villains. Audiences simply couldn't accept it. So when choosing actors for Sherlock Holmes, Edward prioritized whether they matched the character's image in his mind. If they didn't, he wouldn't cast them as leads, but he might still offer them supporting roles. Zoroark stuck out its tongue and ran off. Edward didn't think much of it and casually picked up his phone. It had just buzzed with a message from Giovanni. The Team Rocket boss congratulated him on the second season of Sherlock Holmes and asked if there would be a role for him so he could coordinate his schedule in advance. Edward hesitated for a moment. Technically speaking, Moriarty wasn't supposed to appear in this season. As the ultimate villain, Moriarty's presence was meant to be special. Bringing him out too early would dilute the impact. And if he showed up and got killed off, then future plots would become problematic. In Sherlock, after Moriarty's death, the writers kept inserting secret schemes and backup plans he left behind, eventually introducing a genius younger sister with incomprehensible intellect who could manipulate Sherlock and Mycroft with ease. It all started to feel forced and ridiculous. Edward had originally not planned to have Giovanni appear this season. But Edward tapped his fingers on the desk. Ash had already begun his journey. Would Giovanni's true identity get exposed? If it did, inviting him back for filming would be out of the question. Even though Moriarty in Season 1 had been in disguise and his real identity wasn't revealed, recasting the role would still cause some disruption. Edward thought about how even the change of Dumbledore actors in Harry Potter had been spotted immediately by sharp-eyed viewers. Forget it. I'll just shoot all of Giovanni's scenes in advance, Edward decided, rubbing his temples. That way, even if Giovanni's identity got revealed in the future, it wouldn't matter and might even boost the show's popularity. Just imagine it, #1 trending topic, Team Rocket boss's true identity revealed. Guess who? Number 2 trending topic, Team Rocket boss's final film role in the entertainment industry. The marketing potential was chef's kiss. Edward could even toss in a few horror scenes to milk the fear points out of the audience. So, Edward replied to Giovanni. Mr. Giovanni, you do have some scenes. I thought it would be too much trouble to keep disturbing you, so I'd like to film all of your scenes in one go. Would that be possible for your schedule? Giovanni replied quickly. No problem. I can just request vacation leave. Seeing that reply, Edward felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel curious. Why was Giovanni so obsessed with acting? Was he planning something in Hoenn? Maybe expanding his market? But what kind of criminal organization sent their boss personally to open a new territory? Wouldn't they send subordinates first? I don't get it. Edward shook his head. Still, Giovanni would barely have any free time while filming, so there shouldn't be much to worry about. Just then, while Edward was browsing through some actor profiles, specifically those who had been eliminated, he came across a list. Although the candidates had been rejected, Zoroark had kept their resumes, and by sheer chance, Edward happened to glance at 3 familiar names. Meowth, Jessie, and James. The adorably charming villain trio is here, huh? Edward suddenly got an idea. He decided to increase the difficulty for Malamar by giving him a set of bumbling sidekicks. At the same time, this would help lighten the otherwise grim, death-filled tone of the mystery series. In his past life, Detective Conan managed to outshine Kandaichi largely due to its lighter tone and the addition of the "no one dies when Kaido Kid appears" rule, which let the series evolve in a more relaxed, adventurous direction. Edward certainly planned to borrow some of that successful formula. While Sherlock Holmes was a brilliant detective series, its excellence also made it heavily classical and logical in style, more suited for serious mystery lovers than for drawing in a broader audience. Edward understood that the explosive success of Season 1 was due in part to his use of the Three Gods Riddle, a classic logic puzzle from his previous life, which had captured the curiosity of many viewers. That, coupled with the high quality of the Holmes series, had led to staggering results. But for Season 2 to be equally successful, Edward believed he needed to add main plot lines of serious deduction mixed with side plots full of comedy, and who better to fill the comedic roles than Meowth, Jessie, and James? Those 3 didn't even need to act, just being themselves was already funny enough. Still, planning aside, Edward needed to design things carefully. He was considering giving the trio a standalone episode with a character concept akin to somewhat clever phantom thieves, much like Kaido Kid, never committing unforgivable crimes, staying humorous, and remaining lovable. But that meant crafting an almost entirely original storyline. Maybe I can reach out to that mystery novelist and ask for a draft, though I still need to check if the three of them are even interested in playing roles like that, Edward muttered as he set down the materials in his hand. He was also a bit puzzled. By all logic, Meowth, Jessie, and James should currently be in the Kanto trying to capture Pikachu, right? Could they possibly have been sent as scouts instead? Edward found that unlikely, but not impossible. Hard to say for sure. And the more he thought about how he had to write both Giovanni's plot and the trio's, the more he wanted to just give up. Writing this kind of material was incredibly tedious. At least he could outsource one part of the work to that mystery novelist, which lightened his burden a bit. Meanwhile, back in the Kanto. You're sure it was this content creator? Giovanni set down his phone and stared coldly at the sweating researcher before him. The man flinched under Giovanni's gaze and nodded like a madman. I'm sure. When I dropped my phone earlier, I heard a voice whispering, and it sounded exactly like this. The researcher babbled rapidly, full of desperation, practically begging for his life. His fear was justified. Mutwo's escape had finally caught the attention of Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni. This project, which Giovanni had high hopes for, one that he believed could change the very future of Team Rocket, had just run off. Giovanni had been furious. But reason prevailed, and he initiated an investigation to identify the cause of Mutwo's defection. With Team Rocket working at full capacity and Mutwo's initial lack of worldly experience, they soon tracked down the root of the issue. Mutwo had used this researcher's phone to go online. What exactly Mutwo had learned online was unknown, but this escape could be traced directly back to this man. Even though the researcher was unaware and technically innocent, someone had to take the fall for such a colossal screw-up. Giovanni looked at the video on his phone. It featured a very ordinary voice, explaining how to unlock a platinum trophy in a certain game, no face shown. Team Rocket's tech division had hacked the metadata and located the individual in Rustboro City, Hoenn region. Giovanni had already begun extending his reach in that direction. You found this while being reviewed? You were watching this during a security check. Giovanni's glare grew sharper. I just opened it by accident and heard it, the researcher stammered, his lips trembling. Giovanni didn't say another word. He simply raised his hand. The door opened. Boss, a woman entered, calm and composed. She wore glasses and had a cold, emotionless face. The researcher trembled harder. This woman, Giovanni's secretary Mattori, was terrifying. Giovanni gave her a slight nod. Mattori picked up the phone and tapped a button. Moments later, a muscular man with a mohawk entered the room. As the panicked researcher screamed and begged, the man knocked him out with one punch and dragged him away. There happened to be a need for some cement barrels in the deep sea near New Island. Mattori, prepare everything. I want a full investigation into this content creator's identity and current location. I need to know if they are really. Giovanni leaned back on the sofa, stroking his Persian's head. His eyes, shrouded in shadow, were unreadable. During the investigation, the audit team had found a few recorded sound clips that closely matched this voice. There was a very real chance this person was Mutwo. As Giovanni finished speaking, Mattori bowed and quickly left the room. With Team Rocket shifting its entire network of free agents toward Hoenn, Kanto streets had suddenly become much safer, something that left many Officer Jennies confused. Edward, completely unaware that Mutwo had already left traces, was currently eating dinner. Originally, he hadn't even planned to eat much. Lunch was usually just whatever he could find to fill his stomach. But this time, they had invited several famous directors and veteran actors who had retired from the big screen. As the variety show's executive producer, Edward couldn't afford to be absent, so he invited them all for a meal. They exchanged business cards and contacts, and some directors even struck new cooperative deals with the former A-listers. Ironically, few people were actually eating, most were chatting. People took a few bites and then left their food untouched. This is exactly why I hate networking dinners, Edward sighed inwardly. With so many people around, he couldn't even hold his Pokémon. It would look disrespectful. But these meals were more about building connections and discussing business than actually eating. Edward ate quite a bit, but it wasn't a pleasant experience. He barely managed a few bites before someone would come over to talk. One sentence per bite, it was exhausting. He was full from talking, not food. Honestly, considering Giovanni's role as the boss of Team Rocket, he's no S. Edward sat in his seat, lazily swirling the fruit juice in his hand, watching as the liquid traced patterns along the glass wall. Director Edward. A deep, composed voice called out. Edward rolled his eyes inwardly. Here we go again. Couldn't he just enjoy a moment of peace? Edward wasn't usually short-tempered. In fact, he was a very patient person. But he was getting overwhelmed by the non-stop stream of people approaching him. He hadn't had a full minute of rest without someone showing up. Hello, Mr. Bloom. Edward stood up with a polite smile to greet the man holding a glass of wine. Mr. Bloom, his actual stage name, used to go by another name, but he changed it to something more memorable. And admittedly, it was easy to remember. He was a veteran actor who had once won multiple Best Actor awards, but with the rise of a new generation and his own somewhat limited acting range, he gradually faded from the public eye. And in showbiz, once you lose exposure, your career is basically hanging by a thread. Director Edward, your variety show this time is truly impressive. You've even managed to invite so many legendary veterans. Mr. Bloom was being extremely humble. Edward smiled and exchanged pleasantries, but he knew this man definitely had something to ask. Even though Mr. Bloom no longer had the popularity or traffic of his heyday, he was once a major star, and his wealth was nothing to scoff at. He certainly wasn't so broke that he needed to crawl back into acting just to survive. So, being this humble now could only mean one thing: he wanted something. Sure enough, after some small talk, Mr. Bloom hesitated before speaking. Director Edward, I have a son who's interested in joining the film industry. I was wondering if... He trailed off, waiting for Edward's reaction. Edward maintained his smile, but sighed inwardly. Called it. He had already dealt with several similar encounters, people casually chatting with him, only to eventually bring up their relatives and ask for a role in Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Even just a cameo would do. Everyone knew Sherlock Holmes was Edward's personal project. While there was a reality competition to choose actors, if Edward wanted to sneak someone in, no one could stop him. After all, he was both the director and the screenwriter. He had absolute control over the production. I'm sorry, Mr. Bloom, Edward said with a polite smile, raising his glass. All the actors must go through the audition process on the show. But if your son has solid acting skills, he'll definitely have a fair shot. Mr. Bloom's expression stiffened a little, but managed a polite smile before excusing himself. Edward slumped back into his seat. Honestly, he hadn't spent more time sitting than he had in the restroom today. Boss, here are the variety show's contracts that need your signature. Zoroark walked in with a stack of documents. Edward quickly got up, took the contracts, and put on a serious face. This is urgent. Let's head back to the office for a meeting. Edward briskly left the venue with Zoroark in tow. On the way out, he made sure to notify a few guests before finally escaping and letting out a long sigh of relief. His steps suddenly felt much lighter. He had really not wanted to stay there any longer. Boss, what's up with you? Zoroark teased, nudging Edward with its elbow. Edward rolled his eyes. I haven't sat down for longer than a minute at a time, he grumbled. Not to mention all the strange people he had to deal with. Mr. Bloom was still one of the more tolerable cases. Just earlier, an old-school director had approached him and, without any small talk, directly demanded that Edward reserve a female lead role for his well-connected relative. Edward had nearly poured his wine on the floor in protest. Does this guy even own a mirror? What makes him think he has the right to say that to me? But thanks to his good upbringing and strong self-discipline, Edward merely smiled and declined. The old man wasn't happy, acting as if he was doing the show a favor by participating. Edward was so annoyed he actually laughed, then bluntly told him to leave. Only then did the director awkwardly walk away. That contract, of course, was shredded. Edward had no patience for these so-called industry veterans, especially not ones whose directing styles were outdated and only gained recognition back when the league had very few directors. He had no fondness for those with inflated egos and unearned confidence. As the saying went, in a big forest, you'll see all kinds of birds. Oh, right. Boss, Miss Monica has something to report. Zoroark suddenly remembered something and hurried to Edward's side. Monica? Edward recalled she was still filming Dollhouse. The shooting progress had been decent so far, though not yet finished. What happened? He asked, curious. After all, what could really go wrong on set? It's not like a celebrity had gotten into a scandal, right? Well, it's like this, Zoroark said, his voice full of disbelief. One of the extras that the casting coordinator brought in smashed an IMAX camera on set. Huh? An IMAX camera? Smashed? Edward was stunned. Good grief. This was a whole new level of dumb. IMAX cameras, while technically just cameras, were exceptionally expensive due to their unparalleled image capturing capabilities. A single unit cost over 10 million Poke dollars. Ghost Film Pictures didn't even own one. They usually rented them, since they weren't needed often. Even renting one for a week cost 120,000 Poke dollars, and that's after buying an insurance policy just to qualify. Edward, despite his wealth, hadn't purchased one outright. Whenever they needed one, he had his staff rent it and get insurance. Every time an IMAX camera was rented, the cinematographers treated it like a priceless treasure, sometimes even joking they'd sleep beside it. And now, Zoroark was telling him, an extra had smashed one? What's the identity of this extra? Can they even afford to pay for it? Did you call the cops? Edward hit Zoroark with 3 rapid-fire questions, genuinely curious. Was this extra secretly a second-generation rich kid like him? A normal family can't afford this. They called the cops. Zoroark threw out a classic 3-line summary. Edward covered his face with his hand. Seriously? They were all here working as extras. How could they not know just how insanely expensive a camera is, especially an IMAX camera? A regular camera might have been fine, maybe even manageable to replace. But an IMAX camera. Edward could only conclude that extra's family was probably headed for bankruptcy. Did they buy insurance? Edward asked again. Renting an IMAX always required insurance, but sometimes people would cut corners, offering a kickback to rent it without full coverage. They did. The insurance company has already sent someone to investigate, Zoroark replied honestly. Edward shook his head. The camera wasn't owned by them, it belonged to another company. So, they didn't have to pay for the damages. Since the extra had smashed it himself, the camera rental company would file a claim with the insurance company, which would in turn go after the one responsible. And those people at the insurance company? No joke. Especially the claim adjusters. In some ways, they were incredibly skilled. They often had to do criminal investigations. Some accidental death claims needed full investigations to determine if it was truly an accident or insurance fraud. They knew forensic techniques and were well-versed in legal loopholes, doing everything possible to deny claims. That department, without a doubt, was the most hated part of any insurance company. Now that the extra had their attention, Edward figured the poor guy was in for a world of pain. So, why did he even smash the camera in the first place? Edward still couldn't wrap his head around it. Well, the extra said he thought his acting was really good, but just lacked the opportunity. He heard you're known for making stars, so he wanted to get your attention by smashing the camera. He figured since he couldn't afford it, he'd just stay on the team and work it off until his wages could cover the damage. Zoroark's expression was full of internal conflict. Edward made the same face as that subway uncle looking at his phone. What kind of devil logic is that? Is he actually good at acting? Edward asked out of curiosity. With that level of confidence, could he maybe be one of those hidden talents? After the whole Daniel situation, Edward had realized that there were genuinely good actors out there with bad luck. He's not. Very exaggerated. Super forced expressions. Honestly, even some unknown fresh-faced C-listers would act better than him, Zoroark said, visibly unimpressed. Edward shook his head. If that was the case, there was nothing to be done. All he could do was wish the guy luck. Damaging something that expensive could easily land him in jail for a long time, and having to pay for an IMAX camera? That's a whole different league of consequences. Sometimes, idle hands really do cause trouble. Let the insurance company handle it. Just rent another one. Edward waved the matter off. Incidents like this were rare, but they did happen. Still, it got Edward thinking. IMAX cameras were currently the best of the best. Expensive, yes, but for a reason. In the world of cinematography, you really got what you paid for. Actually, contact the IMAX company. Let's just buy a few cameras, Edward decided. Even if they weren't used all the time, they could be rented out to make money. Plus, Tom and Jerry, Sherlock Holmes, those could all benefit from IMAX quality visuals. Got it, boss. Zoroark took note of it. As for his boss buying such insanely expensive gear, Zoroark didn't care. The boss was rich, he could buy whatever he wanted. Edward took out his phone and opened the Ghost Film Pictures chat group. He typed out a message. He had just had another thought. Since he was going to buy IMAX cameras anyway, why not take the chance to upgrade all of the company's filming equipment? After all, Sherlock Holmes Season 2 hadn't even started shooting yet, and they'd already secured a massive ad sponsorship, practically astronomical. No point pocketing all that cash himself. Better to reinvest it in the company's gear. Edward, equipment team lead, come see me. Ghost Film Pictures equipment head, on my way. When Edward got back to the office, he saw a man nervously pacing outside his door. He recognized him. It was the head of the company's equipment department, the one in charge of maintenance, management, and purchasing. Edward got straight to the point. Boss, you mean, update all our equipment to the latest and greatest? The man asked in surprise, his eyes lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning. Yep. I've also told my assistant to order the IMAX cameras. Keep an eye on that process too. Edward took a sip of tea and let out a relaxed breath. Understood. What's the equipment budget? The man asked, rubbing his hands together. IMAX cameras, huh? He'd never personally handled anything so high-end. Edward thought it over. Sherlock Holmes Season 2 had already brought in over $1 billion in ad money, and it was still climbing. Every brand wanted in on this pop culture juggernaut. It was only fair they'd make a big investment in return. How much would it cost to replace everything? Edward asked. If it went over $1 billion, he'd have to consider carefully. After all, part of that budget had to cover actor salaries, set rentals, staff wages, and all the rest. Roughly $300 million, the man estimated. He had personally handled all the deals, so he knew the numbers. Then go ahead. Edward waved him off. $300 million was reasonable. It seemed the company didn't have that much equipment to begin with, otherwise, it might have cost even more. The equipment lead happily left with the approval slip, practically skipping. Edward picked up the file on his desk and glanced through it. Meowth, James, and Jesse had all agreed to appear on the show. He was pleased. Those three might be members of Team Rocket, but they were more like Ash's mascots. Even when Team Rocket collapsed and the League cracked down on them, those three kept following Ash around all the regions. Edward sometimes wondered, maybe they were actually League agents undercover in Team Rocket? They sure made it look easy. Well, time to start outlining the script, Edward said, stretching. So, Edward, what you're saying is, you want a script that has elements of deduction, but is also humorous, lighthearted, and no one dies. In a familiar cafe, the familiar gray crane looked at Edward with surprise after hearing his request. Yes, I want to create a script that's witty and comedic, with strong deductive elements, but without any character deaths. Edward nodded. Instead of coffee, he took a sip from a glass of ice water. He wasn't a big fan of coffee. He actually preferred drinking mineral water or something similar. That's quite the request. Let me think about it. Gray rubbed his temples and sank into thought. Edward's request was truly unprecedented. Even when Gray had written light-hearted detective stories in the past, the humor was always used to balance the tension. Someone still had to die, otherwise, how could you emphasize the urgency of a mystery? especially given that Gray was known for writing cases where once someone died, many more followed. His readers often sent him razor blades in protest. At one point, he even pulled off the controversial move of killing the female lead, only to be forced by overwhelming public pressure to resurrect her. So, for Gray, crafting a humorous detective story without deaths was an enormous challenge. But Edward's offer came with very generous compensation. Even without the high pay, Gray wasn't willing to pass on this opportunity. After all, this was a chance to have his work featured in the wildly popular Sherlock Holmes TV series. For a writer, nothing beat fame. Once you gained recognition, royalties would increase and more commissions would follow. Gray was already a well-known mystery novelist. Money didn't mean much to him at this point, but fame definitely did. The success of Sherlock Holmes Season 1 hadn't escaped his notice. If one of his scripts made it into Season 2, he could proudly say, "That episode? I wrote it." That sense of achievement was beyond words. After all, in this world, most people can't escape the pursuit of fame and fortune. Having both was ideal. Edward, meanwhile, wasn't in a hurry. He was watching a video, one that Mutwo had uploaded. Edward had to admit, Mutwo was impressively efficient. In just a few short days, it had already released a new video guide on how to earn the Platinum Trophy for a trending game. The editing skills have definitely improved, Edward muttered as he watched. Mutwo's earlier videos felt a bit bloated, but the current one was much more concise and polished. Paired with Mutwo's uniquely synthesized voice, the video was very engaging. Unfortunately, the channel's subscriber count was still pitiful, barely over 5,000. These days, it's really tough to grow a channel. Without funding or a distinct personal style, getting any traction is almost impossible, Edward said, smacking his lips. On Pokepoke's website, competition among creators was brutal. Each major category had just a few dominant content creators, a massive middle tier, and an endless sea of small ones. Even in the gaming section, there were tons of guides on earning platinum trophies. Edward felt Mutwo would have a hard time standing out. Still, given Mutwo's upload speed and dedication, it wasn't entirely hopeless. But constantly doing guides for popular games. Edward frowned. Sure, big-name titles had lots of players, but they also had fierce competition. Take Black Myth, Ho-Oh, for instance. Strategy videos were everywhere. Breaking through the noise would be difficult for Mutwo. Edward figured it might be better for Mutwo to focus on niche or underrated games. The competition there was weaker, making it easier to get noticed. With that in mind, he sent Mutwo a quick message sharing his thoughts, then put his phone away. Gray had finally come to a decision. "I can write it, but I'll need some time," Gray nodded. He accepted the challenge, despite how far this style was from his comfort zone. He just couldn't miss out on contributing to Sherlock Holmes. "That's fine," Edward waved casually. The last-minute addition of 3 actors was a spur-of-the-moment idea anyway. And since he also needed to shoot additional scenes involving Giovanni, he had to plan out Moriarty's introduction and his eventual departure. The exit part wasn't hard. In the original works, Holmes and Moriarty fell together into the Reichenbach Falls, their fates uncertain. Originally, author Arthur Conan Doyle had intended for that to be the final chapter of Holmes's story, the world's greatest detective and the most dangerous criminal dying together. But readers were so outraged that many stormed Conan Doyle's home in protest. With pressure mounting, Doyle reluctantly wrote The Adventure of the Empty House to bring Holmes back. Still, writing the cat-and-mouse game between Holmes and Moriarty would be tricky. In the original stories, most of their conflict played out through Holmes foiling Moriarty's elaborate crimes, which eventually angered the crime lord enough to confront him personally, thus triggering the final problem. Moriarty needs to maintain his high status. He can't look like a low-tier villain, Edward thought aloud while watching Gray sign the contract. Miss Sarah sat calmly nearby. Edward had opted to sign a contract with Gray since this involved the Sherlock Holmes IP, a major production. It was mostly a formality. Edward wasn't worried about leaks, but in the adult world, formal agreements helped protect both parties' interests. Writing a battle of wits between two geniuses would be tough. But Edward had ideas based on other detective stories. Instead of having Moriarty confront Holmes directly, he thought it would be better to first have Holmes deal with various criminals trained by Moriarty. This way, the two could clash from a distance intellectually. Then, over time, Holmes would capture each of Moriarty's lieutenants until the final showdown with Moriarty himself. That approach would both stretch out the series across multiple seasons and preserve Moriarty's high-level mystique. It also meant Giovanni wouldn't need too many scenes. Edward could simply script a few moments showing Moriarty's underlings getting defeated, and then focus on writing 2 key scripts and 1 finale for Moriarty's arc. The Invisible Guest and The Mysterious Affair at Styles, these were the scripts Edward prepared for Moriarty's debut. One was a brilliant mystery film, and the other a classic in the detective novel genre, perfect stages for Moriarty's appearance. The Invisible Guest would be used to introduce Moriarty, while Styles Manor would become the battleground of wits between Moriarty and Holmes. As for having Moriarty appear in person, Edward remained uncertain. Too low profile? That wouldn't do. Too highbrow? That'd make the script too hard to write. Most of the iconic detective plots from his previous life had already been adapted. Arranging Moriarty's role properly had become a real dilemma for Edward. He had even considered referencing some real-life cases from his previous world, but few of them suited Moriarty's grand persona. After all, by design, Moriarty was a supervillain, the shadowy professor who commanded all of England's criminal underworld, undeniably a force to be reckoned with. "Forget it, I'll decide once Giovanni shows up," Edward muttered, shaking his head as he signed his name on the contract. With that, the commission with Gray was officially sealed. Now all that was left was to wait for Gray to complete the script and send it over. Edward had confidence in Gray's skills. But the main reason he chose him was simple. Gray was a pure mystery novelist. Every plot point, every character, every scene he wrote served the purpose of deduction. In terms of a certain island country's literary circles, he'd be classified as a honkaku, orthodox, mystery writer. Writers like that might not specialize in comedy or light-hearted charm, but when it came to the core of a mystery, the logic, the deduction, they delivered with full weight. While Edward did plan to sprinkle some humor throughout Sherlock Holmes to make the series more entertaining, he understood that the foundation of Holmes was always deduction. That aspect had to be taken seriously. With the contract done, Edward bid farewell to Gray. "Miss Sarah, is everything running smoothly at Devon Corporation?" Edward asked casually as they walked down the street. Sarah, head of Devon Corporation's legal department, was considered a senior executive. She had also known his father, Joseph, for some time, so Edward felt comfortable chatting freely with her. "Everything's fine, mostly. Though President Joseph has seemed a little unsettled lately," Sarah said. Edward paused, then turned to look at her. What? His father was unsettled? He hadn't noticed anything at home. His father had been as busy as usual and still made time for family dinners now and then. He'd even praised Edward recently for his new movie breaking $500 million at the box office, with a smile on his face. So where was this restlessness coming from? "I think it has something to do with the prison," Sarah continued. "I saw President Joseph visit someone there recently." She didn't keep it a secret, after all. Her main reason for personally accompanying Edward to sign this contract was to bring this matter to his attention. Normally, signing a writer wouldn't require the head of legal to get involved. Edward's film company already had a legal team for that. Prison? Edward frowned. He wasn't worried that his dad might be hiding some secret love child. If that happened, well, so be it. But a prison? What kind of problem could be bothering his father that badly? Then a thought struck him. A person he had personally handed over to Officer Jenny. Zinnia. It wasn't exactly an arrest, more like Edward had subdued her and turned her in. So it wasn't wrong to say that he had been the one to capture her. Edward ran through the possibilities. The only person connected to his father who could still be causing this kind of emotional turmoil was Zinnia. After all, from his older brother Stephen, Edward had learned a few things: how their father had once helped the League in a mission to capture Rayquaza, how they had actually succeeded in subduing Rayquaza for research purposes. But Rayquaza wasn't without its protectors. The Draconid people had long worshipped and guarded Rayquaza. The incident had caused them heavy losses. Many died. And Zinnia's hatred for the Stone family stemmed from exactly that. What a pain, Edward muttered, rubbing his brow. He really didn't have a good solution for the Zinnia situation. This was a deep, blood-soaked grudge. If Zinnia couldn't let go of it herself, no one could persuade her otherwise. And clearly, from his father's troubled state, Zinnia hadn't let go. She still harbored bitter hatred toward the Stone family. But Edward hadn't expected her to forgive. Let's be real, talking someone out of a lifelong blood feud with just a few words. Not happening. He didn't have talk no jutsu maxed out. So, for now, there was really nothing he could do. A few words to make someone give up revenge? Yeah, I'm the top hypnosis expert in the Pokemon world now. If he ever got back to his previous world, maybe he'd write a novel with that title just for laughs. Anyway, I've told you what I needed to, Sarah said cheerfully as she walked away. Edward, as a stone, would have to deal with this mess. Whether it got resolved or gave him a headache, it wasn't Sarah's problem. Edward could only sigh. Fair enough, this was his burden to handle. His older brother was busy dealing with Team Aqua and hadn't been back in a while. So if I think about it, brother's swamped because of me, and dad's troubled also because of me. Edward let out a helpless laugh. Still, he had a few ideas on how to approach the situation with his father. He might not be able to get Zinnia to let go of her hatred, but he knew his dad. A man who dominated the business world for years, crushed rivals, and led Devon to become the top corporation in Hoenn. His father had a strong mindset. He wouldn't spiral into guilt just because someone didn't forgive him. So, what was troubling him must be something else. Edward looked up at the sky. What his father was really worried about was probably the impending crisis. The meteorite, huh? Edward scratched his head. There was one surefire way to deal with it. Find Rayquaza, resonate with it, and unlock its mega evolution. That power would be enough to destroy the meteorite outright. But finding Rayquaza and getting it to mega evolve? That was the tricky part. I mean, I can't just shout Rayquaza, come out, and expect it to show up, right? Edward murmured to himself. And then he noticed he was suddenly enveloped in a shadow. Edward looked up in shock, but the figure towering above wasn't Rayquaza. It was a massive Beware. Big Bear? What are you doing here? Edward asked in surprise. Big Bear usually spent most of its time guarding the entrance of the Pokemon Care Center under Headmistress Lillian's care. It was rare for him to be out and about, so seeing him here was unexpected. Good afternoon, Edward, Headmistress Lillian greeted warmly as she walked up from behind, carrying several bags. It was only then that Edward noticed Big Bear had a massive backpack on its back, filled with vegetables and other groceries. With that, Edward quickly understood they were out shopping together. He was a bit surprised. He'd seen Headmistress Lillian out shopping before, since the care center housed many Pokemon, all of whom needed food. She frequently went out to buy supplies. However, she almost always went alone. It was unusual for her to bring a Pokemon with her. A thought crossed Edward's mind. Could Headmistress Lillian be unwell? Was that why she brought Big Bear along? Headmistress Lillian, is your health okay? Edward asked with genuine concern. The two had known each other for many years and shared a close friendship despite their age difference. Edward had always respected her. In his eyes, Headmistress Lillian was someone with purpose. She had once been a gym leader and could have lived a leisurely retirement with a hefty stipend, traveling and enjoying life. Instead, she dedicated all of her time and resources to caring for stray Pokemon. She was, in Edward's opinion, a truly good person. Oh, I'm fine, don't worry. I just brought Big Bear along because his days guarding the gate are too monotonous, Headmistress Lillian quickly explained with a smile, instantly catching on to Edward's concern. Edward breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Big Bear curiously examine the cityscape, Edward realized her reasoning made sense. The Pokemon Care Center was located on the outskirts of the city, and Big Bear's daily routine could indeed get dull. Thankfully, he had Blacka the Murkrow to keep him company, so he didn't get too bored, but still, bringing him out once in a while wasn't a bad idea. Seeing how excited and wide-eyed Big Bear looked, Like someone entering the city for the first time, Edward felt a little heartache for the big guy. After seeing Headmistress Lillian and Big Bear off, Edward returned to his company. The variety show he had been planning was now in its preparatory stages, and he needed to check on its progress. Although he was only a special guest judge and wouldn't be involved in the full production, most of the participants were clearly there for a chance to land roles in Sherlock Holmes Season 2. Edward couldn't just ignore them. Variety shows typically had two formats. One was full live broadcasts, which still required rehearsals. The other, more common format, was pre-recorded episodes. Pre-recording offered many advantages: post-production editing, flexible scheduling, and a smoother experience overall. Although hybrid formats, combining live and recorded elements, had started to gain traction with highly interactive shows, most variety shows still stuck with pre-recording as the standard. After all, it was easier to handle unexpected issues. If something went wrong, they could just reshoot the scene. A full live broadcast, on the other hand, meant no room for mistakes. Most directors wouldn't willingly take on that kind of stress. Edward certainly wasn't looking for unnecessary headaches. While audience engagement was important for this variety show, his format was mostly modeled after Supergirl. The viewers would vote for their favorite contestants, but the voting wouldn't affect who advanced. The decision-making power would lie with the judges, since the competition focused on acting skills, not popularity. It was best for professionals to evaluate that. This setup also allowed for a shorter filming cycle, giving Edward more time to focus on Sherlock Holmes Season 2. With the show airing weekly, it wouldn't interfere with the drama's production. Otherwise, he'd have to wait until the variety show wrapped before casting actors for his series, which would be a huge hassle. "Boss, the production schedule for the variety show is finalized," Zoroark said as it rushed in, carrying several folders filled with documents that needed Edward's signature. "All right. By the way, Shizuka, you once said you used to be human," Edward asked while flipping through the paperwork. Most of it was about the variety show or Sherlock Holmes Season 2, but this lingering question had been bothering him for a while. It wasn't exactly something urgent, but human curiosity is a persistent thing, like hearing a familiar tune at night and not being able to remember the song. It gnawed at him. "Yes," Zoroark replied with a mischievous smile, clasping its hands behind its back. Edward noticed that when Zoroark smiled now, a tiny dimple had appeared on its right cheek. Edward raised an eyebrow, intrigued. But with Zoroark's nature, anything was possible. Even if it suddenly transformed into Diantha right now, Edward wouldn't be too surprised. "Do you remember where you used to live? Or anything else from before?" Edward asked again. He was thinking of asking Cynthia from Sinnoh for help. He had her contact details. They'd exchanged numbers the last time they met, and that's when Edward learned Cynthia was actually a fan of his. She also had a keen interest in archaeology. This made Edward wonder, do all League champions have side gigs or hobbies? Stephen loved digging up stones, Cynthia was into archaeology, Diantha liked acting. Unreal. Among all the champions, the only one who seemed entirely dedicated might be Leon. Even after becoming champion, he was still focused on improving the region's trainer standards. I don't remember much, just a really tall cliff and a small lake," Zoroark said with a nostalgic look on its face. Edward scratched his head. That kind of information was practically useless. No, scratch that, it was entirely useless. A cliff and a lake? Those were not distinctive landmarks. And considering how long it had been since the Hisui era, the landscape had likely changed dramatically over time. What once was a cliff could now be flat land, and lakes might have become mountains. The passage of time had the power to erase everything, even memory itself. Still, Edward planned to reach out to Cynthia and see if she knew anything about Zoroark's origins, whether there were any old records from the Hisui region mentioning people turning into Zoroarks after death, or stories about revenge or spiritual tranquility. Although Zoroark often acted a bit silly, Edward felt he could trust it this time. Judging from its expression, this didn't seem like a joke. And if it was a joke, it had been running for far too long. But if Zoroark really was telling the truth, then Ghost-type Pokémon might become a taboo in the Pokémon world. After all, no one wanted to die only to become a ghost Pokémon and get caught and used by someone else. That said, based on Edward's research into Pokémon professor studies, ghost Pokémon generally didn't retain memories of their past lives. In essence, ghost Pokémon weren't directly tied to the souls of dead people or Pokémon. But what was up with Zoroark then? Edward couldn't figure it out. After sending Zoroark off to handle some variety show business, he messaged Cynthia to ask if any ancient Hisui documents mentioned people becoming Zoroarks after death, or stories of revenge or inner peace. Cynthia readily agreed, though Edward didn't plan to ask for free help. He promised to send her a premium Holmes figurine as thanks. The Sherlock Holmes line had become a red-hot IP, with collaborations and crossovers everywhere. Edward had licensed the merch to a professional figure manufacturer known for top-quality production, no janky knockoffs. Prices varied depending on size and detail. The most expensive figure, a life-sized Sherlock Holmes alongside Watson, went for a whopping $760,000 Poke dollars. With his company matters handled, Edward had the afternoon free. He decided to head home and work on the script. Thanks to the casting variety show, he now had plenty of time to write. He had already plotted out Season 2's story and was planning to slip in a comedic case with Gray as comic relief. He intended to make it the second episode of Season 2, though that didn't mean cutting the original second episode. Instead, he planned to split it into 4 episodes. Moving forward, each Sherlock Holmes season would have 4 episodes total, with one being a lighthearted comedic case to give viewers a breather. Right, there's still Daniel's contract issue. Edward suddenly remembered. Daniel, a former nobody, a background actor at the age of 30, had been on the verge of giving up his acting dreams and finding a stable job to support his family. But then Edward cast him as the male lead in Sherlock Holmes, and Daniel became an overnight sensation. Grateful for the opportunity, Daniel chose to sign under Edward's company, Ghost Film Pictures, becoming their 3rd superstar actor. As for the first 2? Naturally, that would be Tom and Jerry. Those 2 had even greater name recognition than Daniel. Their content appealed to all age groups, especially kids, and the Tom and Jerry IP had already become one of Ghost Film Pictures' biggest income streams. In less than a year, it had brought in over $1 billion Poke dollar in pure profit. Edward only needed to grant licensing rights. Everything else was handled by the partnering brands. He didn't have to lift a finger and still made huge money. But Daniel, no one knew what he was thinking, had asked for an incredibly low salary in the new Season 2 contract. Thinking about this, Edward took Q to a tea shop and ordered 4 cups, one of which was to go. Then he called Daniel, who quickly rushed over. Daniel had been staying near the studio since filming for Season 2 was about to begin, and as the male lead, he couldn't be away for long. "Boss." Daniel greeted him with respectful eyes. "Here, this is for you." Edward smiled and handed him a cup of fruit tea. Without wasting time, he brought up the contract issue. Though Daniel had asked for a low salary, Edward wasn't about to pay him that little. His series wasn't hurting for funding. So, Edward simply raised the payment in the contract to match what someone of Daniel's status should earn. Daniel couldn't even reject it. He could only smile wryly and accept. "Boss, I really don't want that much," Daniel said helplessly. He genuinely wasn't trying to suck up to Edward. Since being cast as Sherlock Holmes, Daniel had skyrocketed in popularity. After signing with Ghost Film Pictures, he also got several endorsement deals. He was no longer that struggling background actor. "I know, but you're at a certain level now and you should be paid accordingly. Otherwise, who would dare sign with our company in the future?" Edward explained. Daniel's gratitude was touching, but Edward couldn't agree to that kind of pay cut. Otherwise, people might think Ghost Film Pictures underpaid its actors. Edward was very aware of how delicate public perception could be. Most people just read headlines and never look into the details. One such story could severely damage the company's image. That's why Edward wouldn't allow it. "Thank you, boss," Daniel said sincerely. Edward waved it off and, after saying goodbye, took his fruit tea and headed home. Q had already finished its drink, but Fortune hadn't touched his yet. he was still at home working on practice tests. The little guy was so competitive with his studies, it reminded Edward of his own intense senior year of high school. When Edward returned home, he saw Fortune reading a book. Nearby, a large pile of completed and even graded test papers was spread out on the floor. Edward had good eyesight and immediately noticed the score, 93 points out of 100. Fort, even though exams are coming up, you still need to balance work and rest, you know? Edward walked over, handed over a cup of fruit tea, and gave a gentle reminder. Q, sitting on Edward's head, also nodded in agreement. Q came a strange series of sounds from Q. Edward couldn't understand it, but judging by Fortune's expression, it was clear the little guy got the message. Fortune was usually pretty obedient, after all. Edward checked his phone. The entrance exam date for Hoenn University's independent enrollment was set for tomorrow. In other words, tomorrow was the day that would determine whether Fortune could get into university. All right, don't worry too much. As long as you don't bomb the test, getting in shouldn't be a problem, Edward reassured him. As long as Fortune didn't perform too poorly, Edward could always just donate a building or something to smooth the way. Getting Fortune admitted would be easy. Fortune nodded seriously. He understood what Edward meant, and it helped him relax a little. Still, he wanted to get a good score, to make things a little easier on his trainer. Although, truth be told, Fortune knew his trainer was ridiculously wealthy. Edward pulled out his phone again and looked through Hoenn University's admissions guide, including the tuition fees and accommodation info. As the top university in the Hoenn region, most aspects of the school were pretty standard. However, there were some unique rules for Pokémon students. For instance, Pokémon attending Hoenn University could choose to live on campus or commute from home. On-campus living meant full-time enrollment, with dormitory assignments and Pokémon attending classes on their own, basically the same as human students. Commuting just meant they'd live off-campus, with no major differences in the curriculum. For years, Edward looked at the academic plan. College typically lasted 4 years unless the student kept skipping grades, passed various assessments, and completed their thesis defense. Then they could graduate early. That route was usually reserved for top students or psychic-type Pokémon. Those with powerful intellects could easily finish ahead of schedule. There was even a legendary case of a Gardevoir graduating in just 6 months. Edward glanced at Fortune again. He wasn't worried about Fortune's attitude toward learning. He just didn't know if Fortune could pass those kinds of tests. If not, then Fortune would be in for the full 4-year ride. Still, this was Fortune's dream, and Edward wouldn't stand in the way. Once Fortune graduated, he could even start learning how to run the company. That way, Edward could finally lighten his own workload a bit. After comforting Fortune, Edward went back to writing his script. He needed to finish planning out Moriarty's arc before filming, including how to wrap up the character properly. Then, he could insert it into the Sherlock Holmes series, and finally let Giovanni finish his scenes. Edward had no idea when Giovanni's true identity might be exposed, but when it was, it'd be a huge headache. So, if he could finish filming all of Giovanni's parts before that happened, it'd be a major win. Just as Edward was focused on his writing, he suddenly felt the ground shake. An earthquake again? Edward jumped up in a panic, grabbing Fortune and Q before rushing out of the room. The old butler jogged over and, seeing that Edward was already on the move, quickly led him out of the mansion. The tremors lasted just a moment, then everything settled down. What's going on? 2 tremors in such a short time. Edward was puzzled. The League hadn't issued any warnings, and just like last time, the earthquake's magnitude wasn't very strong. One could be a coincidence, but 2 in a row? It was enough to make people start wondering. Young Master, the League has reported a magnitude of 4.3, the old butler said after checking the latest update. Edward nodded. If it had been stronger, things could have gotten ugly. Since things outside had calmed down, Edward went back inside, still uncertain about what was going on. Back in his room, he checked to see if anything had been damaged only to notice something strange. Groudon. It had moved again. Edward stood silently in front of the display case. He wasn't a superstitious man, but this This was getting weird. The last time there had been an earthquake, that Groudon-like stone had moved one step. And now, after another earthquake, it had moved again. A bold idea formed in Edward's mind. Could this weird-looking stone, which looked exactly like Groudon, actually be Groudon? Maybe Groudon's movements were being mirrored by the stone, and those movements were what triggered the earthquakes? But wasn't Groudon supposed to control weather, not cause earthquakes? Edward was confused, but he decided to test it. He opened the display case and picked up the stone. It still looked the same, just a stone shaped like Groudon. Cold and heavy in his hand. Nothing special. Then, Edward tried moving the little Groudon forward a step. Nothing happened. Did I overthink it? Edward scratched his head. Makes sense. If such a tiny rock could control Groudon, he might as well go tell the League. Hoenn is under my command now. Still, there was another possibility. The rock might be a projection of Groudon. Everything Groudon did was reflected in the stone. That wasn't impossible. I guess I've caught Groudon, huh? Edward half-joked as he tossed a luxury ball at the little Groudon figure. It wasn't the real Groudon, sure, but it looked the part. With some clever editing and special camera angles, he could easily create a scene that made it look like he caught Groudon. But then something unexpected happened. The luxury ball actually absorbed the little Groudon stone, then landed softly on the carpet. Edward blinked in confusion. The luxury ball twitched once, then the capture light turned green. Edward knew what that meant. Capture successful. Wait, what? What the heck did I just catch? Edward muttered in disbelief. This was just a rock, wasn't it? Not even a rock-type Pokémon, he was certain of that. It had been tested. Which raised the real question. What exactly had he just captured? In the Pokémon world, Pokeballs can only be used to capture Pokémon. They can't capture anything else, like people, rocks, or buildings. If you throw one at anything else, it'll just hit the target and fall to the ground. Only when facing a Pokémon do they activate their capture function, drawing the Pokémon inside before the ball begins to shake. The Pokémon can still break free, but if it only shakes once before confirming a capture, that's called a critical capture. However, the odds of that happening are quite low. It depends on luck and the trainer's throwing technique, among other factors. Edward had only thrown the Pokeball for fun, thinking he might later turn it into a short video to prank his father or pull off a joke. He hadn't expected that it would actually succeed, and not only that, it really captured something. Now the question was, what exactly did that Pokeball capture? Edward silently picked up the Pokeball. It had some weight to it. That confirmed it. He had definitely captured something. A Pokeball that's caught a Pokémon is heavier than an empty one. Q leapt down and curiously poked the Pokeball with its tail. The ball didn't react. Off to the side, Fortune glanced over, then went back to reading. It had an exam tomorrow and time was tight. Fortunately, being a Ghost-type Pokémon, Fortune didn't need sleep and could spend all night cramming from textbooks. If I throw it out, I'll know. Edward held the Pokeball in his hand. The outer shell of the luxury ball looked quite different from a standard Pokeball, and the texture was noticeably smoother. In the real world, capturing a Pokémon would prompt the Pokédex to update, provided you'd already scanned that species before. But the issue here was that Edward hadn't scanned anything. After all, it had just been a rock. What was there to scan? So, he had no idea what he'd captured. A rock didn't look like a ground-type Pokémon, and there weren't any known Pokémon that were rock plus ghost types either. So, what exactly was it? Baffled, Edward tossed the luxury ball. With a flash of light, the Pokeball opened, and in an instant, Edward stood frozen, wide-eyed, as an enormous red Pokémon with black markings emerged. It grew rapidly, smashing through the ceiling and towering before him. Groudon. At that very moment, the Hoenn Pokémon League's chairwoman stood in stunned silence before the now-empty lava pit. After a recent earthquake had shaken the region, she had rushed to the site. The tremor matched exactly with a previous one, raising serious concerns. By the time she arrived, she had already received a call from a lab researcher. Groudon had moved again. So, it was certain. Groudon had stirred. And every time Groudon moved, The result was an earthquake. Even if she didn't fully understand the situation yet, the chairwoman now knew for sure that Groudon and the recent seismic activity were directly connected. But when she arrived at the site to check on Groudon for herself, she found the ancient Pokémon gone. A researcher nearby was nervously wiping the sweat from his brow. Groudon had vanished, and everyone present would likely be under immediate scrutiny. Could someone have tried to capture Groudon? The chairwoman asked coldly. That shouldn't be possible. We've tested this. Any Pokeball thrown in Groudon's direction gets melted by the intense heat before it can even make contact, the lab director explained as he worked to pull up the security footage. Groudon was far too important. Multiple cameras had been installed to constantly monitor its resting place. Oh, the chairwoman narrowed her eyes, clearly deep in thought. The lab director was feeling more pressure by the second. He knew that this woman hadn't risen to the top of the Pokémon League through family connections. Her position was earned through sheer strength and decisiveness. If they couldn't come up with a satisfactory explanation today, things could get very unpleasant. Fortunately, the footage was quickly retrieved, and once they saw it, both the chairwoman's and the director's expressions changed drastically, because they saw Groudon vanish from the camera feed. One frame showed it clearly, in the next, it was gone. The chairwoman said nothing. She took out her phone and dialed Officer Jenny Isolde. This incident wasn't going to be brushed aside. Everyone at the scene would be subjected to investigation. But just as she was about to call, her phone rang. When she answered, "What?" "Groudon." Officer Jenny Isolde stood staring, bewildered, at Edward in front of her. Then she looked behind him, at the construction team still repairing the mansion, and at Edward again, who was holding a luxury ball in his hand. "Yeah, Groudon," Edward replied calmly. The old butler beside him beamed with joy. Just moments ago, many residents of Rustboro had glimpsed a massive Pokémon looming above the mansion, a giant silhouette. Most didn't get a clear look, but some local Officer Jenny personnel, who were already nearby managing public safety after the quake, had seen it plainly. It was Groudon. The slumbering Groudon. Edward had already called the police. He knew there was no way to hide something like this from the League. The earlier earthquake had brought people into the streets, tons of civilians, and a lot of Officer Jenny personnel too. One Officer Jenny had even come to check on the mansion's residents, asking if anyone was injured, and she had personally witnessed Groudon's appearance. Although Edward had returned Groudon to the ball very quickly, others had still seen it. "You captured Groudon? And it's here." Officer Jenny Isolde struggled to believe it. If she hadn't received the same report from her own officers, she'd think Edward was joking. "I was surprised too," Edward said with a shrug. He really hadn't expected it. He had thrown a luxury ball at a rock, and somehow ended up capturing Groudon. Even though the Groudon was still slumbering, it was still Groudon after all. Edward had been completely stunned in the moment. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, things could have spiraled out of control very quickly. "All right, Mr. Edward. Please throw out your Pokeball." Inside a secret base operated by the Hoenn League, Edward was standing in a massive training field. Around him was a crowd of official League personnel and a swarm of researchers setting up various pieces of equipment. They were all here to witness the first person in the Hoenn League to catch a legendary Pokémon, Edward Stone. Edward's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since he discovered he had accidentally captured a dormant Groudon, he knew he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. After all, this was Groudon, one of Hoenn's legendary trio. Even if the one he caught was dormant, it was still Groudon. What Edward didn't expect was how seriously the League would take it. The moment they confirmed he had captured Groudon, they immediately brought him to this secret research facility overnight. "All right." Edward sighed helplessly, but still tossed out the luxury ball in his hand. With a flash of light, the massive figure of Groudon appeared in the center of the field. Edward immediately heard countless gasps from the onlookers. The most excited, however, were the researchers, who quickly began operating their equipment to analyze Groudon's data. "It really is Groudon." The League chairwoman standing beside Edward muttered in awe. Her gaze shifted toward Edward with a trace of disbelief. How did this guy do it? According to him, He had simply thrown a pokeball at a rock that looked like Groudon, and by sheer luck, captured it. The League had already received a report on that rock, which Edward had previously submitted for testing. According to the Devon Corporation's analysis, it was an ordinary stone. There was no indication of any connection to Groudon. If not for the fact that the base where this happened was under tight security and that Edward had been in Rustboro the whole day, the chairwoman might have suspected that he intentionally went to catch Groudon. "Brother, I swear." Stephen rubbed his temples in agony. As the League champion, he was naturally informed immediately. Honestly, when he first heard the news, he didn't believe it. Groudon was no ordinary Pokémon. Capturing it was nearly impossible. Due to issues around MT Chimney, Pokeballs would even melt from the extreme heat before they got close enough to try. The League had long been cautious about this. They feared that attempting to capture Groudon might awaken it, which could bring catastrophic drought to the Hoenn region, something depicted clearly in ancient murals. So, they opted for long-term surveillance instead. But now, somehow, Groudon had been caught by his younger brother. Stephen was stunned beyond words. "At least it still seems to be asleep," said Officer Jenny Isolde with relief. Ever since Groudon appeared, it hadn't stirred, it was completely dormant. Then, is it possible to release Groudon back into the wild? The League chairwoman asked, turning to the head researcher. Though Edward was the Devon Corporation's heir, the chairwoman wasn't entirely comfortable with him carrying Groudon around. What if someone tried to target him? "We can't be sure," the researcher said, frowning. "If we release it, there's a chance it could awaken. If that happens, there's no telling what might go wrong, and I definitely don't want to be the one blamed for it." The chairwoman's expression instantly turned grim. She knew full well that such a disaster would be on her head, even with her status. She couldn't afford that risk. If Hoenn were plunged into a severe drought, the consequences would be disastrous. That's why the League had only ever monitored Groudon, never dared capture it. But now, faced with Groudon's hulking presence, she was clearly uneasy. "Can we keep the luxury ball here?" The chairwoman suggested another option. Stephen remained silent, understanding her true concern. It wasn't about distrusting Edward, it was about protecting him. If word got out that he possessed Groudon, every villainous team and dark organization would hunt him down. Capturing Edward would be as good as owning Groudon. If the League kept the Pokeball instead, that danger could be avoided. The researcher gestured for Edward to try it. Edward didn't mind, in fact, he was eager to be rid of this hot potato. If Groudon were awake and could fight, it would be a different story. But a dormant Groudon was more trouble than it was worth. Edward recalled Groudon into the luxury ball and placed it down nearby. Just as he turned to leave, barely 20 steps out, alarmed voices rang out from the researchers. "Temperature rising. It's about to exceed the luxury ball's limit. Activity spike detected. Groudon's reacting strongly." The sudden shouts made Edward instinctively turn around, only to see the Pokeball trembling violently. It looked like Groudon was about to burst out any second. "Mr. Edward, come back here, quick," the chairwoman shouted sternly. Edward hurried back a few steps, and just like that, the Pokeball settled. The temperature dropped, the vibrations stopped. Everything calmed down. Edward's face turned green. What the hell? Was Groudon clingy? Was he some kind of chosen one? Why did Groudon insist on staying by his side? This was a nightmare. It was like walking around with a mountain of gold strapped to your back. He might as well be asking to get robbed. "This is bad." Stephen groaned into his hands. Now what? His little brother had somehow become Groudon's chosen trainer. There was no way the League would feel at ease with this. Beside them, the League chairwoman remained silent, her expression unreadable as she stared quietly ahead, deep in thought. "Brother, you really know how to surprise me," Stephen said helplessly as he looked at Edward, whose expression was just as complicated. Edward gave a wry smile. How was he supposed to know that tossing a luxury ball at a random rock would actually capture Groudon? Now he couldn't help but wonder, if he tossed a rock shaped like Kyogre or Rayquaza, would he be able to catch those too? Edward wasn't sure if that would work, but he knew the Pokémon League was already trying it. In just a short amount of time, They had crafted 2 additional rocks based on the material of the one that had captured Groudon, one for Kyogre, and one for Rayquaza. Then they started throwing Pokeballs at them. So far, there had been no success. They even asked Edward to try it himself, but he still couldn't catch Kyogre or Rayquaza. This only deepened the league's curiosity. How exactly had Edward managed to capture Groudon? After much discussion, the most likely theory they arrived at was that the rock that captured Groudon had some kind of mysterious connection to Groudon itself. It had all been a matter of sheer luck and coincidence. I didn't mean for it to happen either. How was I supposed to know that rock was Groudon? Edward muttered, looking down at the luxury ball in his hand. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about all this. After all, Groudon was no joke. Even if people in his previous life made fun of it for not being able to fly, Groudon was still a powerful legendary Pokémon. If it went into its primal reversion state, it would become even stronger and harder to control. And now that such a powerful Pokémon was in his possession, Edward felt uneasy. Something didn't sit right with him, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. In any case, Stephen said, waving his hand, the League has already made its decision. They'll assign someone to stay by your side as a bodyguard. They'll be showing up at your company tomorrow under the pretense of applying for a job. Just keep them close. Whether it was for the League's safety or Edward's, someone had to be with him at all times. Edward didn't really mind this arrangement. Oh, and listen closely. If anyone attacks you, make sure you protect yourself first, okay? Stephen said seriously, placing a firm hand on Edward's shoulder. Edward opened his mouth to respond. He wanted to say that his strength wasn't exactly lacking. After all, he had Q and Fortune. With those two around, ordinary people couldn't possibly threaten him. I know you have Q and Fortune, Stephen continued, as if reading his mind. And I know you've trained them well. But you're still a part of our family. No matter what, Father, and I don't want to see you hurt. If you're really in danger, just throw out Groudon and let it take the hit for you. And if things get out of hand, press this button. No matter what I'm doing, I'll come to you immediately. Stephen handed over a small remote device with a red button. Edward nodded solemnly. He understood his older brother's intentions. He also didn't want to cause trouble or worry his father or brother. Looking at the luxury ball in his hand, Edward scratched his head. If he had known Groudon would be this much trouble, he never would have tossed that ball. Now it was too late to backtrack. Still, he'd acted quickly. Probably not many people even saw what happened. And with the League providing protection, Edward felt reasonably safe. Besides, he wasn't exactly helpless. Although he rarely participated in Pokémon battles, both Q and Fortune had grown up on a steady diet of fear candy. Their strength far exceeded that of their peers. Edward himself wasn't someone any random trainer could mess with. And with an official bodyguard from the League, he felt confident in his safety. However, it was clear that his older brother didn't share the same optimism. He still recommended that Edward select a top-quality Pokémon to raise as another safeguard and to increase his own strength. Edward agreed. After all, the League had previously promised him one opportunity to request any Pokémon of his choosing. Back then, he hadn't made up his mind. But now, he was starting to think it really was time to make that choice. But deciding which Pokémon to ask for, that was a tough call. Take your time thinking about it. Stephen patted his shoulder again. Don't rush. I'll be staying in Rustboro for the next little while. Edward nodded. However, it seemed he had underestimated how seriously his father took this. Upon hearing what had happened, the old man was so shaken that he immediately hired a professional elite team of trainers to protect Edward. Every one of them was a retired investigator with extensive battle experience. There were only 12 of them, but that was more than enough to ensure his safety. Edward felt a bit exasperated, but he didn't reject the idea. For their family, this kind of expense was nothing. It barely scratched the surface of their wealth. Besides, these 12 trainers wouldn't interfere with his daily life. They would remain hidden unless danger arose. Boss, you look kind of different today. The next day, in the office, Zoroark asked curiously as it studied Edward's face. Edward rubbed his head awkwardly. How could he possibly be the same? He had now become someone on the same level as Tobias, a man who owned a legendary Pokémon, Latios. A legendary for Arceus' sake. That wasn't something just anyone could own. Even though Edward's legendary wasn't exactly doing anything, still sleeping, it was still a legendary nonetheless. Yeah, I've suddenly been labeled a savior, and am now bidding farewell to my ordinary life, Edward said helplessly. Zoroark burst out laughing. Edward gave it a sideways glance, but didn't say anything. In his hand was an old DVD. Yesterday, Grandpa Robert had found it while cleaning. Because of the recent earthquake, the old man had been checking the house for any damage and stumbled upon this disc. It contained footage from Edward's childhood. Figuring Edward might want it, he gave it to him. Edward didn't have many strong feelings about it. He had already remembered most of his childhood anyway. Still, over the years, he'd forgotten a lot of the minor details. Now that he had some time before the variety show started filming, he figured, why not watch it? When reminiscing about childhood, is it more joyful, sorrowful, or simply awkward? Edward didn't really know. But at this moment, watching the image of the little boy on screen, a faint smile appeared in Edward's eyes. After all, seeing his childhood self from a third-person perspective was a rather strange experience. Still, he grew up all right, not turning into some weirdo after being a cute little boy. Edward remembered once seeing a commercial where a father tearfully watched old videos of his daughter as a child. But in reality, she had become fat, non-mainstream, and angry at everyone. It was a bit much. Dad really had time on his hands, huh? Edward shook his head. The video on the disc was incredibly long, so long it was giving him a stomachache. But in his memory, his father wasn't always recording him nonstop with a camcorder. Edward chose to fast forward. These clips stirred up faint memories, nothing too important, but seeing them again helped him recall. Edward, here, this is for you. A soft voice made Edward pause. On screen appeared a little girl with white hair, a sweet smile lighting up her face, her eyes squinting into crescent moons from joy. Edward stroked his chin. This little girl was Shizuka. Edward's impression of Shizuka had remained fixed in the past. She used to often drag him around to play games, always begging him to tell her stories, fairy tales of all kinds. With no better options, Edward had ended up sharing stories from his previous life. His feelings toward Shizuka were more like those of an elder. After all, before he transmigrated, he was already nearly 30 years old. Naturally, he saw her as a child. Shizuka had only been his childhood playmate for about 3 years before her family moved away from Hoenn to Sinnoh. They lost contact after that. She never sent letters, and the contact information and address she left had changed. Eventually, Edward just gradually forgot about her. Shizuka, huh? Who would have thought that little girl would become a high-ranking officer in Team Galactic? Edward sighed. Truly, the world is full of surprises. A high-ranking officer in Team Galactic, no less. He recalled that Shizuka once shared her dream with him, to be someone respected, admired by many. And now? It seemed like that dream had come true, and yet not quite. Edward continued fast-forwarding. Shizuka had already become an executive in Team Galactic. If they ever met again, it'd probably be on a legal drama. Although the thought felt strange, Edward didn't dwell on it. After all, everyone chooses their own path, and they must face the consequences of those choices. But then, while skimming through the footage, Edward abruptly stopped, stunned by what he saw on the screen. Edward, look. I have dimples now. Shizuka beamed, tugging on Edward's shirt. Somehow, when she smiled again, a little dimple appeared on her face. And that dimple, it was in the exact same spot as the one he had seen on Zoroark's face. Coincidence? Edward stared at Shizuka's smiling eyes and that dimple. Having a dimple in the same place wasn't proof of anything. He shook his head, choosing not to overthink it, and continued fast-forwarding. After all, even if Shizuka and Zoroark shared the same name, their appearances were entirely different. Shizuka had white hair, while the version Zoroark transformed into often had black hair. Soon, the childhood memories recorded by his father came to an end. Watching it all left Edward a little emotional. Seeing himself from a different perspective made the past feel strangely awkward and nostalgic. He packed up the disk and opened the stack of documents on his desk. Although a minor earthquake had occurred the day before, it hadn't seriously affected anyone's daily life. Things were returning to normal, and the variety show they had been planning was scheduled to start shooting today. This variety show, even though we can pre-record it, it'll still take at least a month to complete. Edward looked at the production documents. With so many actors involved in performance-heavy scenes, finishing the shoot within a month would be a miracle. It would be an enormous challenge for the post-production team. With so much footage to edit, condense, and compile into episodes, the editing process would be hellishly difficult. Thankfully, the project was in collaboration with the Pokémon League, and some of their top-tier editors would be joining the effort. This would at least take some of the pressure off Edward. But with things as they are, the second season of Sherlock Holmes might have to be delayed for quite some time. Edward glanced at his schedule. He'd originally planned to shoot the second season first, but there were hurdles from the start, particularly with casting. Yes, difficulty in choosing was still a kind of difficulty. And as if that weren't enough, a Groudon situation had popped up too, completely throwing things off course. Edward now genuinely felt overwhelmed. But the Groudon issue reminded him it was time to meet with Gengar, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and discuss the upcoming security arrangements. Even though his father, his brother, and the League were all arranging security, Edward believed one could never have too many trump cards. Sometimes, the difference in battle or war came down to who had more hidden aces. He pictured the intruders, pushing through the League's defense, somehow getting past the elite squad hired by his father, then facing his formidable brother, just when they thought they had a clear shot at Edward. Boom. They'd have to deal with Q and Fortune. And finally, an apex Gengar hiding in the shadows. That image? Beautiful. Edward couldn't help but chuckle. That attacker would probably be swearing like crazy by then. After all, an apex Pokémon's strength was nothing to sneeze at. Boss, something's come up. Zoroark rushed in. Edward looked at the documents in his hand while Zoroark stood silently in front of him. Edward seemed deep in thought. Come to think of it, he had been so busy lately dealing with the second season of Sherlock Holmes and all sorts of other miscellaneous tasks that he hadn't had the energy to focus on anything else. Zoroark's reminder came at just the right time. This, about releasing a new short film for the wild Pokémon, yeah, it's been a while since we updated those horror shorts. Let's do one this time. Call the film crew over and have them start preparing for a new short, Edward said decisively as he looked at the first file. This file had actually come from Yannister, who noticed that Edward hadn't submitted any horror shorts in a while and came asking, wondering if there had been a problem in the delivery process. After all, Edward had signed a contract with the Hoenn League. Zoroark had brought the issue to Edward, and now that he thought about it, he really hadn't produced a horror short in a long time. The wild Pokémon out there were probably getting antsy, eagerly waiting for his latest work. What a bunch of little gluttons. As for the second file, yes, I did hire some security personnel. Let them go through the health checkups and complete the onboarding process. Edward nodded as he looked over the job applications, clearly aware of this matter. This earned a curious look from Zoroark, who hadn't heard anything from Edward about hiring security guards. These resumes wouldn't have reached Zoroark if they hadn't been forwarded by the League. Normally, his subordinates would have dismissed them immediately. After all, they hadn't received any notice about the boss hiring security. But since the League had vouched for them, they still passed the documents along. Edward, of course, understood that these so-called security guards were actually assigned by the League to protect him. After all, he was now carrying Groudon. Of the 3 Pokeballs at his waist, one contained Q, another held Fortune, and the final luxury ball housed Groudon. All right, Zoroark, just call me if there's anything urgent. I've got something else to handle right now. Edward checked his phone. It was already 10 o'clock, time to go. After spending an hour at the office, Edward was clocking out. He felt like he was being incredibly dedicated to his job. Huh? Boss, you're leaving work this early today? Zoroark looked surprised. Edward usually didn't leave so soon. Yeah, it's Fortune's exam day. Edward nodded with a smile. Even though he'd been busy, he hadn't forgotten about Fortune. Today was the big day, and he needed to get Fortune to the exam on time. Zoroark held a book in its arms, watching Edward's hurried departure with a hint of confusion in its eyes. It felt like it had seen that kind of warm smile somewhere before. Where? Zoroark smacked itself on the head. It couldn't remember. Ever since it had awakened from that long slumber, it had slowly started forgetting things. The past had become like mist, only a few vague fragments remained, blurry and unreachable. Edward sat in the car driven by the old butler, with Fortune and Q by his side, heading straight for the airport. The Hoenn University wasn't located nearby, and the exam would be held in Lily Cove City. The exam was scheduled for 2 p.m., so they still had plenty of time. After arriving in Lily Cove by plane, Edward accompanied Fortune for a quick review session before sending her into the exam venue at Hoenn University. Young Master Edward, the exam won't begin until 5 p.m. Would you like to explore the city a bit in the meantime? The old butler asked with a smile. Edward waved him off. Nah, Grandpa Robert, what's there to see in Lily Cove? At most, there's a department store and a safari zone. He really wasn't interested. The department stores were a hallmark of the Hoenn League, usually very large and tall. To walk through one entirely could easily take a whole afternoon. They had once been considered the Hoenn League's biggest commercial buildings. But with the explosive growth of technology, online shopping had rapidly taken off in just a few decades, delivering a significant blow to traditional retail. Nowadays, department stores were rare in newly developed league regions. As for the Safari Zone, it operated pretty much like in the games. You paid for a ticket, received special Pokeballs, and went inside to catch Pokémon. No battling was allowed, only ball throwing. Edward suspected that Go had probably trained this way back in the day. The old butler didn't say anything more and simply had Edward return to the car to rest. Edward didn't object. Standing outside the exam venue was just too much, especially under today's blazing sun. The weather in Lily Cove was scorching. Sitting in the car, Edward pulled out his phone. There were no messages from Zoroark, but there was a message from Cynthia. Cynthia, Edward, a few archaeology professors in the Sinnoh recently discovered a large-scale ruin that might have been a settlement from the Hisui period. Want to come take a look? She had even attached a few photos. Edward looked through them. He didn't have much interest in this kind of thing. After all, not only had he seen the Hisui era with his own eyes, he'd also traveled there, even helping the professor complete the Pokédex. So, the Hisui era didn't hold much allure for him anymore. But then he thought about the long variety show schedule ahead. Maybe checking it out wouldn't be such a bad idea. It could help him kill some time. As for the Moriarty storyline, Edward already had a plan. He intended to dedicate an entire season to building up Moriarty and then bring the character and the Sherlock Holmes series to a close. Sure, if something keeps making money, it could be dragged on forever. But Edward felt that if Moriarty died, then there was no point continuing Sherlock Holmes. Well, that's a matter for the future. For now, Edward looked at Cynthia's message and finally replied with a sure. He didn't have anything urgent at the moment. Once the horror short film was finished, he'd be free to wander a bit. As for safety, he wasn't worried. With Cynthia by his side, there wasn't much that could go wrong. Edward was planning to shoot a horror short film to send to Yannister, who would then broadcast it in the wild. After all, thinking back, it had been quite some time since the first horror short film Lights Out was completed. Since then, he had only made one more, and after that, there hadn't been any new releases. It felt like a bit of a waste. The wild Pokémon were probably already impatiently waiting for the next installment. As for the plot of this new short, Edward had already come up with an idea. He planned to keep it concise, a typical short film of about 3 minutes, just enough to meet the format's expectations. The theme? How about this? A family goes on vacation. After returning home, they start browsing the photos they took, only to discover a ghostly figure in one of them. Each time they flip back to that photo, the ghost gets closer and closer to the camera, until eventually it disappears from the picture and then emerges directly into the real world. Edward twirled the pen in his hand, thinking the concept sounded pretty good. Sure, in his previous life, ghost figures appearing in photos was already a well-worn trope. But in the world of Pokémon, this concept was completely new. It might even spark some fresh inspiration for other horror filmmakers. At this point, Edward had practically become a guiding light in the horror film industry. Whatever he made would inevitably be followed by a wave of imitators. He glanced at his phone. The box office for A Wicked Ghost had already exceeded 900 million and was about to break the 1 billion mark. Many directors had already started drafting new projects. Titles like Scary Ghost or Evil Ghost, clearly derivative, were already in development. Edward, however, didn't really care. Imitators were actually a good sign. First, it meant his success had indeed shaken the industry and inspired many to copy him in pursuit of their own fame. Second, most of those imitators produced low-quality work. There were always some curious viewers who'd give those films a try, only to be disappointed. After getting burned enough times, they'd return to Edward's films to cleanse their palate, an unexpected bonus that helped drive traffic to his content. It also solidified Edward's reputation as a leader in the horror film genre. So, unless a film was blatantly plagiarizing him, he didn't bother to intervene. Fortunately, that hadn't happened yet, so Edward remained content and unbothered. Having settled on the story for his next film, Edward picked up his phone and sent Zoroark a message, instructing it to get the film crew and props team ready. Once Fortune's exam was over, he'd return and begin shooting the short film. After that, it would be time to head to Sinnoh to meet Cynthia. As he sat in the car, Edward passed the time playing a mobile game, an anime-style gacha game that had already been running for 8 years. The art style was distinct, the grind was intense, and the randomness of drawing characters was wildly unpredictable. But Edward had plenty of patience for it. He had played similar games in his previous life and remembered hearing that one of them was also nearing its 8th anniversary just before he crossed over. Although players often joked that the game's developer was a one-man team taking a family photo, i.e., severely understaffed, surviving for 8 years was still impressive in its own way. "Let's clean out these gift packs first," Edward muttered with a yawn as he casually went through the in-game rewards. For him, gaming was just a way to pass the time, and he always made sure to collect every single freebie. After playing for a while and acting as a repeat machine once again, Edward heard the school bell signaling the end of the exam. He put his phone away, opened the car door, and stepped out. Looking at the Hoenn University before him, he soon spotted Fortune coming out, looking to be in high spirits. Edward smiled and gently patted it on the head. Although the exam was over, the results wouldn't be available until the next day. Hoenn University was known for grading papers quickly, thanks to their team of psychic-type Pokémon, who could grade multiple exams simultaneously. It was said that in the beginning, the university even had real-time grading, so students could know their scores and admission status the moment they finished. But later, the school deemed this too harsh and canceled the feature. Still, Edward didn't think waiting one more day for results made things any gentler. If anything, it just left people anxious for longer. But for him, it wasn't a big deal. He had already decided, if Fortune passed, great. If not, he'd just donate a building to secure her admission. That said, Edward had absolute confidence that Fortune would pass. It was just that hardworking, almost frighteningly so. It was the ultimate try-hard of the Pokémon world. If it weren't for Edward forcing it to rest, it would study 24 hours a day. After all, as a ghost-type Pokémon, it didn't need to sleep. If someone as diligent as Fortune still couldn't get into university, then Edward figured it could only mean that her talents didn't lie in academics. He'd seen people like that before, dedicated, hardworking, always listening in class and finishing all their homework with precision, even doing thorough review and preview sessions. But for some reason, they just couldn't get good grades. Teachers never scolded them. They'd just sigh and encourage them to keep trying. But sometimes, effort alone wasn't enough. Edward believed that if someone lacked talent in one area, It was better to explore other paths and find where their strengths truly lay. Upon returning to Rustboro, the old butler had already swapped out their ride for the family's usual car. The one they used in Lily Cove was actually a backup vehicle purchased by the Devon Corporation for use in that city. In fact, across all major cities in the Hoenn region, the Devon Corp maintained specially prepared cars for the Stone family, so they'd always have a home and a vehicle ready, no matter where they went. "Fort, come on. I'll show you how I make a movie," Edward said as he noticed the faint nervousness in its expression. He chuckled and gently rubbed its head. Cold and metallic to the touch, not much else. Ghost-type Pokémon were wonderful in many ways, but they weren't fluffy. Sure, they could mimic that texture, but in the end, it wasn't the real thing. Goal, Fortune nodded. Q, perched on Edward's head, looked down at Fortune, gave a little cry, and then leapt into Edward's arms, curling up lazily. Edward chuckled and rubbed Q's head. This little rascal. The shot involving the ghost appearing in the photo was actually quite easy to handle. They could simply film the scenes first, and then select a few appropriate photographs. By layering them and having the protagonist flip through them one by one, it would naturally give the effect of the ghost gradually moving closer in each photo. This filming technique had another advantage: it created suspense. The audience would be filled with curiosity. What happened to the ghost in the photo? Did it come out? Vanish? Or was it all just an illusion? Just when the protagonist sighs in relief and turns around, bam, the ghost from the photo is right there. To enhance the scare factor, Edward had a special trick in mind. He planned to lower the volume throughout the scene, making the audience instinctively lean in and listen carefully. Then, when the ghost face suddenly appears, the sound would spike sharply, delivering a strong jump scare. This kind of scare tactic is fairly common in the horror industry, especially in space-themed horror. Since there's no sound transmission in space, scenes often appear in complete silence. The audience can see characters' actions but hear nothing. This naturally causes viewers to focus their attention more intensely. Then, a sudden loud noise can jolt them to the core. The benefit of this method is that it's simple and effective. Almost anyone would get scared. The downside is that it's a bit cliché. If used too often, audiences might stop reacting or even feel annoyed. But since Edward's project was just a short film, not a full-length movie, using this trick once was perfectly fine. After finalizing the concept, Edward returned to the company and quickly shot the short film with the production team. Once filming was done, he handed it over to the post-production department for editing. With that, the horror short film project was complete. Now then, Edward looked at his schedule. The script issues can be sorted out slowly, and I don't have any variety show appearances coming up in the short term. He had nothing particularly urgent on his plate anymore. Next, he planned to meet with Jengar to discuss security matters. After that, he could head to the Sinnoh with Cynthia to explore the ancient ruins. He wasn't particularly excited about the ruins themselves, but with nothing else going on, a trip sounded like a decent way to relax and unwind. However, since it was already getting late, Edward decided to put off the meeting with Jengar until the next day. That evening at home, Fortune seemed restless. Even while reading, it couldn't fully concentrate. Edward wasn't surprised. After all, this exam was important, and the night before the results came out was bound to be nerve-wracking. He had the old butler prepare a steaming mug of milk for Fortune to help it relax. The next morning, as soon as Edward got up, he saw Fortune already reading. It kept glancing at the book, then at his phone. Edward couldn't help but smile wryly. This little one probably hadn't slept at all last night. Beside it, Hugh was curled up reading a comic book. It hadn't slept either, staying up to keep Fortune company. Or perhaps, more accurately, neither of them needed to sleep, being ghost-type Pokémon. Edward had originally wanted to stay up with them, but in the end, he changed his mind. The Hoenn League University always released scores at exactly 10 in the morning. Staying up all night wouldn't change anything. So, he opted for a proper night's sleep. He wasn't a ghost type. After all, he couldn't handle the toll of sleepless nights. 9:20, still 40 minutes until the results come out. Edward yawned, glanced at the anxious Fortune, and helplessly picked him up. "Come on, Fortune, Q, time to wash up." In Edward's house, morning routines were never skipped. By the time they were done washing up, the results would almost be out. Sure enough, his timing was spot on. When he finished freshening up, it was exactly 10 o'clock. Seeing how nervous Fortune looked, Edward helped him open the Hoenn University's official website and input his exam number. "Exam results. You have been admitted." Edward let out a sigh of relief, and Fortune instantly calmed down. Even though he had known Fortune worked extremely hard and had a high chance of passing, actually seeing the words "admitted" still made Edward genuinely happy. He himself had never attended a Pokémon university. From junior high onward, he was privately tutored by elite instructors, personally guided by his father, who taught him business management. That said, Edward had earned a regular university degree before. So Pokémon University didn't hold that much meaning for him. He'd already learned everything he needed to. "Fortune, are you planning to commute from home or live on campus?" Edward asked. He hadn't thought to bring this up earlier. Fortune didn't hesitate. He picked up the tablet Edward had given him and tapped a reply. "Commute. Skip grades." Edward nodded. He understood. He wasn't surprised by Fortune's desire to skip grades. After all, as a ghost-type Pokémon, he didn't need to sleep. While some ghost types retain the habit of sleeping, it was purely a preference and had no real physiological need. Given how driven Fortune was, Edward figured that even if he didn't break the record for the fastest graduation in 6 months, he wouldn't take much longer than that. Looking at him, Edward felt very satisfied. Once Fortune graduated with solid knowledge, he could start introducing him to some of the company's operations. With his help, things at Devon Corporation would run even more smoothly, and Edward himself could finally get some rest. He already had a competent secretary in Zoroark, after all. After breakfast, Edward had the old butler drive him to the entrance of Petalburg Woods. The moment he stepped into the forest, everything around him suddenly went dark. From his shadow, Jengar emerged. "Edward, you brat. You haven't visited me in forever, and now you show up without bringing me a gift." Jengar sniffed around him with visible displeasure. "I did bring something," Edward replied, opening his hand to reveal 2 cubes of fear candies. Jengar's eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly grabbed the candies, tossed them into his mouth, and chewed with great satisfaction. "All right, spill it." "You didn't come all this way just to give me sweets," Jengar said contentedly, letting out a breath and looking at Edward with interest. Edward rubbed his hands together and started explaining his proposal. "Beer bodyguard?" Jengar's eyes went wide, almost as big as Edward's head, as it stared at him with an expression of pure shock and disbelief. Edward silently watched as the big, bold characters, shocked and disbelieving, practically appeared on Jengar's face and fell into thought. Just where had this Jengar learned such dramatic antics? "I'm an Apex, you know. The overlord of Petalburg Woods." Jengar raised its head proudly, taking a defiant stance that immediately reminded Edward of someone who once famously declared a refusal, only to yield moments later. Edward studied Jengar's expression. Despite the dramatic protest, he could sense something in Jengar's tone, a hint of expectation. If he wanted to hire Jengar as a bodyguard, he'd probably need to offer something in return, like fear candies. Thinking this through, Edward realized hiring Jengar might take a bit of negotiating, but it shouldn't be too hard. After all, if he were part of the dark organizations, he would have already made his move by now. "How about 20 fear candies a month?" Edward asked. Jengar hesitated for a moment, then shook its head. Jengar started to protest. 35. "That's my final offer," Edward cut in, offering the highest price he was willing to accept. 35 fear candies was the equivalent of 1 per day, with 5 left over by the end of the month. The cost was steep, especially since fear candies required a high amount of fear points to craft. If it weren't for the boost he got from a wicked ghost, Edward wouldn't have been able to afford such a generous offer, especially since his other Pokémon could eat them too. "Deal." Jengar immediately grabbed Edward's hand, beaming with joy. Edward's mouth twitched. Where did all that pride go? What happened to the overlord of Petalburg Woods? As expected, no one escapes the power of the "it's actually really good" principle. Now that they'd come to an agreement, Edward felt more secure about his safety. However, he didn't plan to have Gengar accompany him just yet. He was about to head off to the Sinnoh, so he intended to call Gengar back once he returned to Hoenn. Gengar had no objections. In fact, it preferred not to leave its home territory. If Edward hadn't been living right next to Petalburg Woods, Gengar wouldn't have agreed to the job in the first place. All right then, now that all the little things are settled. Gengar's expression suddenly turned serious. A gust of fierce wind blew in, sweeping waves of violet-black ghost energy across the entire forest. In an instant, Petalburg Woods was thrown into chaos, like the end of the world had arrived. The howling wind forced Edward to squint as he stared at Gengar, slowly lowering his hand. Yes, it's time for the real business. Edward's gaze turned sharp. There was no way he'd forget what he had promised Gengar. The old butler, Grandpa Shibata, also opened his eyes and adjusted his hat to keep the wind from blowing it away. As a single flower petal was swept away in the storm, Edward and Gengar moved at once. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The raging wind instantly vanished. The forest returned to its calm and peaceful state. Gengar, now sulking in a corner of the woods, squatted with its head down, drawing circles in the dirt and muttering to itself. Edward could only laugh helplessly. He had even intentionally thrown scissors, the move that people subconsciously chose most often in rock, paper, scissors. He had tried to let Gengar win. And yet, Gengar had thrown paper. And lost anyway. Well. Gengar, ahem. Better luck next time, Edward said, walking over to the dejected ghost. He patted it on the back and offered a half-apologetic tone. He really had tried, but what could he do? Sighing, Edward pulled out his notebook and jotted something down. Behind him, Grandpa Robert fought to hold in a laugh. His young master's relationship with Gengar was truly entertaining. But this Gengar was almost too earnest for his own good. Even after losing, he still wanted a rematch. You've got another Pokeball on your belt, Gengar said, looking at Edward's waist and then glancing at Q, who was yawning lazily, and Fortune, who was reading a novel against a tree. Is that what made you want to hire me? Gengar knew Edward well. Edward was indeed strong, but he never seemed all that interested in catching Pokemon. Even now, he only had two. If someone else had his family background, they'd be rolling 6 dragon types deep already. Yeah, it's a real pain, Edward said with a hint of frustration. Just thinking about Groudon gave him a headache. If it weren't for Groudon, he wouldn't have needed to hire a bodyguard in the first place. Honestly, if he wasn't Edward Stone, he probably would have already been put under league supervision. After all, a legendary Pokemon was involved. The league wouldn't just let something like that go unchecked. But because he was a member of the Stone family, his brother was the current champion of the Hoenn League, the league couldn't go as far as placing him under house arrest. All they could do was assign elite trainers to protect him. I've been wondering why so many elite trainers suddenly started hanging around you. So it's your own fault, Gengar snorted. Edward's mouth twitched. That wasn't wrong. If he hadn't tossed that Pokeball at Groudon's statue that day, none of this would be happening. It was frustrating, but there was no turning back now. Unless the Groudon situation was resolved, he'd need tight security. He couldn't afford to slip up. And neither could the League. They couldn't risk letting Groudon fall into the hands of a dark organization. When you get back, I'll come find you, Gengar said, patting Edward on the shoulder. Then it vanished into the shadows, disappearing back into the depths of Petalburg Woods. Edward looked around the now peaceful forest and exhaled. He knew that the elite team hired by his father was still secretly watching over him. Gengar had left mostly because of them. He wasn't the type to show himself in front of strangers. The only reason he'd come out at all was because Edward was present. If it were just those elite guards, they wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of Gengar's shadow. Grandpa Robert, please book me a flight to Sinnoh, Edward said, stretching. Now that the security matter with Gengar was settled, it was time to relax in Sinnoh. And once the variety show's current filming cycle ended, he'd return to Hoenn to serve as a guest judge for the final 2 episodes. Understood, Robert replied, pulling out his phone to make arrangements. Before long, Edward was aboard a flight bound for the Sinnoh region. This place, Eterna City, really looks like the kind of place filled with ancient ruins, Edward remarked with a trace of curiosity in his eyes as he gazed at the city before him. After flying over from Hoenn, he had come directly to Eterna City, where he had arranged to meet Cynthia. The ruins she had mentioned, believed to be remnants of a settlement from the Hisui era, were located near the city. Edward planned to visit the site with Cynthia, partly for research and inspiration for his upcoming film. But when he thought back to the flight he had just taken, his expression turned a little strange. On the plane, there had been only a handful of passengers, himself and a few others. He recognized them all, elite operatives hired by his father and special agents sent by the Hoenn League to protect him. Not a single regular passenger in sight. The realization made Edward's scalp tingle. Yeah, this place. Zoroark, who stood beside him, spoke with a sigh of wonder. Edward squinted suspiciously at Zoroark. How did it end up here? Edward had originally instructed Zoroark to stay in Hoenn and handle the company's affairs. But somehow, this guy had insisted on tagging along. What, remembering something yet? Edward asked helplessly. Zoroark's reason for coming was, maybe I'll remember something if I visit Sinnoh. Whether that would actually happen, however, was still unknown. I don't know. Zoroark looked at the city before him in a daze. There was something vaguely familiar about it, but also something unfamiliar, as though it hovered just out of reach. Edward sighed, but didn't press the issue. Instead, he pulled out his phone and gave Cynthia a call. She picked up quickly, and after hearing that he had arrived, told him to wait a moment before promptly hanging up. Edward glanced at the phone. It had sounded noisy on Cynthia's end, clangs and bangs like a construction site. Edward, he soon heard her shout. He turned around and saw Cynthia jogging over, covered in dust and dirt, waving at him enthusiastically. Cynthia, what happened to you? Edward raised a brow. Was she coming straight from the excavation site? It wouldn't be too surprising. Cynthia, despite being the Sinnoh champion, had a well-known habit of pursuing her interests outside of battling. Cynthia glanced at Zoroark with a curious look, clearly sensing that this Pokémon was special. Still, she didn't probe too deeply. I was just at the dig site. We're excavating some ruins and have already uncovered a rather interesting cluster of buildings. Want to come take a look? She asked excitedly. Though she phrased it like a question, Edward could feel the urgency and enthusiasm behind the offer. Sure, he replied with a smile, leading Zoroark along as they followed Cynthia to the outskirts of the city. A vast ruin slowly came into view, and Edward couldn't help but feel a bit dazed as he looked at it. He remembered seeing similar architecture while playing Legends, Arceus. Back then, he had helped Professor Laventon complete the Pokédex while sneaking up on wild Pokémon and chucking Pokeballs at them from the bushes. Good times. This is the most recent ruin we've found, Cynthia explained enthusiastically. Based on our analysis, it used to be a human settlement during the Hisui era. And what's even more exciting, there are some very surprising discoveries here. Edward had a few guesses about what those discoveries might be. Team Galactic. We found records referencing them. But back in that era, the Galactic Team wasn't the same organization we know today. Back then, they played more of a positive role. Her words confirmed Edward's suspicions. After all, the current Pokémon world had a Team Galactic too, especially active in the Hoenn region, causing all kinds of problems and giving the League endless headaches. Who would have thought that the Galactic Team of old was actually a righteous group? Time really does change everything. The irony of it all was quite striking. These ruins, are they really that large? Edward asked, looking around with interest. Yes. Based on our estimates, this area was once a major gathering site for people, Cynthia nodded, continuing her tour. Although technically a ruin, most of the structures had long since eroded with time. What remained were outlines of buildings, mostly stone foundations, and few were preserved in any meaningful way. Only bits of stone here and there hinted at what once stood. At first, Edward found the site somewhat interesting, but after a while, his enthusiasm waned. It was, after all, mostly just a bunch of rocks. Without detailed historical records, there wasn't much to capture the imagination. Just then, a researcher ran over excitedly. "Miss Cynthia, we've discovered something really fascinating." "What is it?" Cynthia immediately followed him, with Edward and Zoroark tagging along. Edward couldn't help but compare Cynthia to his older brother. They were clearly the same kind of person. When faced with something they were passionate about, they both became completely consumed by it. It was like looking at a second Stephen, only Stephen was obsessed with stones, while Cynthia was into archaeology. When they arrived at the site, Edward saw a partially excavated ruin. "A book?" he asked in surprise. There, embedded in the soil, were what appeared to be books. Though caked in dirt, it was clear that these were, indeed, books. "They're so well preserved? Did you run any antioxidation treatments yet?" Cynthia was just as stunned. Finding books in this state of preservation was almost unheard of. "Yes, we've already applied everything necessary," the researcher replied, carefully pulling out a few photographs. These had been taken just moments ago, because with something as precious as ancient books, caution was paramount. "Let me see." Cynthia took the photos and examined them. The writing on the books was slightly blurred, but still legible. This seems to be a storybook? Handwritten, too. She squinted at the text. She could recognize the ancient characters. "What's it about?" Edward leaned in, intrigued. "Something like, Cinderella ran out of the palace in a panic and left behind a glass slipper?" Edward finished, stunned. "What does it say after that?" Edward asked urgently, as though a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. His tone was filled with anxious anticipation. Cynthia didn't notice the urgency, and upon hearing his question, casually flipped through the book to help him check. After that, it says something like, "The prince went around with the beautiful shoe, trying it on others. The wicked stepmother and stepsisters tried to squeeze into the shoe." Cynthia read aloud. Edward felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was now certain this book, unearthed from the Hisui era, was telling the exact story of Cinderella, a classic fairy tale from his previous life. The status of Cinderella as a timeless childhood tale needed no elaboration. But in the Pokémon world, Cinderella didn't exist. Edward had considered introducing such stories to this world before, but since he wasn't short on money, he never went through with it. But now, here it was, a book from a time unimaginably far removed from his own, buried in the ruins of the Hisui era, containing the Cinderella story. The thought made his scalp tingle. Why? How could this be possible? Edward simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Could there have been another transmigrator in the Hisui era? He wondered aloud. After all, he was sure that the tale of Cinderella didn't originate in this world. If it now existed in such an ancient period, there were only two possibilities. 1. The person who originally compiled the story of Cinderella actually came from the Hisui era and somehow transmitted it to the world of his previous life. But this possibility was almost non-existent. Cinderella was widely known in his previous life, but the story had been adapted many times. The French author Charles Perrault added the fairy godmother, pumpkin carriage, and glass slippers. The Brothers Grimm version, which was even more complete and popular, further refined the tale. From Cynthia's summary, Edward could tell that this version matched the Grimm brothers' telling. So unless the Brothers Grimm themselves were transmigrators, it didn't make sense. That left only the second possibility. Someone who knew the story of Cinderella had transmigrated to the Hisui era and written it down. That was far more likely. But I didn't transmigrate to the Hisui era, Edward muttered to himself, puzzled. He had no memory of doing so, let alone writing a book there. Which meant someone else must have. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Zoroark, who had been acting unusually quiet and serious since arriving at the ruins. The usually mischievous Pokémon was oddly solemn now, something Edward wasn't used to at all. "Shizuka, do you remember this place?" Edward asked, a strange hypothesis forming in his mind. Zoroark's name was Shizuka. And long ago, when Edward was a child, He had shared fairy tales with a little white-haired girl, Cinderella, Snow White, and Lotus Lantern among them. That girl had been his childhood playmate. She had long, snowy white hair and delicate, adorable features. Her name was also Shizuka. Question mark. Cynthia suddenly whipped her head around, staring at Edward in surprise. Had she just heard him say Shizuka? The same name as that high-ranking galactic executive? It feels familiar, but I also don't really know, Zoroark muttered, visibly distressed, tugging at her hair in frustration. Cynthia glanced at Zoroark, her guard easing slightly. Having identical names wasn't unusual in the Pokémon world. There had even been an actor once named Professor Oak. Edward frowned at Zoroark. Maybe it was her, maybe it wasn't. After all, he had seen photos of Shizuka before, a white-haired, beautiful young girl. Zoroark, however, didn't have white hair, and their facial features weren't quite the same. But if it wasn't her, then why had Cinderella appeared in such an ancient era? Edward felt like he was standing in the middle of a thick fog. He could vaguely see the outlines of countless trees beyond, but no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't make out what lay inside. Do you have any more pictures? Edward asked Cynthia, hoping she might have captured other clues, perhaps something like a secret code hidden in the pages. There are a few more. The rest are still being photographed, Cynthia replied with a nod. She also gave Edward a brief summary of what else was written in the book. As she spoke, Edward's expression grew even more tangled. From Cynthia's awkward pronunciation, he could tell right away, the next story was Lotus Lantern. That was a story Edward had shared with the white-haired little girl long ago. And now, here it was again, in the ruins of the Hisui era. Everything pointed to one conclusion: Shizuka had traveled to the Hisui era. But Edward scratched his head in frustration. He didn't recall any plotline like this in the Pokémon Legends Arceus game. While Arceus was technically a side story, it had since been incorporated into the official canon. Images of Professor Laventon could even be seen in the Naranja/Uva Academy in Scarlet and Violet. So, what had happened? Edward cast a complicated look at the confused Zoroark beside him. If his guess was correct. It's really strange, though, Cynthia said, voice filled with excitement. I didn't expect the people of the Hisui era to be capable of writing such excellent stories. And they're so unique. This could provide incredible insights into the ancient history of our world. Edward's mouth twitched. Wait, seriously? You're treating Cinderella and Lotus Lantern as historical records. If someone in the past unearthed a copy of Journey to the West, would everyone run off to find the mountain of flowers and fruit and beg the Dragon King for a weapon? Edward didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But honestly, he had no way to explain this situation. Even if he told them he knew the stories, how was he supposed to explain how? He'd done his research. Stories like Cinderella didn't exist in this world. If they showed up now, it meant he was the origin, even if it was accidental. So, he really couldn't explain. Watching Cynthia excitedly geek out, Edward took a deep breath. Let's just hope that in the future, the Sinnoh League doesn't start looking for Erlangshin or the Great Sage equal to heaven. They're not going to find them. And don't expect to find a magic lotus lamp either. Because if they did, the one who'd be most terrified would be Edward. Sigh. What a mess. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. How exactly was he supposed to deal with all of this? Edward couldn't figure it out. He lay on the soft hotel bed, hugging Q's squishy body and rubbing its tiny head. He had no idea how to solve this increasingly complex mystery. Plus, some of the books haven't been photographed or cataloged yet. I don't even know what else is written in them. If I could find out, maybe I could deduce something. Edward sighed and rolled around in bed with Q in his arms. He wasn't worried about squashing Q. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it would be just like squishing jelly, completely unharmed. Zoroark, Shizuka, fairy tales. Edward felt like there was a connection between all these elements, but he couldn't grasp what it was. He strongly suspected that Zoroark might actually be Shizuka, but the problem was, they didn't look alike. And if Zoroark really was Shizuka, why wouldn't she just admit it? He felt lost. The real issue is, if Shizuka really is Zoroark, Then how did she end up in the Hisui era? Edward had reached the most crucial question. All of this was based on the assumption that Shizuka had traveled back to the Hisui period. But time travel wasn't exactly an easy feat. Staring at the ceiling above, Edward mulled it over. True, they were in the Sinnoh region, home of the space-time duo, but even they weren't Pokemon one could meet casually. Every time they met, it led to disaster. There was even a movie where Dialga and Palkia's clash nearly caused a global crisis. That alone proved how rare and dangerous it was to encounter a legendary Pokemon, let alone survive their wrath. Edward pulled out his phone and scrolled to Zoroark's contact. Her avatar was a selfie, striking a peace sign with a bright, toothy grin. The cute kind of photo that matched her playful personality. He compared it to the photo the League had given him of Shizuka. The two didn't match, different hair colors, and even their facial features had some differences. 2. Presenting horror movies to the world. Edward, Shizuka, have you remembered anything yet? A moment later, he got a reply. It's Zoroark. Zoroark. Nope, just feels a little familiar, that's all. Looking at the message, Edward scratched his head and gave up thinking for now. If things were really as he suspected, then time would reveal the truth eventually. All he had to do was wait for tomorrow, when the remaining books would be photographed. Then he might find more clues. He put the phone aside and glanced at Fortune, who was sitting on the sofa reading with deep concentration. Edward peeked at the title. It was a university-level economics textbook for first-year students. The guy had already started overachieving. Edward's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to do about Fortune's relentless drive. He even had the urge to stop Fortune from studying, maybe tell him to go play a game or something. But no, Fortune insisted on studying. 24 hours a day. No breaks. Truly a king of grind. With Q still in his arms, Edward slowly drifted off to sleep, his mind swirling with questions and doubts about the future. When he woke, he sat up straight in bed, staring blankly out the window. The blackout curtains blocked the light. It was only 5:30 a.m. Ugh, my accidental philosopher syndrome is acting up again. Edward rubbed his face and yawned. Just before falling asleep, a random thought had popped into his head, and now it stuck like an adhesive bandage, refusing to come off. The fear of death. Sometimes, in the quiet of night, Edward would fall into deep thought, and then spiral into existential dread. He'd start fearing death, the unknown, the helplessness of it. He'd imagine a world that kept spinning on without him, endless stories unfolding, none of which he'd ever witness. The silence of eternity, the fading of consciousness, the dissolving of identity, it all terrified him. He called this condition accidental philosopher syndrome. Fortune, still studying, huh? Ghost types really have it good, they don't even need to sleep. Edward yawned again and slowly crawled out of bed. He had just seen Fortune through the doorway, still studying in the living room with undying focus. Edward felt a strange sense of guilt. That kind of guilt you get when others are grinding nonstop and you're just lazing around. He walked into the living room, stretched, and looked out the window. The sky was still cloaked in darkness, but far in the distance, lights twinkled, bright spotlights at the archaeological dig site outside Eterna City. They're still at it. That's some dedication. Really is, said a soft female voice. Edward nearly threw his cup in shock. He turned and saw Zoroark curled up in the corner of the balcony, long hair draped over her shoulders. How'd you get in here? He asked, still slightly dazed. He had booked Zoroark a separate room, after all. I climbed in, Zoroark said, pointing at the neighboring balcony. Edward glanced at the gap. It was far. Way too far for a normal person. No way the average hotel guest or any neighbor could make that jump. The hotel had security measures in place to prevent unauthorized Pokémon entry. But Edward had, without thinking, given Zoroark unrestricted access. She'd been working as his secretary for a long time, and sometimes, late-night tasks came up, so he didn't think twice about it. He never expected her to actually climb over. Next time, just knock, all right? Her sudden appearance had killed any trace of sleepiness he had left. He was wide awake now. Boss, my head's really messed up right now. I keep remembering strange things, Zoroark said quietly, her voice low and almost eerie. That voice could have landed her a role in a horror film. Edward made a mental note. But what she said mattered more. What kind of memories? He asked. I think. I remember liking someone. The dawn's first light pierced through the darkness. The faintest ray of sunlight fell upon Shizuka's face. She hugged her knees, gazing quietly at the person beside her with bright, clear eyes. What person? Edward looked at Zoroark, intrigued. Could it be that Zoroark had remembered something? But judging from her expression, it didn't really seem like it. Hee, just kidding. Zoroark grinned, scratching her nose smugly before darting back to her own room. Edward was a bit exasperated, but didn't say anything. Dawn was breaking anyway, so he figured he could go back to catch a bit more sleep, and when he woke up, he could check in on how things were going on Cynthia's side. Back in bed, Edward pulled out his phone. He had a habit. Once he got out of bed in the morning, he couldn't fall asleep again for a while. And right now, he was in that exact situation. Since he couldn't sleep, he figured he might as well scroll through his phone. New discovery in Sinnoh. More evidence of the Hisui era. Famous actor rock caught in scandal, spotted entering hotel with mystery woman, never came out that night. League releases minimum wage standard. How will this affect our salaries? Edward yawned as he browsed the headlines in boredom. Q snuggled deeper into his arms, content and sound asleep. Unova League offers huge reward. The future is destined to be a sci-fi future. That title immediately caught Edward's attention. He clicked on it with curiosity. The Unova League recently posted a bounty on its official website, not for any dark organizations, but rather a special open call to the entire League regions. We firmly believe that humanity's future lies in space and in science fiction, said the Unova League chairman. With this vision, the Unova League is calling on all well-known directors to submit science fiction films with cosmic themes. The winners will be awarded as follows. First prize, 1 mysterious grand gift plus 100 million Poke Dollars. Second prize, 50 million Poke Dollars, 5 winners. Third prize, 5 million Poke Dollars, 20 winners. Participation requirements. Sci-fi film contest? They're looking for movies. Edward muttered to himself, a spark of inspiration forming in his mind. He wasn't particularly short on money, but 100 million Poke Dollars could definitely help push the development of his foundation further, so this opportunity was worth considering. With that in mind, Edward began reflecting on some of the iconic sci-fi films from his previous life. Sci-fi and space-themed films had been explored extensively in his past world. Among the most notable in recent years was Avatar 2. Though reviews were mixed, Avatar's massive success had laid the groundwork for the sequel's strong box office performance. But Edward didn't forget his primary expertise, horror. So the real question became, could he combine sci-fi and horror into one winning project? The answer, absolutely. One name immediately came to mind, Alien. That movie was a milestone in the history of science fiction. With a production budget of just over $10 million, Alien raked in $180 million in box office revenue. A massive success. It also laid the foundation for multiple sequels. What Edward admired most was the original Alien film, released in 1979, back when special effects were still in their infancy. Yet even then, the film managed to create a bone-chilling experience without relying heavily on high-end effects. Many of Alien's concepts were groundbreaking and influential in cinema. The iconic facehugger, chestburster, and parasitic life cycle became unforgettable imagery. And more importantly, Alien was a horror movie. Even though it was branded as sci-fi, at its core Alien was absolutely a horror film. Edward nodded to himself as he brainstormed the submission. Yes, Alien had sci-fi elements and realistic design, but its horror roots were undeniable. The alien creature itself rarely appeared on screen, always lurking and attacking from the shadows. Part of this was due to limited special effects at the time, showing too much might have broken the illusion, but it also made the fear more potent. The less you saw, the more terrifying it became. The human brain fills in the blanks, and what it imagines is often scarier than what is shown. Alien had several sequels, from Part 2 to Part 4, but due to problems with the fourth, the franchise nearly died off, only continuing via spin-offs like Alien vs. Predator. Years later, the original director of Alien returned with Prometheus, effectively rebooting the franchise. Special effects technology in the Pokémon world is pretty advanced. If I used it to film Alien. Edward rubbed his chin, considering the possibilities. It wouldn't be hard to produce an Alien film in this world. After all, the plot and structure were already deeply familiar to him. He'd watched the classic many times. But he also started thinking about how to blend Alien with Pokémon. Pokémon's existence gave Alien far more potential, but also added complications. After all, the xenomorph in Alien is a parasitic life form that fuses with the DNA of its host, leading to small variations depending on what species it gestates in. For example, humans, rats, or engineers in the film each produced slightly different versions of the creature. So, what if an alien facehugger latched onto a Pikachu, or a Machamp, or a Gardevoir? How would a xenomorph evade detection from psychic-type Pokémon? These were all problems he'd need to solve. Edward sat up in bed, now wide awake with excitement. He grabbed a notebook to start jotting down his ideas. In the first film, I won't change the original plot too much, but I'll add a twist. One of the crew members, feeling lonely, secretly brings a Pokémon on board. We can say it was against company policy to bring Pokémon aboard in the first place. That way, the Pokémon angle is covered. He scribbled his notes. That meant there would only be one Pokémon in Alien 1. But choosing which Pokémon was tricky. It needed to be unique, maybe even useful for building future sequels. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As for how a xenomorph could parasitize a steel-type, rock-type, or even ghost-type Pokémon, well, his answer would be simple. The xenomorph has extremely advanced parasitic adaptability. Don't ask too many questions. If anyone presses, just say. Edward yawned as he got out of bed, groggily hugging Q while calling Fortune over to wash up. After finishing the script for Alien earlier that morning, he'd suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness and gone back to bed, only waking up again at 10 a.m. The good news, the script for Alien was done. Edward was quite satisfied with it. It was very close to the plot of the original Alien 1, complete with androids and facehuggers. He'd even chosen which Pokémon to include. The bad news, he didn't have time to start production. He still had some unfinished work piling up, like an ongoing variety show, and the unanswered question of why Cinderella and the story of Lotus Lantern appeared in records from the Hisui region. Not to mention that he hadn't even begun production on Sherlock Holmes, Season 2. Season 2 was crucial. With so many ads and sponsorships lined up, if Edward suddenly announced he was shelving it to shoot a new film instead, the investors' backlash would drown him. So, even though the Alien script was ready, actual production would have to wait until Sherlock Holmes, Season 2 was finished. Thankfully, the Unova League Sci-Fi Movie Contest had a long submission window, so there was no rush. After washing up, Edward brought Zoroark along and headed back to the ruins from the day before. He hoped to find more clues, something that could confirm the identity of the person who wrote those books. If he could do that, everything might finally connect. Zoroark seemed deep in thought the whole way there, but Edward didn't ask. Based on what happened yesterday, he didn't expect Zoroark to reveal the truth. If she wanted to talk, she would no need to push it. Edward. When they arrived at the excavation site, Cynthia was already inside, covered in dust. Seeing her like that made Edward's eyelids twitch a little. His older brother and father always looked like that too, dust-covered, gripping chunks of rock, their voices passionate. Cynthia looked just like them now. "You got here this early?" Edward asked in surprise, stepping into the site. Zoroark, meanwhile, was scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. "Yeah, there's just so much interesting stuff here," Cynthia said excitedly. She reached out to touch something, but seeing how dirty her hands were, she pulled back, wiped them with a tissue, then took out a stack of photos from her backpack. "These are the photos we took of those books yesterday. Edward, I swear, you'll never guess what's in them." Edward nodded, honestly curious. He really couldn't guess. Cynthia laid the photos out flat and began explaining them. "We found that these books likely belong to a girl, but the content is a bit disorganized. she said, pointing at a photo. Edward leaned in for a closer look. The writing was unfamiliar. The characters looked somewhat like the modern script, but Edward couldn't read them. "Here, we found something that looks like a diary," Cynthia said, flipping through the photos and handing Edward a few of them. He took a glance. It was written in elegant handwriting, ancient characters. July 7th, clear skies. My memories are a little fuzzy. While lying in bed last night, I wondered, why did I become like this? Trying hard to write a diary. Afraid of forgetting. Afraid of losing my memories. A short diary entry. This is the second one. July 9th, heavy rain. Why am I keeping a diary? After reading the last entry, I feel a little scared. Was the person who wrote that really me? Why don't I remember any of it? Is it because my memory is fading? Forgetting. Maybe it's not such a bad thing. But why does it make me want to cry? Another diary entry. What about the earlier entries? Edward asked, puzzled by something. He'd noticed a key detail. The writer had clearly been keeping a diary before, and back then, her memories were still intact. So those early entries should contain more information. We couldn't find them. We searched the best-preserved room thoroughly, but there were no other diaries. The other books just contain random, fragmented sentences, not very useful for research, Cynthia replied, sounding a bit disappointed. Still, she showed Edward some of the more meaningless phrases. Bite the mouth. Puff up the tongue. Hate eating meat. Want to sleep. Don't want to sleep. Want to eat meat. Edward frowned. Indeed, the contents were all over the place and practically impossible to analyze. No wonder Cynthia said they were meaningless. Did you find the name of the person who owned the books? Edward asked, the question that mattered most to him. This was the key to everything. No. All we could tell from the personal belongings was that she lived alone and had a Pokémon with her. Cynthia sighed with regret. Edward pinched his brow in frustration. This really was a letdown. But even so, these materials still give us a lot to work with, Cynthia said optimistically. She was disappointed, of course, that they hadn't identified the girl, but this was still valuable information for studying the Hisui era. Edward nodded. It looked like figuring out why Cinderella appeared in the Hisui era would need a different approach. Just as Edward was about to wander off to explore another area, Cynthia received a phone call. Her expression turned serious as she listened. What? Team Galactic is mobilizing on a large scale. Cynthia looked stunned. Edward quietly stepped away, out of earshot. Team Galactic was stirring again? That wasn't exactly surprising. These dark organizations never truly stayed quiet. Still, if Team Galactic ever discovered what role their predecessors played in the Hisui era, he wondered how they'd feel about it. After a moment, Cynthia ended the call. Cynthia rushed off in a hurry. Edward glanced at her but didn't say anything. Given the current situation, it was obvious he wasn't in any position to meddle. So, Edward didn't act, he simply stood there, quietly observing the ruins in front of him. Boss, the variety show has started filming, Zoroark walked over and informed him. Hearing about work matters, Zoroark seemed much more composed again. Edward nodded. This was just as he expected. The variety show he had planned had finally entered production. Of course, it would still take some time before the first episode could be aired. After all, with so many contestants competing on the same stage, the first round alone would eliminate a large number. The competition was brutal. Communicate with the actors and make sure everyone's health is being looked after. The medical team should stay on standby at all times. Understood. Edward reminded Zoroark. Although he had come up with the concept for the show, he didn't plan to be present on set. He had handed the director's position to someone else. His only requirement was that filming must be safe. In his previous life, there had been a tragic incident where a contestant died while filming a variety show. The television station's reputation took a nosedive afterward. While such things may seem like they have little visible impact, they quietly corrode a company's public image over time. Edward had no intention of letting that happen to him. Got it. I'll remind the team. Zoroark nodded and made a note of it. Edward clasped his hands behind his back and continued to gaze at the archaeological site in front of him. The variety show would take at least a month to shoot. That meant there wouldn't be enough time to film Alien during that period. Since that was the case, he'd have to find another way to pass the time. With Cynthia off dealing with Team Galactic, what should he do now? Edward scratched his head. Well, might as well eat first. With that thought, Edward took Zoroark and headed back to Eterna City. He planned to have a proper meal there. He'd heard that the food in the Sinnoh was quite unique. Eterna City in particular was known for its ancient traditions. Most of its dishes were prepared using age-old recipes, and it was said that you could taste the oldest culinary styles in the entire Pokémon League here. Just thinking about it made Edward a little hungry. Zoroark silently drove the car, taking Edward to Eterna. They had just bought the vehicle the day before from a local dealership. Although Edward's family had investments all over the league, their presence in Eterna wasn't very strong. So, he had to buy a car for convenience. Team Galactic, huh? Edward narrowed his eyes as he looked out the window. The forest scenery flew by, fading further and further into the distance. Boss, what do you think about the Hisui era? Zoroark glanced in the rearview mirror and started to ask a question. But before she could finish, the car's speed dropped sharply. Zoroark jerked the steering wheel, and the vehicle came to a screeching halt, just inches in front of a large fallen tree blocking the road. Edward narrowed his eyes, hugging Q while gently rubbing the small Pokémon's head. Without hesitation, he pressed the emergency alert button on his Pokédex, one that his older brother had installed for situations just like this. Boss? Zoroark turned her head, still a bit shaken. Edward waved a hand, signaling her not to worry. Outside, a battle had already broken out. The silence shattered into chaos in an instant. The sound of countless Pokémon clashing filled the air. Two figures leapt out from the dense forest and landed one after the other, flanking the car. Edward winced. He recognized them. They were bodyguards arranged by the League. I have a feeling my vacation might be over, Edward sighed. Whoever had been plotting against him had clearly been noticed by his father's elite security team and was now being held at bay. Meanwhile, the two League-assigned bodyguards stood by to protect Edward directly. He glanced at one of the female guards wearing sunglasses and fell into thought. But before he could make up his mind on what to do, a sharp whistling noise pierced the air. A Dragonite suddenly dove from the sky, heading straight for Edward's car. Q shrieked, bursting out of Edward's arms. A radiant light flashed and lit up the entire sky. The Dragonite let out a pained roar as it crashed hard into the ground. But Q wasn't finished. With a flick of its tail, it pounced again, using Play Rough. Blood and flesh flew as Dragonite was brutally beaten. Charizard. Use Fire Blast, a deep voice shouted. 3 blazing fire blasts came flying directly toward the car. Edward's eyes narrowed. As expected of a dark organization, ignoring all standard Pokémon battle rules and attacking the trainer directly. Of course, Edward knew that was how these groups operated. They didn't care about League ethics. To them, taking out the target as efficiently as possible was all that mattered. A glowing light. Screen went up just in time, blocking the fire blasts. Flames scattered everywhere, followed closely by a hydro pump. The clash of fire and water created a thick mist that quickly enveloped the battlefield. How interesting, Edward murmured, staring into the fog. These people had some tactical skills. Was it Team Galactic? Team Aqua? Or maybe? Before he could finish that thought, someone descended smoothly from the sky. The newcomer tossed out Pokeballs one after another, releasing several powerful Pokémon into the mist to join the battle. Edward, are you all right? The man knocked on the car window. Edward quickly rolled it down. Brother, I'm fine, he said cheerfully. Standing outside the car was his older brother, Stephen Stone. Edward was a bit surprised. The trip from Hoenn to here wasn't short. For Stephen to arrive this quickly. Good. I'm glad. Luckily, I've been following you this whole time, Stephen said with relief. He hadn't originally planned to come. But after hearing Edward was heading out again, and especially after the recent Groudon incident, he decided to tag along, just in case. Turns out, he was right to worry. Edward's location had indeed been leaked. Be careful. This time, it's a joint attack by Team Aqua and Team Galactic, Steven said grimly as he surveyed the area. The two League bodyguards had now joined the fight, backing Steven up. Got it. Edward remained calm. He glanced over at Q, who had nearly beaten the Dragonite to death. He waved his hand. If he didn't stop soon, Dragonite might actually die. You've trained Q well, Steven commented, glancing at the Mimikyu who, just before returning, had landed another draining kiss on the downed Dragonite. He nodded with approval. That Dragonite was clearly quite powerful, at least on par with a high-ranking officer's Pokémon. Most trainers wouldn't be able to handle such a formidable opponent, especially since Dragon-type Pokémon tend to scale very well into the late stages of battle. But in front of Q, the Dragonite hadn't been able to withstand more than a few attacks before collapsing. It wasn't too bad. The Dragonite clearly underestimated me, Edward replied, casting a glance at the bloodied and unconscious Pokémon. Dragon types typically weren't this weak, but there was no helping it. Q was a fairy-type Pokémon, a natural counter to dragons. What's more, she had been consistently snacking on fear candies, and by now, her fear-awakening gauge was completely maxed out. In this state, not to mention Dragonite, even a legendary Dragon-type Pokémon might not withstand more than a few hits from Mimikyu. You getting stronger puts my mind at ease, Steven said, smiling as he patted Edward on the shoulder. As the morning mist cleared, the battlefield ahead came into view. One by one, the enemy trainers were being dragged out and thrown to the ground, bound and defeated. The uniformed agents who had subdued them said nothing, just turned and silently disappeared back into the forest to resume fighting. Our father really went all out, Steven commented, looking at the silent agents. That elite team named S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't easy to hire. In the Pokémon world, not everyone dreams of becoming a Pokémon trainer who travels to collect badges and challenge gyms. Many choose different paths. Some become rangers, investigators, others researchers, and some, after winning major tournaments, choose to become mercenaries. It's a curious world. Edward agreed. Judging from how none of the attackers had managed to breach their defenses, it was clear this team was no joke. Their strength spoke for itself. Soon, the battle wound down. Steven's Metagross came walking out of the forest, dragging an unconscious man in one claw. Edward took one look at the man, but didn't recognize him. His face was bruised and swollen, and his left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Team Aqua Officer, Steven said, recognizing the man. His identity had already been logged with the League as one of Team Aqua's publicly exposed executives. They hadn't expected to actually capture him. This was quite a rare catch. Edward glanced at the man again, but it didn't leave much of an impression. Cynthia says Team Galactic is currently gathering near MT Coronet. And the one leading them is your childhood friend. Steven looked over at Edward meaningfully. Edward paused, then nodded. He knew who Steven was referring to, Shizuka. At the mention of Shizuka's name, Edward couldn't help glancing at Zoroark. She didn't seem nervous at all, instead radiating an air of confidence in her own strength. Edward scratched his head. Shizuka, Zoroark. Was there a hidden link between these names? Or was all of this just one of Zoroark's elaborate pranks? Zoroark was absolutely capable of such tricks. Edward had heard that once, when Zoroark was bored, she spent an entire year pretending to be someone's long-lost dream girl online. Her patience was legendary. Edward thought it was a pretty ridiculous stunt, but clearly, Zoroark found it entertaining. Do you need me to go? Edward scratched his head. He wasn't sure if the League wanted him to try to persuade Shizuka to bring her back to the right path, or at least to stop her from doing anything worse. Though it sounded absurd, life itself was often absurd. No. What are you thinking? With the current situation, if you show up there, I'd be worried the League might get the wrong idea. Steven said with a disapproving look. Edward awkwardly nodded. Fair enough. Rather than having him try to persuade Shizuka, the League would probably prefer it if he had nothing to do with her at all. Even if Shizuka was a high-ranking executive, she was still replaceable. But if Edward, an important member of the League and founder of a highly popular production studio, were connected to any dark organization, that would be a major threat. Still, speaking of Team Galactic's boss, brother the League. Edward looked around, then leaned in close to Stephen. Stephen raised an eyebrow and had Metagross throw up a soundproof and light screen barrier around them, preventing not just eavesdropping, but also any lip-reading by prying eyes. Does the League know who Team Galactic's leader is? Edward asked quietly. No. We have absolutely no information, Stephen replied, shaking his head. I think the League should start by investigating the rich. I mean, an organization as big as Team Galactic has to have some serious funding behind it, right? Edward said, sharing his theory. He really wanted to say it was Cyrus, but he couldn't. He hadn't done any investigation to support that claim. It wouldn't be credible. There are a lot of wealthy individuals in Sinnoh, Stephen said with a frown. Unless there's solid evidence, it's basically impossible to make arrests. They couldn't just start investigating every rich person. If they did that, Devon Corporation would probably be under constant surveillance themselves. Edward rubbed his face. What a pain. He considered filing an anonymous report about Cyrus, but even that might not help. While he knew Cyrus was the leader of Team Galactic, he had no concrete proof. It's easy to report someone anonymously, but without evidence, those reports are usually ignored. It's like a random citizen anonymously reporting that a billionaire is a spy. Nobody would take that seriously. But if the second richest person in the world filed a real-name report that the richest person was a spy, even without evidence, it would definitely prompt an investigation. If Edward were to publicly accuse Cyrus by name, the League would certainly take it seriously and start looking into it. But that could cause more harm than good. An anonymous report with no evidence, it was a tough spot. Edward felt frustrated. He remembered who Cyrus was, but not where Team Galactic's base was located. It had been years since he played the Sinnoh games. Unlike how he dealt with Team Magma and Team Aqua, there was no straightforward way to take on Team Galactic. Let's go. I'll take you home, Stephen said firmly. Edward didn't turn down his brother's offer. He followed Stephen and left the scene, heading straight back to the hotel in Eterna City. As for the attackers who were captured, they were likely already on their way to Officer Jenny's task force for further investigation. I estimate that there will be more of these kinds of attacks in the future, Stephen said as they sat in the car. Now that the news is out, I'm afraid people like that will keep showing up around you. Edward rubbed his forehead wearily. He understood what Stephen meant, but he felt helpless about the whole situation. Just like Stephen said, now that the fact that he possessed Groudon had been leaked, similar attacks would probably continue. Edward was a bit frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have tossed that Pokeball in the first place. But now that it had already happened, regret was useless. He had to find a way to fix it. As he pondered, Edward thought of the simplest solution: have Groudon returned to the League's control. If that happened, then all the trouble would fall on the League, not on him. But neither the League nor Edward could predict what would happen if Groudon were released. After all, even the last 2 times Groudon stirred, it caused minor earthquakes near MT Chimney. If Groudon were to fully awaken, it was hard to say what disaster might unfold. That was also why the League had insisted Edward continue to hold on to Groudon for now. The second option was for Edward to awaken Groudon and simply let it leave on its own. That way, he'd be free of the burden. But as for actually catching Groudon, Edward never even considered that possibility. Legendary Pokémon weren't that easy to capture. The League had been around for a long time, and in all that time, records of successfully catching legendary Pokémon were almost non-existent. That's why someone like Tobias had drawn so much attention. He was a complete outlier. What a headache, but I'll just have to figure it out, Edward said, massaging his temples. He was already feeling tired. After all, he hadn't slept well the night before. Stephen didn't say much else. He just reassured Edward that the Stone family's wealth was more than enough to ensure his safety. After dropping Edward off at the hotel, Stephen also left. The Hoenn region wasn't exactly calm today either. It seemed Team Aqua's attack on Edward had been a diversion, a ploy to draw the League's attention away from MT Pyre, where they were actually concentrating their forces. As a League champion, Steven had also received a summons and needed to head to MT Pyre to deal with the situation. Has the MT Pyre storyline been triggered early? Edward muttered as he sat in the hotel lounge. The two security officers assigned by the League weren't currently present, but Edward knew they were nearby, watching over him from the shadows. Right now, however, his attention was more on Hoenn. Team Aqua's sudden action might have been prompted by Team Magma's recent setbacks. Their base was exposed, several high-ranking executives arrested, so they might be taking a reckless gamble now. Under normal circumstances, Team Aqua should have been working with Team Magma. But since Magma had gone quiet after their defeat, it looked like they'd entered a dormant phase. Edward hadn't seen them make any moves in quite a while. He tapped his fingers against the table. If he were Maxi and he were cornered like this, he'd either lay low and rebuild in secret, or go all in and gamble everything in one final move. Shizuka, Edward suddenly called out. Zoroark quickly came over. Hire a top-tier security team from Sinnoh to protect me for the next few days, Edward said, rubbing his chin. He had a feeling that Maxi might be planning something big, throwing all his remaining resources into a desperate play to steal Groudon. It wasn't out of the question. After all, if those kinds of people suddenly go quiet, it usually means they're planning something massive, maybe even a surprise visit for him. Got it, boss. How many should I hire? Zoroark asked, eyes watching Edward intently with a strange gleam. 5 teams. Put it on the company account, Edward said after a moment of thought. It might be a bit excessive, but if Team Magma was truly gearing up for something big, this level of defense was necessary. Edward wasn't going to take chances with his safety. But with only Q and Ford around. Edward muttered, glancing at Q sleeping nearby and then at Fortune, who had barely participated in today's fight. His trump cards weren't fully revealed yet, but he couldn't help but regret not being able to return to Hoenn and bring Gengar over for protection. If Gengar were here, things would be a lot easier. Its strength was formidable. Because of today's attack, Edward had no desire to go out. He stayed in the hotel and focused on editing the script for Alien. This was his next planned horror movie. On the one hand, it could earn him fear points. On the other, it could be submitted to the Unova film competition, maybe even win him a nice prize. As Edward sat in his chair working on the Alien screenplay, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. It was a message from Cynthia. Has Team Galactic pulled out? Edward yawned as he read it. Cynthia updated him on the current situation and apologized, saying she still had to deal with Team Galactic and wouldn't be able to accompany him to the archaeological site. Edward didn't mind. He had already seen what he wanted to at the ruins. The only thing that still puzzled him was the whole Cinderella story that had been unearthed at the site. He had a few theories, but none that he could confirm. After all, Zoroark hadn't revealed much either. So far, nothing about her screamed Shizuka. Now that things in Sinnoh have wrapped up, Edward decided it was time to head back. Staying here wouldn't yield much more, and things in Hoenn were starting to heat up. It was better if he returned. But just as Edward was about to leave, a strange, piercing screech suddenly echoed through the air, shattering all the windows in the hotel. Caught completely off guard, Edward cried out and clutched his ears in pain. It felt like his entire brain was buzzing, the inside of his skull ringing violently, and his ears were aching intensely. Edward stared out the window in stunned disbelief. Rag! A piercing roar rang through the air. Then, a Pokémon suddenly burst from the sky, as if emerging from water. It was Palkia. Q. Fort. Are you two okay? Edward shook his slightly dizzy head and quickly checked on his Pokémon. Once he confirmed both Q and Fortune were safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Though they weren't injured, the deafening roar from Palkia had clearly left them uncomfortable. Edward held Q in his arms and gave him a fear candy, then handed one to Fortune as well. After that, he turned his gaze back to the chaos unfolding outside the hotel. Palkia appeared to be furious. It opened its mouth wide and released a beam of pure destructive energy toward a specific direction. From that spot, another legendary Pokémon emerged. Dialga. The twin gods of time and space. What's going on? Edward's expression darkened as he held Q tightly. Didn't Cynthia say Team Galactic had already retreated? Then why were the twin deities awakened? These two were notorious for their animosity. When they weren't in contact, things were fine. But once they clashed, disaster was inevitable. The shockwaves from their battle rippled across the city with devastating force. Edward felt the entire hotel trembling. This was the power of legendary Pokémon. Even the residual energy of their clash was enough to plunge an entire League city into crisis. They didn't even need to intend destruction. Their presence alone was cataclysmic. Edward felt like a feeble ant before these gods. And the gods didn't care about ants. He remembered a movie where the battle between Dialga and Palkia distorted the space around them, displacing everything to another dimension where it was obliterated. These beings were beyond reasoning. Human pleas or Pokémon attacks meant nothing. Only their own power could affect each other. Edward stared toward the distant battlefield. His face grew grim. Solving this wasn't going to be easy. Even Apex Pokémon might not be worthy of their notice. Could Q's dazzling gleam even get their attention? And in the very next moment, the twin gods roared again. Then, as if stepping through a veil of water, they both vanished into the void, ripples of space left in their wake. Just like that, Palkia and Dialga disappeared from Eterna City, leaving behind nothing but widespread devastation and a ruined area beneath their battleground. The chaos they caused gradually settled. Edward stood in front of the shattered window, cradling Q in his arms. He silently watched the wreckage outside. Slowly, another sound emerged in his ears, weeping. Wails of despair. Soft sobs full of helplessness. Legendary Pokémon. Edward muttered, gazing upon the ruined Eterna City. All this destruction, caused by just a few moments of combat, it made him instinctively reach for the Pokeballs on his belt. He had already been trying to think of the legendary's power as being as high as possible. But today made it clear he still hadn't thought high enough. These beings were far more terrifying than he had imagined. There was a reason they were called gods, because they truly possessed the power to reshape the world. The legendaries shown in the games and anime were the weakened versions, less realistic, less brutal. Now Edward finally understood why the League had been so cautious about Groudon. These Pokémon weren't something humans should control. Edward walked downstairs. The hotel elevators had stopped functioning, likely due to safety concerns, so he had to take the stairs. On the way down, he passed by panicked civilians, some crying, some frantically calling family, trying to reassure their loved ones. Their fear and confusion was burned into Edward's mind. Outside the hotel, the streets were in chaos. Officer Jenny's worked tirelessly to maintain order, while Nurse Joyce rushed back and forth, tending to the wounded. The battle between the twin gods won't end so easily. It'll continue, Edward said quietly, holding Q close as he took in the scene. Behind him, Zoroark suddenly dashed out from the hotel in a panic, eyes scanning the area. The moment she spotted Edward, she sprinted over. "Boss, are you okay?" Zoroark asked anxiously. She had gone to carry out Edward's earlier instructions, and when the conflict broke out, she'd been stuck in the elevator. The whole elevator shook violently, and she ended up trapped inside. Even though she was a ghost type, Zoroark had been carrying a bunch of Edward's documents, things that couldn't be left behind. So, she had to wait for rescue before coming out. "I'm fine. I'm okay," Edward responded softly, but his mind wasn't on Zoroark. All his thoughts were on the twin gods. Their battle wouldn't end this easily. In one movie, Ash had to go to great lengths, even orchestrating a concert to sing Oration, to finally calm them down. Edward didn't have the time or resources to throw a concert at a tower with big visuals. He had to find another way. Edward pulled out his phone, intending to check in with Cynthia. The Sinnoh League surely already knew about the battle. But when he saw the flickering signal on his screen, he quietly put the phone back down. The signal towers had been destroyed. Even so, Edward figured Cynthia was probably overwhelmed right now. The news of the twin gods wreaking havoc in Eterna couldn't be hidden. If Cyrus still had his wits about him, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. He'd definitely launch the fiercest assault yet. To the mighty league, even the fiercest assault might not be enough to topple them, but it would still be incredibly troublesome. Do you need me to contact Miss Cynthia? Rotom's voice rang out as the little electric ghost popped out of Edward's phone. Edward paused. He'd had the Rotom phone for a while, but hadn't really used its unique features. Rotom was usually quiet, rarely showing itself. He hadn't expected it to suddenly appear now. Can you? Edward asked in surprise. Of course. We Rotoms have our own Rotom network, you know, Rotom said, sparks flashing across its screen. Then, to Edward's astonishment, the phone lit up and soon, Cynthia's tired voice came through the line. Edward? Are you okay over there? It seemed. Rotom phones were way too cheap for how powerful they were.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.